Wake up, Los Angeles. The Dodgers get...
Wake up!
Wake up, Los Angeles again as I pull the microphone in as the Dodgers get blanked and swept by the Atlanta Braves. Is it time to officially hit the panic button for the two-time reigning World Series champions? Plus, both Justin Herbert and Ty Simpson ball out in the preseason finale in the first battle of L.A. inside SoFi Stadium. It is a Friday morning here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He is former Major League Baseball player Cody Decker. He is five-time NBA champion, Laker great Derek Fisher. I am Ben Stevens. And let me just start out this Friday morning by saying, gentlemen, I am proud of us because we combined to score as many runs as the Los Angeles Dodgers did last night.
Good. Look at us. Look at us.
Pretty good.
Not something to be
that
proud
must
of.
mean our offense was, oh no, because they did get blanked by Chris Sale.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Get it? That was a little bit of like poking fun at the Dodgers.
It. Look at you.
Yeah.
Making fun. You're like a shock jock.
I am kind of like
You're like a
shock
young
jock.
Howard Stern.
Wow.
You're after people.
Is that a compliment?
Yes.
I think so, right?
Why?
Howard hasn't done anything weird.
Ever?
Well, like in his life, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like weird.
Weird? Nah, he's
Okay,
too much
cool.
of a weird-ass introvert, to be honest with you.
Okay, good.
But he's an amazing broadcaster like you, Ben.
Thank you, Cody.
You're
That
welcome.
means the world
See?
to me.
See?
New glasses, but not the new glasses
Not
on
the
this
new
Friday.
glasses. No. Just
When
different
are we
ones.
going to get those for their debut here on the airs of the new 97 on the Fan?
I thought about wearing them, but they're black, and I wanted to wear a black outfit with it. Listen, there's a whole thing behind it, man. Fashionista. This is a plan, premeditated, partner.
You look good.
Thank you.
Do you ever wear these shirts after in the gym?
No.
Straight from studio to the gym?
I go cut off sleeves. I gotta let the guns breathe. You see these things? People need to see it.
What about you in the gym? Cutoff guy?
When I used to be in the gym,
Yeah.
yes.
Dude, have you seen
whatever.
young Derek Fisher's arms?
Well, I
yeah,
mean,
dude.
Yes, I watched the entirety
Dude,
of my
those
life
shoulders,
growing up.
D-Fish, how many lateral raises did you do?
Too
Because your
many.
shoulders were ridiculous.
Too many. Way too many.
You never just put back on like the former Lakers practice jersey and just see what you got?
No.
No.
No,
All right.
thanks.
I get it.
Nah.
No, I get it.
I love how my body feels right now. It's great.
It's so funny. People, how many years did people ask you, like, do you miss it? Do you miss it? Because people always ask me, do you miss
No,
playing?
they still ask.
Yeah, dude.
And I'm like, no.
Do you miss it?
No.
Do you miss it?
No, because I
right.
gave everything I had to it when I was there, and so
You
I
did?
don't feel like I need to go back to replay anything.
Do you wake up earlier now to host this show or
Yes.
to play in the
Nah,
NBA?
I'm even gonna let you finish your sentence. Yes,
It's yes now.
Very rarely do I wake up at 4 in the morning.
Yeah. No, I
Even
mean,
to
I get
train
it.
at 6.
But to be fair, you would go to bed later back in the day.
That is
I
true.
mean, the games, I didn't even get home until, at very best after games, till midnight.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah, so
That's-
it was a different life.
Yeah, you kind of had a natural night owl existence.
For sure.
But then, there was still some day, like waking up at 6 to train and that
Right.
kind of thing. But yeah, no, 4 a.m. was not very often for early workouts.
Kobe couldn't convince you to get on the regimen?
No, because I needed fuel in the mornings before training.
I hear it.
Well, some guys could wake up and train without eating anything.
One of the
That's not-
craziest
that's not
things,
me.
by the way, people like go to the gym even in the morning without putting anything in their body.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Me neither.
That was me. That was me.
Nope.
Just straight up show and go, rise and grind,
no, I
let's
can't.
go.
Wow.
That's
that,
me.
That's respect.
Give me some coffee.
Obviously, although the Dodgers didn't score a run last night in Atlanta against Chris Sale, it's not a big issue because we had 4 NFL preseason games that we were all locked into.
Oh, yeah, so locked in.
Yeah.
So locked into all
So,
four.
like, nobody really watched.
You see the
last
Browns
night.
and Pats? What a game.
I did see the Browns.
I
and
hate
Pats.
that I actually did watch a little bit of that game.
No Deshaun Watson, no Shador Sanders. A lot of Dylan Gabriel. out
I
there.
know. Look at that.
You were watching?
I did watch a
Al
little bit.
Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit, mid-season form.
I was watching the Dodger game and the Brown game. I went over to O'Brien's Pub because the owner of O'Brien's Pub, Willie, it was his birthday, so I had to stop by and grab a couple
Happy
of drinks.
belated, Willie.
Happy birthday, Willie. But I was over there watching a couple of the games, and I got to say, the Browns looked very good in a preseason game. So looking very forward to the great season the Browns are going to have.
Enjoy it, Cleveland. Of course, there was a preseason watch party at the Fisher residence, as there always is, for the first Battle of Los Angeles this year, the Chargers and the Rams. We'll dive deep into how Ty Simpson looked in his first ever NFL start, and Justin Herbert was out there for a total of 4 plays, but he did throw a 65-yard touchdown strike to Quentin Johnston. However, like many of you in Los Angeles, if you were watching the Dodger game on national television last night against the Atlanta Braves, it wasn't a great one. The Dodgers blanked by Chris Sale, his first complete game shutout in the Bigs since June of 2019. The Dodgers lose the finale, Cody, 1-0. They are swept in Atlanta in a critical series. They only now have a 1-game advantage over the Braves for that second spot in the National League. Of course, that would be a bye past the opening wild card round. Here is the proverbial and figurative panic button. I pass it to you. Are you pressing it?
No, I'm not pressing a panic button, but there is concern. Let's be real clear. There is very significant, in my opinion, significant concern. Are the Dodgers a playoff team? Absolutely. Are they a World Series contending team? Absolutely. Are there cracks in this armor? Oh, you betcha. You betcha there is. And it's not the pitching staff, obviously. Yamamoto pitched his absolute ass off. If it weren't for simply one mistake to Drake Baldwin on the first batter of the game, this game would still be going on right now, 0-0, as we currently speak. I mean, he pitched his ass off. But Chris Sale pitched his ass off a little bit more. And by the way, those of you Dodger fans that are out there panicking, do me a favor and just remove yourself from your Los Angeles Dodger panic. You had to get a little bit of feels when you saw Chris Sale's son in the 9th inning.
Yeah, that was
I mean, dude,
that was sick.
You saw Chris Sale leave the dugout to go back into the field, and Chris Sale's son starts jumping up as if the glass just broke, and you just heard, "It's Alston! It's Alston! It's Alston!" That was that reaction right there. It was badass, and outside of that, yeah, the Dodgers absolutely stifled from the get-go. The only guy that could put the bat on the ball, because frankly, he had 2 good hard contacts, Mookie Betts, who, by the way, who's been laying in the weeds all season long, but boy, oh boy, did he look okay last night. Even had a 3rd hard contact that led to an out, line drive right over to the second baseman. But outside of that, I mean, he neutralized Shohei Ohtani in the worst way. One lazy ground ball, multiple strikeouts. And frankly, he wanted those strikeouts. 100.1 miles per hour against Shohei Ohtani.
Chris Sale, 37 years old. First time that he has topped out at over 100 miles per hour in a MLB game since 2018. See? And you say you still don't have the bug? You could get back out there and hit some long balls?
No. Okay. I'm 39 years old. Body hurts thinking about swinging a baseball bat right now.
That's fair enough. You know what we haven't ever discussed? Joe Cirallo thinks that he can strike you out at Jackie Robinson Stadium.
Yeah.
And you don't believe that's the case.
You've met Joe Cirallo, right?
I have.
Yeah.
Worked with him a few times.
I too have also met idiots.
Yeah. And what?
I too have also met idiots.
Yes.
I love Joe Cirallo, but he's an idiot if he thinks.
I thought you called him like a Greek name or something.
No!
Idiot. It was, yes.
Is idiot Greek? It might be.
We're going to look it up. We're going to the crack staff back here will look it up.
So I take the proverbial panic button from Cody Decker. He has not pressed it. I hand it to Derek Fisher. Are you pressing that panic button for the Los Angeles Dodgers here on Friday morning, August 28th?
No.
Okay.
I know in 2026, so many conversations in different spaces has become like either way over here or way over here. Mm-hmm. And we've lost the ability to kind of like meet ourselves in the middle, and panic is like way over here.
Right.
And then this kind of like blind, like, well, yeah, the Dodgers are going to win the World Series and we don't have to worry about anything. That's way over here.
They'll flip that switch.
Yeah, there is no switch, everybody. Just let's just get this clear, okay? There are no professional sports teams on the planet that have ever sat around their locker room and decided on a particular date and time that they were going to walk over to the wall and flip the switch and all of a sudden just start playing better at their sport. It just tends to happen. It's almost like a wave, right, in the ocean that just kind of slowly builds, and then as it gets closer to shore, that's when it crashes. That's what it's like for pro sports teams sometimes during the course of a long season. In the Dodgers case, long season after long season after long season. You also have to keep in mind it's not just last year's World Series or the World Series before in 2024. it's it's the long season in 2020 that some of these guys also played in. So you're talking about over the last 6 or 7 seasons, several of these guys have played the most baseball in the sport.
Right.
And so therefore, they don't have the same level of crash that they used to have when it was brand new. And so during the course of a regular season, you're not always going to get their best because they've expend the most time and energy doing what they do. And so you have to have a level of understanding that the reason why I'm not panicking is like losing a 1-run game, which I know is different than other sports,
of course,
per se. But to me, that's not a baseball team that's just kind of sitting around, they don't feel like playing today. Mm-hmm. That's when the concern and the panic comes up, is like, oh no, these guys look like, because teams that stop competing that way, they don't like each other. You know what I mean? Like they're ready for the season to be over.
Yeah.
You can see it.
And this ain't
I don't
this
think
team.
These guys are not disconnected as a group. They just have too many, habits or things that aren't going as well right now. But I'd rather this be happening than the Dodgers have peaked already and we feel like we've seen their best baseball already.
Well, I hope that's not the case.
Because I think that means there's room for that timely hit that we've been waiting for. It's still around the corner, right? That timely inning where all the bats that we know still exist, that can still happen. So panic is definitely not anywhere in my vocabulary. Mm-hmm. Concern is fair, right? In particular against the better teams in the league. That is fair. But the idea that like we should, we got to think about, turning the lights out and just going home. No, that's ridiculous. And listen, the concern is very real. But I'm with you on the switch. Everyone that said, the Dodgers will switch on the switch. Stop it. There is no switch. That doesn't exist. No. It's not like September 1st is going to roll around and Dave Roberts is going to be like, all right, guys, now. Right. That's just not going to be the case. But the thing that does concern me, and again, it's concern. It's not panic. The Dodgers, who were living the most charmed life in the world going into that All-Star break until they got swept for the first time of the season against the Arizona Diamondbacks. By the way, Arizona Diamondbacks still on the outside looking in as we currently stand for the wild card, but they're only a game and a half out. But they are a team that is over 500. Then the Boston Red Sox, who are currently holding a wild card spot, they went ahead and swept the Los Angeles Dodgers. Then the Chicago Cubs, who are having a monster year, they swept the Dodgers. And of course now the Atlanta Braves, who are only a half game right now behind the Los Angeles Dodgers for the best record in second best record in Major League Baseball, which will lead to that bye situation. The reason why this concerns me is every one of these sweeps have been from middle of July on. Mm-hmm. And that is just shown almost like an exact mark of when this team started to kind of go wrong. Now, I do not think they can't get it together. This pitching staff alone, just that alone, should be able to carry them through a decent amount of October. But if they're going to be getting shut down the way they are, and that's the other thing that I just really haven't liked. It's not that they've been getting shut down. It's how they've been getting shut down. Now, I'm going to go ahead and take the Chris Sale game out of this. That was a dominant, borderline biblical performance last night by Chris Sale. I can understand every Dodger fan freaking out about it, but be real clear, that was like a one-of-one type of performance, complete game shutout from a future Hall of Famer. But it's the uncompetitive nature of a lot of these at-bats, something we talked about yesterday. This has not been a team that has been getting guys on, getting them over, and getting them in. This has been a team that's really predicated on the long ball. They've been looking like the Phillies when the Phillies kind of go bad, and that's not what the Dodgers do. Every time the Dodgers stop hitting for power, all of a sudden the other guys step up and they're manufacturing runs. But that isn't happening right now, and it hasn't been happening now for 2 months. If it was just a couple of weeks, this is a problem. Well, they'll figure it out, and that's what I was saying. But now, as time's going forward, we're at a nearly 2-month mark of simply this not subpar offensive performances from the Los Angeles Dodgers with an offense
that should not be giving us 2 months of subpar performances.
So we're not smacking the panic button right now. There is some fair concern out there, and I think what only elevates that for Dodger fans is the fact that this is happening against teams they are likely to see come October in that chase for a third consecutive World Series. Just to set the stage for what Cody mentioned, the Dodgers were swept for the first time the entirety of the season in their final series before the All-Star break by the Diamondbacks. Now, in their last 7 series against teams with a winning record currently, they have been swept in 4 of those 7. Since the All-Star break, the Dodgers, after being swept in Atlanta, 6-16 against teams with a winning record. 4 of those 6 wins came in their first 2 series post-All-Star break against the Yankees and the Phillies. So since the start of the Red Sox series, where things have become even more alarming for Los Angeles, 2-14 against teams above 500. And Fish, you pointed this out yesterday. A ton of one-run games. Since the start of the Boston series, 25 total games for the Dodgers, 13 of those 25 have been decided by just a single run. The Dodgers 6-7 in those 13 one-run games. They are 1-7 against teams above 500 in one-run games. They are 5-0 against teams with a losing record in those one-run games. And that's where I think the concern grows for Dodger Nation, is that against the teams that we are going to see, if we are hoping to make history and win a third consecutive World Series and painting that path through the National League postseason, we have come up short, whether by one run or by a large variety of runs in largely non-competitive series against the best teams in baseball.
Yes, it's a tough psychological place to be when you're, like I was just reading, a little bit more on Chris Sale's performance last night and his comments, like post-game comments. And like when people are playing against the Dodgers, there's a recognition, in particular with Shohei Ohtani, for example, right? Like, this guy is the best baseball player on the planet. And the other team knows that. And so they know they have to bring, especially pitchers, they have to bring their absolute best in order to get this guy out. When people play against the Dodgers as a team, there's a recognition that, if they don't bring their best, they're not going to win the game. There are other games you don't have to bring your best and you can still win.
Yes.
When you're the team that's always facing that energy, like it's harder than you think, even if you're the better team, because you're not viewing everybody else that way.
So let me ask you just quickly there. Do you think that energy changes in October when the Dodgers know that if they don't bring that same energy because they are the ones that are being hunted, they go home?
Yeah, because the focus level changes. It's not a switch gets flipped, but the focus is more honed in. It's almost like going from, like your pupils are kind of dilated during the season, and it's a little fuzzier for you. But then when the postseason comes, and that wears off, and now your vision is kind of back to exactly what you can see clearly.
Cody with new glasses.
And it's just different.
I've had these for a year.
And it doesn't mean you weren't trying to see this way sooner. It's just the regular season is different than the postseason, regardless of who you are. And every athlete will tell you that. Like, if you've never won a World Series title or Super Bowl or whatever, a playoff game is a different game than a regular season game. Okay, then when you add the fact that, it's the 2-time defending world champion, every game is a different game compared to Game 7 in Toronto last year. So then everybody else is they are grind. Like, you seen those guys, we talking about working out earlier. The guys that are at the fitness center just all moving up every ounce of weight they can possibly move.
You've been watching my Instagram. Look at you.
So guys like Cody that are just stacking up the racks.
Right.
Bro.
No spotter necessary.
Just showing, showing everybody what they can do.
Daddy strong, Fish. Daddy strong.
And then there's a guy in the way that's there's actually somebody in the fitness center that is so much stronger than Cody that never tries to show.
How dare you?
That they're that
that
strong.
was a low-key diss. You
Whoa,
didn't catch that?
whoa. There isn't.
We caught that one, Fish. That was nice.
There is not. There is not.
I know we got to go to break at some point, Ben. So
I've been in that gym.
I've seen
I appreciate the point, though. I hear what you're saying, and I think for Dodger fans, if they can have a little bit of that silver lining, it's that come October, there is no stronger guy in the gym as of late than the Los Angeles Dodgers.
New poll.
But to you, as we have a new poll on YouTube, at the Fan LA, of course, join us, be a part of this conversation. This is the voice of LA sports on the new 97.1 The Fan. Do you still believe the Dodgers will be fine in October? Yes, the bats will get going, or no, offensive struggles are real. So far, the no is winning that battle. And to your point, Fish, and Cody, of course, as we can react to this as well, it was a historic game last night. Chris Sale goes out there, pitches a complete game shutout. The Dodgers lose 1-0. It was the very first pitch of the game that Yoshi Yamamoto threw to Drake Baldwin that he hit for a home run. Just the second time since 2000 in the sport of Major League Baseball that a team has won a game on a first pitch leadoff home run, joining the Arizona Diamondbacks back in May of 2013. So again, we throw away the panic button maybe just for that instance, knowing that the Dodgers lost in a historic game that we hardly ever see in a sport with a ton of history. We will continue to recap the Dodgers, talk about their struggles as they get ready to continue this road trip up to the Motor City to take on the Tigers and Tarek Skubal's emotional return back to Motown on this Friday night. But up next, the first battle of LA this year on the gridiron. We saw Justin Herbert. Ty Simpson got the start, and some more reaction from Fernando Mendoza in his preseason finale. That's here on this Friday on D. Fish and Decker.
Following season. Not this season, obviously, but the following season.
Yes. To the somewhat reluctance, but also overwhelming excitement of the Rams, yes. And then they just hold their breath on March 27th, 2028, and unfortunately, they're not going to know if they made the right decision until a couple years from now.
But you said if you put something in, like if he's like seen guilty or something like that, that can also be something in the contract, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
To where, so what you can put in contracts is, I'm going to give you $100 million, all of it is guaranteed. But if you get arrested between this date and this date, you have to give $80 million of that guaranteed money back, and now we only give you that money based off of good behavior. It's basically putting you on punishment and giving you an allowance instead of having it be guaranteed.
I feel like he's the kind of player, though, that needs to be like, he needs a handler. He needs an allowance. He needs someone with him at all times. Like, I know a lot of like the top celebrities, and he hasn't been paid that yet. But if he gets this contract, and the only way he's going to get this contract is if he starts acting like a decent human being off of the field. That's a worthy investment.
It's also something you can put.
That's a smart investment.
It's also something you can put in the contract.
Yeah, you have a handler.
You have to have this person with you from Thursday night to Monday morning
during the season,
whenever you are out socially. So that language and all of those things are going to be worked out forever. It's going to take forever, as if the money wasn't enough of a thing to discuss.
Is crazy.
But because the trial is 19 months from now, it's going to come down to a lot of that language.
That's so crazy. I mean, but that's also like very common in, I'm going to say, in the world of music and rock stars.
I can
and
see
like,
that.
I've seen a couple athletes have that. It's going to be interesting.
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills. Aaron Donald, the guy that everybody's anticipating to make a return to the NFL, actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
Hopefully they'll link up here soon, see where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the sidelines, because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this recap.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
Quietly.
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are, holy God. Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now, but there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's going to be...
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are going to be good when it's Yacht Rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
Yeah, I
Yacht
can tell
Rock?
you the answer to that. No.
No. Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please get for lack of a better term.
Preseason football is over in the city of Los Angeles. That means the regular season is on the horizon, with cut day coming on Sunday afternoon for everybody around the National Football League. It was the first Battle of LA last night inside SoFi Stadium for the preseason finale between the Chargers and the Rams. Justin Herbert started and played a total of 4 plays, but did toss a touchdown pass. Ty Simpson makes his first career NFL preseason start as well to wrap up the 3 games for the Rams this preseason. It's a Friday morning on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He is Derek Fisher, he is Cody Decker, and I am Ben Stevens. So, Fish, in the preseason finale, we got to see a little bit of Justin Herbert. His first possession of the game, he fumbled the exchange to running back Omarion Hampton, led to a field goal for the Rams, but he responds rather quickly. 2 plays later, 65-yard touchdown strike down the field to wideout Quentin Johnston. Just a little bit of work for Justin Herbert to end out the preseason. What were your impressions of course, a small sneak peek at Mike McDaniel's new offense?
That's what I wanted to see. We knew Justin Herbert's reps would be limited, but some of the preseason reps for a lot of the younger quarterbacks, like you look at even Ty Simpson's numbers, like they don't put the install of the entire playbook isn't rolled out onto the field. Mm-hmm. So sometimes a 15 of 19 for 120 yards is what the numbers look like sometimes. But with Justin Herbert on the field, even for 4 plays or 6 plays, you can open up the playbook a little bit more and take a little bit more risk. So I wanted to see them, kind of show a little bit of how they're going to manipulate defenses and still, push the ball down the field aggressively. And, he put the ball on time, on target to Johnston and made it look really, really easy. And so that, obviously it won't be that easy against every NFL team. But he definitely looked good last night in his reps on the field.
Yes, he certainly did. He started for the Chargers, and Cody on the other side, Ty Simpson made his first NFL start. We talked about the backup quarterback battle that still wages on for the Los Angeles Rams. We did not see Stetson Bennett in the preseason finale for Los Angeles. We did see Ty Simpson for all of those first 5 possessions in the opening half, and he himself had a beautiful touchdown pass in that second quarter. Rolling out to his left on the run near the sideline, throws an absolute dot from 11 yards out to his fellow rookie in Brennan Presley. What were your impressions of Ty Simpson in his preseason finale?
Looked perfectly fine. That's it. Looked perfectly fine. 119 yards, got everything he needed to get done. He looked efficient. No real turnovers that were really concerning of any kind. Listen, both of these teams are going to be damn good teams. The question is, who are you all rooting for, LA? Because I'm sure as hell sure it ain't going to be the Chargers.
You know, it's kind of sad. The Chargers broadcast was the one on CBS here locally.
That's so sad.
And as they were doing the pan of like the final hype up into kickoff, as they go to the booth for the first time, they panned around SoFi Stadium, and it was all Rams fans. Like
no question.
Like the close-ups were of Rams fans on the Chargers broadcast, as you would expect inside SoFi.
I got to tell you, I have felt bad about this for a long time now. I finally have gotten to that point where I've graduated past like truly hating the Chargers. I've hated the Chargers my whole life. Like of all teams in the NFL, I've only really hated the Chargers. It was the proximity to LA. It was the fact that I was an LA Raider fan. It was the fact that when everything was kind of shaking out in LA, I was hoping to God the Raiders were coming back. And, you know, my worst case scenario, no, the Chargers end up coming in here, which I totally understand the Rams wanting that to happen rather than the Raiders, because if the Raiders did share SoFi Stadium with the Rams, there would be no Rams fans right now. This would be a Raiders city again, and the Rams were smart to have the Chargers come up because instead they brought in the one villain in LA that no one here really likes. But I'm at the point, man, that Charger fandom had a huge fandom in San Diego. They were diehard fans, and I feel like no one hates Chargers more than Charger fans at this point. And the worst part is, they're a good team.
Very good team.
They're a highlighted, dotted, circled team to go into this season. Justin Herbert is the greatest to ever do it, as we've heard. I can't wait to see what the greatest of ever do it can do.
You have to add that last part.
I'm just using.
Listen,
using Jim's
to Jim
words.
Harbaugh's credit, on that 65-yard pass to Quentin Johnston,
look really good on that one.
I did see the vision. Why is Raj spinning back there? That was an interesting.
No, he is a really, really talented NFL quarterback.
Right. Yes, he is.
One of the best in the league currently.
I would say top 10.
But to say ever is just.
I know.
Right.
I don't know why Jim Harbaugh would say such a thing.
Because he didn't say
but
that. But what I'll say about the Chargers real quick, is like, in LA, I don't care where you moved from or what your history is here. Like, if you're not winning at a high enough clip to force people in LA to pay attention to what you're doing and not choose to go to the beach but come to your game, or not choose to go take a hike and or whatever the choices are, that, there's great restaurants, there's great everything in SoCal. So that's as big a part of it as well for the Chargers or any second team, Lakers, Clippers, etc. Like, the Clippers have moved into a dome, but and the Clippers have passionate Clippers fans. I mean, Bob Iger was a Clippers season ticket holder.
Yeah.
Now owns the Lakers.
Right.
So it's not that there aren't fans and everybody hates this quote-unquote other team, but because that team historically hasn't found a way to win consistently year over year over year, that's what also kind of limits the fandom from, like, actually growing beyond just a local, smaller base.
I honestly think the Rams did a really good job of hurting this, by the way. And not on purpose, obviously. I don't think they gave a damn about the Chargers from day one. But, like, the fact that the Rams came right back to L.A., immediately won. Now, the Chargers were winning too, but the fact that since Herbert's tenure, 0-3 in the playoffs, the Rams won a Super Bowl. The Rams went to another Super Bowl. They came here with the vision and the clear eye that they're going for it every single year. You got to hand it to Les Snead. He has so much so that first Super Bowl, apparently, according to everyone at the time, leveraged their entire future. It's going to be a disaster by the time the year 2026 comes around, and lo and behold, brilliant moves by the guy and everything that has happened and transpired ever since. And now they're the odds-on shortest to go to the Super Bowl this year. Listen, I think their success has also stifled the Chargers' success.
Listen, Matthew Stafford's first year in Los Angeles, going fully all in. They play in a Super Bowl for the first time in the new SoFi Stadium, and they hoist that Lombardi Trophy, which, of course, is the goal this year as well.
It's right here, by the way. Fan right here. Charlie Brown just said the Chargers don't exist for former fans living in San Diego. Spanos is the ultimate villain. And I got to say, to everyone in San Diego,
they do not.
Spanos is absolutely the ultimate villain.
Thanos or Spanos?
Yes, depending how you think of it.
He snapped his fingers and the Chargers just disappeared from San Diego.
Qualcomm Stadium just turned to dust.
I am still traumatically impacted by that film.
For sure. Really?
Yes.
Oh my
Thanos
God.
did it to you, huh?
Yes.
Is everybody in dust? Yes,
Just gone.
absolutely so.
It's a great finish.
I'm like, there was another option.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like he
Especially
could.
on the
You know
screen.
what always drove me nuts? He could have just snapped his fingers and doubled all of the resources in the universe. Instead, he did the opposite.
No, he did the right thing.
Oh.
Everything was fine when he did it.
Was it?
Was.
Spoken like a
Raj
true
would take the side of
Celtics
Thanos.
fan.
Like, I don't think anybody. Wait, Raj, a Celtics fan?
Oh, you didn't know this?
I did not know.
You didn't?
Yeah.
What?
They allow him to work at this station.
With Derek Fisher?
Dude,
Yes.
it's not that he's a Celtics fan. He's also from Philly. Like everything about him makes no sense. Also, he claims he's from Brazil. It's really confusing, actually, if you really think
Whoa.
about the idea.
I
of
didn't
Raj.
know. I didn't know about the Celtics part.
Yeah.
It's kind of changed my view of this whole shebang we got going on here.
yeah.
All
Now
right,
you see
well,
why Derek treats me unfairly, and what I have to deal with every freaking day.
I kind of am Team Fish in this respect for what it's, I don't, listen, okay, I got to try to refocus now. Let's just hear from Sean McVay post-game about what he thought of Ty Simpson's performance in his first NFL start.
I think so. I think some of the fun things, Dennis, to see are, the off schedule. There was a pressure look. They lost contain on the pressure. He escaped it, kept his eyes down the field, and Brandon Presley did a great job of being able to work off schedule with him. But I think in the games, you've really seen a lot of really good things from him in each of these last 3 games. Didn't have as much opportunities last week, tonight, and obviously in week 1. And been really pleased with Ty. He did a great job. I thought he had good command. He's got a great game day demeanor. It was good to see him do his thing tonight.
Final stat line from Ty Simpson's preseason finale. Could be one of the last times we see Simpson this year for the Rams. 18 of 23, 119 yards, and a touchdown. Did lead 3 scoring drives last night for LA. In the preseason in total for the 13th overall pick, 47 of 60. That's a completion percentage north of 78%. 3 touchdowns, and probably most importantly for Sean McVay and company, 0 turnovers. Not a pick, not a fumble in terms of anything in handling that football. Sean McVay did go on to say in that post-game presser yesterday, Cody, he has not decided on who the backup quarterback to Matthew Stafford is going to be. The plan as cut day approaches on Sunday is to roster all 3 quarterbacks, Stafford, Bennett, Simpson.
Yes, which seems like a very good idea, considering the fact you always know the health of Matthew Stafford is always in question. Stetson, who knows that backup role already and knows that system already, and Ty Simpson, seemingly a quarterback potentially for the future. It makes all the sense in the world to me as we currently stand with this team, and I'm looking forward to this team. And what Styrofoam Helmet Guy makes an interesting point, that the preseason favorite often doesn't win the Super Bowl. That is correct. It's actually only happened 8 times ever, 3 times in the last decade. 2 times with the New England Patriots, 1 time with the Kansas City Chiefs, and that was in 2023. Do we get another aspect of that in 2026? We shall see. But if I were to make the bet, and I really provided health, obviously, which is a very tricky thing to bank on when it comes to the NFL, and with an aging quarterback of Matthew Stafford. But right now, I would take the stab on it. This is the best team in the NFL.
And I would just say, as a guy that has followed the gambling odds for the last 5 to 6 years, you don't often see a team at plus 550 to win a Super Bowl in the preseason, or nearly half the price of every other team in the National Football League. We'll have more on the Rams. They made a small transaction yesterday, what it means for their roster. We'll talk Fernando Mendoza, and there's a young running back around the National Football League that maybe his own teammates don't even like all that much. That's next here on this Friday morning on D. Fish and Decker.
Cam, you are not just the wonderful in-stadium host for the LA Rams. You're also the wonderful host of Big Ten Tailgate, coming to you 2 Saturdays from now, where you watch Cam Irwin on site, facing the Big Ten elements while I am in an air-conditioned studio, sipping coffee, but man, do we love her and appreciate her. What is a storyline of this Big Ten season that you are most excited to see play out?
Oh, man. The coach over at Big Blue, man. Kyle Whittingham. I'm so excited because I was a Pac-12er back in the day. I know what he did at Utah. I have so much respect the way he goes about his business, the discipline, the accountability, like that old school tough nose. I think it's the perfect hire for Michigan. I am excited to see what he can do in shaping those young men, and especially like Bryce Underwood. when I met him last year, I was really impressed for a freshman quarterback stepping into a massive spotlight. Him as a human really surprised me in the sense of just his poise, his professionalism, his ability to engage at such a young age. So I'm excited to see what year 2 for Bryce Underwood and alongside Kyle looks like.
Cam, you guys had 8 programs from the Big Ten crack the top 25 national rankings. And I think a big surprise is having the Hoosiers at number 6, even though they're the defending champs. When you look at these top 8 teams from the Big Ten, who are you keeping your eye on? You got USC there at 14, Ohio State number 1, Oregon number 2, Indiana 6. As I said, USC number 14. You were just talking about Michigan at number 16. Who are you kind of keeping an eye on to upset and kind of disrupt this season?
Yeah, I think Washington is actually primed for a little bit of an upheaval. Third year now under Jed Fish, second year under Ryan Walters, their defensive coordinator. And I think on the defensive side of the ball in particular, they had to scheme. They didn't necessarily have the bodies in order to put the defensive performances out that they did last year. And I think it surprised a lot of people. I think Ryan Walters' adaptability was truly on display. And I can only imagine what he's going to be able to do in his second year with Jed. And I also think, Damon Williams and I like Desmond Roebuck, kind of his go-to guy. They've been playing ball together since they were like in the 5th or 6th grade. They're good friends. I'm just imagining like the 7-on-7 back to 11-on-11. And it's kind of like that backyard junk ball, like who's your outlet guy? And he's got one of those guys. And I was really impressed with how that organization just run things from top to the bottom. I was out there probably, last week? And I think it says a lot about a program when the guys come out for interviews and like the first thing they do is, hey, thanks for coming out, like shake your hand. They're in their polos. They, showered up after practice. And there is a standard that has now been built. And it's funny because I'm a Coug, but I can love on the Huskies when need be. And I was really impressed with what Jed Fish has done with his program and the accountability, the discipline that they have put together. So yeah, they're a little bit my dark horse up there in Seattle.
Cam, one more for you. Thank you so much for being generous with your time. What does a successful season look like for USC and the pressure that may or may not be building for the Trojans?
Oh, gosh. Okay, well, this is way to go. Brock, you're hitting me with a hard one right now. Oh, man, that's a great question. Oh, I don't know. How many wins are you giving them?
I think they have to win the CFP for it to be considered. Sorry, not win the CFP. Make the CFP. They have to make the CFP to be considered a successful season. Where do you stand
and
on that?
How many wins do you think that it's going to take to be able to get in?
They can't lose more than 2 games, so it has to be a 10-win season. But I don't know if I'm asking too much.
Yeah, you are.
Oh gosh,
you are.
Curry just shuts it down immediately.
Yikes. I mean, yeah, you can be hopeful.
Yeah, I think you've got to get there for sure. And I was going to say, like, is it 10? Is somebody sneaking in with 9? You got to have a big time win. I want to love on my Trojans. I feel terrible, but that's a big task in the Big Ten, especially. I don't know.
Kim,
I'll give them 9.
Greatest. Yeah, I was gonna say, you are being so kind.
I was just pulling up their schedule, and I'm like, we might need to do another segment on this, Brock. You just brought up a whole other can of worms here. It's gonna be brutal.
I was gonna say I've got a lot of good friends on that USC staff too, so like I want to wish them the best. I just think that's a tough schedule, and 10.
A Friday morning here on D-Fish and Decker, and Friday means football. He is Derek Fisher. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Preseason finale weekend. We've got a couple more games on this Friday. In fact, 9. And then we've got 2 on Saturday to end out the preseason slate. And then the focus fully on the regular season. We are under 2 weeks away from the Rams' regular season opener in Australia against against the San Francisco 49ers. Some closing thoughts from preseason week 3 for teams we care about here in Los Angeles. A move the Rams made, and then we'll talk some Cam Scattaboo because he continues to be in the news. Fernando Mendoza, Cody Decker, also playing last night. Kirk Cousins got the start. Played the first 2 series of the game. That resulted in 2 field goals for the Silver and Black. Kirk looking very in control of Clint Kubiak's new offense. 8 of 11 for 51 yards in the 3 possessions he played in the preseason. Led 3 scoring drives. Now to the new number 1 overall pick in Fernando Mendoza. He played 5 possessions. Did throw an interception on his second toss of the game. Not necessarily his fault. Good ball, maybe a tad high to his wide receiver and Jalen Naylor. Off his hands, tip drill interception for the 49ers.
Listen, a couple of tough runs from him. His passing yards are only about 57 yards. But listen, I'm not expecting much from him right now. As you mentioned, Kirk Cousins looked very good and comfortable in that offense. And there's something I want to point out about this that I want to say about Kirk Cousins. Have I always been the biggest Kirk Cousins fan? No, but he's always been a very efficient, solid quarterback.
Right.
Do I think he should have made $400 million in his career? Probably not, but hey, listen, good for you, and you have an amazing agent, and you played your career in the most amazing, brilliant way. However, there's one thing that I really am excited about in Kirk Cousins this year. I think he's going to have a very solid year, all things considered, when it comes down to a player for the Raiders specifically, because I want to look over at the quarterback that Clint Kubiak had last year in Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold went from that situation over there in O'Connell, where he had an amazing year, 14 wins in Minnesota, takes it over there to Seattle in a very efficient offense, and had another 14-win season. Kirk Cousins, same exact model over there in Minnesota, had a lot of success with O'Connell. Now he's going to be in a Clint Kubiak type of offense. I think that's going to be a borderline match made in heaven for the two of them. Now, is it going to equate to a ton of wins? In my opinion, probably not. But I'm not necessarily putting that over there on Kirk Cousins. I think this is going to be a very efficient year for Kirk Cousins, and I'm excited to see what he can do with this offense, and I'm excited to see what Fernando Mendoza can learn throughout the time. But if you watch Fernando Mendoza in his post-game pressers, which he gave yesterday, boy, oh boy, he is like an AI chatbot that is only capable of like espousing old school quotes. It's like, yeah, those guys over there are really good. And if the good Lord willing, we're going to get out here and we're going to try really hard, gee willikers. Like, it's really...
That is Fernando Mendoza.
It is fascinating that this kid is exactly like this. He was like made in a lab.
But he has been like this forever. So the genuine nature of it is still very Fernando Mendoza. Get used to it. You're hoping to be used to it for the next 15 years as a Raider
fan. It is what it is, man. I'm going to have to just learn to like this weirdo.
Yeah.
I like him. I like him. He seems nice.
We might not see him for a little bit.
He's a weirdo. Say it, Fish. Tell me he's a weirdo.
No.
Come on, man. He's a weirdo. There's nothing wrong with being a weirdo.
I haven't.
What's wrong with being a weirdo?
Well, like if you're a weird weirdo. If you're just like a quirky weirdo.
Yeah, he's just got like little weird quirks.
You know, once you get into the nuance of how weird
you have to
is,
explain
like,
what.
Then
weirdness is what relative.
How about this? He speaks so white that hear me out on this. He speaks. You know how we used to make fun of white people back in the day, but he's like, well, I just put on my shoes and he's like that.
Right.
He's like that white guy.
He's like an old timey baseball announcer.
Yeah, he's just
Here comes Thurman Marshall up to the dish.
He's a 45-year-old alcoholic coming to the plate, and look at him. He's the greatest athlete alive. That guy.
Do you want to do your impression of like a 1941 baseball broadcaster?
No,
you don't say.
Well, gee williker, guys, I just threw an interception. That's him.
I mean, as long as that's who he is, weirdo is a different. Yeah, he's different.
He's a charming weirdo.
Yeah, he's quirky.
Yeah,
quirky.
That's better.
I like him. I like his weirdness.
All right,
quirky Mendoza.
That works for me.
We're probably not going to see Fernando Mendoza for some time. Again, Clint Kubiak has not necessarily made his firm decision on who that week 1 starter is, but we are 3 Sundays away. 2 weeks from this upcoming Sunday is the first full Sunday around the National Football League. Other NFL news yesterday here in Los Angeles, the Rams make a trade. Not quite the blockbuster for Myles Garrett or Trent McDuffie, but they add back a familiar face in Tutu Atwell, who signed this offseason with the Dolphins for a 1-year, $1.4 million deal. He spent the first 5 seasons of his NFL career with the Los Angeles Rams. He is back in L.A. The Rams shipping to Miami the 4th-round pick from 2 drafts ago in the running back Jarquez Hunter that really fell out of favor. As Sean McVay put it, he had more trust in Ronnie Rivers to be that 3rd-string running back behind Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. Hunter to Miami, Atwell back for the Los Angeles Rams fish. And Sean McVay did say post-game, following the preseason finale against the Bolts, this was not in any way to fill or accommodate what might be the absence of Puka Nacua, depending on if there is a personal conduct policy suspension early in the season.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure because he was asked that question. Not because
right.
he
It was
walked
framed
in
as such.
Yeah. Right,
he didn't start out by saying Tutu Atwell is back, and no, it's not because of Puka Nacua.
Yes. No, I just wanted to make that point for maybe folks that kind of jump into that
right.
Late. I understand. I guess why the question would be asked, but not. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a little bit much for me. Mm-hmm. Every decision, adding a wide receiver to your wide receiver room shouldn't automatically send somebody that direction. Mm. You know what I mean? It just, hey, we're trading a running back for a wide receiver because we want to make the trade. You don't. Yeah, and so and he has history here previously.
Right.
He understands the system. He understands the terminology and how Sean McVay likes to do things, et cetera. So, I'm fine with it. It's my thing is when you open, your sports app or whatever, and the line is, McVay, and then it has to say, Atwell is not related to a possible Nacua ban.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And it's what?
That wasn't on the new 97.1 The Fans website, by the way.
I'm not saying that.
A certain 4-letter network.
Listen, I think getting depth is never a bad thing. But at the end of the day, I think we are expecting at least some sort of announcement coming Puka Nacua's way, whatever it may be. And I don't think it's going to be a long-term thing, whatever it is. It might even be a lighter slap on the wrist than even what we're currently expecting. Because everything around that civil case has gotten really quiet for the last month since that photo was released, which I got to say, that photo did not do Puka any favors, but to Puka's credit and to the Rams' credit, he has been very quiet, especially since the injury aspect, so I think that is a good thing. Kind of keeping him out of the press and out of the limelight for the time being, I think was a good move on everybody's part. But listen, when I saw Atwell coming, I'm like, oh, baby, Super Bowl in the books, baby. It's called a day.
Yeah.
Why were you playing the season? We got Atwell.
You know what's interesting about Tutu? He signed an extension or a new deal for the Rams entering last year. A 1-year, $10 million deal. Did not amount to much last season. Dealt with a hamstring injury, but only had 6 grabs the entirety of the year for 192 yards. It also wasn't so much on Tutu Atwell's lack of performance. It's kind of the offensive scheme transitioning under Sean McVay in 13 personnel, which is 3 tight ends on the field with 1 running back, so that leaves you limited space for wide receivers. That is going to be a point of emphasis for the Rams this year, and by far their deepest positional group is the tight end spot. They've got Colby Parkinson. They've got the veteran Tyler Higbee. Davis Allen returning from injury. The second-year stud in Terrence Ferguson that everybody expects to take a leap. A guy they drafted in the 2nd round this past April in Max Clare out of Ohio State via Purdue. I think it's more of a statement on Jarquez Hunter and Sean McVay not exactly trusting Hunter, the 4th-round pick in 2025, because of his inability in pass pro to be a blocker, so they trade him to the Dolphins and bring back Tutu Atwell. Other news around the National Football League. How do you feel about Cam Scatterby?
Annoying, stupid. Gonna cause a lot of problems at some point, and that's only, of course, if his teammates don't kill him first.
And his teammates have not been very happy with him defensively because at Giants camp, the defense isn't allowed to hit. They might not even be thudding. And in practice a couple of days ago, Cam Scatterby, as his teammates were trying to corral him basically to end the play, slid and almost took out their legs, and a couple of defensive backs in Javon Holland and Greg Newsome did not appreciate it, almost escalated into fisticuffs among the Giants themselves,
Sure did.
Cody. That happens in training camp, right? Yeah. The blood boils a little bit, but apparently the Giants not all that pleased with Cam Scatterbo and even the on-the-field antics.
Well, let's be real clear. It's just one thing after another with this kid. Now, the talent is there. We're not going to sit here and pretend that Cam Scatterbo doesn't have all the talent in the world, but this was a guy that last year, after having a lot of fanfare and a great start to his season, got his ankle basically turned backwards, and it was a terrifying sight to see. Did not like seeing it. But then, you know what I didn't like seeing even more than that? Him doing, like, a wrestling promo in the ring a month after that while still in a boot on Monday Night Raw. Yeah. What are you doing, you dummy? Stop it. Just put yourself in bubble wrap and stay home and get healthy for the Giants, a team that is desperate for a winner. But don't worry, he'll get it together when he's healthy, and certainly not go to Fanatics Fest and do a backflip and land on his ass and nearly re-injure his ankle. Stop it! Just stop it. Someone's going to lose their mind in that clubhouse.
Can you imagine John Harbaugh in his first year with the Giants seeing that, being like, oh.
Hey, listen, he signed up for this. You know, I have no sympathy for John Harbaugh, because John Harbaugh said out loud like 3 weeks ago, it's like, yeah, I got Cam Scatterbo and forget what's the quarterback's name? Jackson Dart. I got Scatterbo and Dart. Man, those two together, it's almost like having Lamar again. I'm like, you just had Lamar. You had Lamar for 10 years. You're like, these guys are almost one Lamar. I got no sympathy for these guys.
Was anybody a master of antics on the Los Angeles Lakers?
No, not those kind of antics.
Yeah.
I mean, there are always guys in locker rooms that,
Morrison wasn't doing
like
backflips?
to have fun and, do different things. I mean, Cole fractured his hand playing at Venice Beach.
Yeah.
Like,
love of the game.
Yeah, but not like stunts off the side of buildings.
What were the conversations between Adam Morrison and Phil Jackson?
I'm not sure. I wasn't there.
I feel like.
I bet they were weird.
Yeah.
I bet they were fun.
They're probably very, very fun.
I would love to be a fly on that wall.
All right, Dodgers struggles. We'll continue talking about it up next here on D. Fish and Decker.
Welcome on in. I'm Brock Vereen from Brock and Alex. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. holding you down in the middays on 97.1 The Fan. This is the first edition of the College Corner. We're going to give you the LA rundown of this week's college football activity. Now, UCLA is not playing this weekend. It's only USC because it is week 0, but we're jumping into it anyway. USC, the stakes are high this season. There's no other way to put it. It is CFP or bust, and they are kicking off at noon against San Jose State. You look at the offense, and it starts with Jaden Mayava, my pick for the Heisman. For any conversation around USC and a Lincoln Riley coach team, it starts with the quarterback position. And the quarterback for USC, of course, is Jaden Mayava. If USC can win 10 games this year, he wins the Heisman. From Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts was the runner-up, Caleb Williams. If USC has success in a Lincoln Riley offense, that quarterback will win the Heisman. But it's going to be a tough task. It is CFP or bust for this offense. Now, who is he going to be throwing to? Superstar Mekhi Lemon as well as Jacoby Lane are gone. Look for Tanuk Hines to lead that wide receiver room. But something interesting, it could be a run game-led offense. You have Wayman Jordan, who carried the offense for the first half of last year before injury, and King Miller picked up right where he left off. And the most depth that the USC team has right now is in the trenches. So Jaden Mayava is the man, but don't be shocked if this is a team that wins in the mud. As far as defense, Gary Patterson comes over after a long-time head coaching stint at TCU, helping out Texas. He took a quick break, and he is back in the saddle as the defensive coordinator. The facts are the facts. It is never a question regarding offense with USC. It is a question of defense, and Gary Patterson is looking to get things right. A name to look out for, nickelback Alex Graham. He is a future superstar, got hurt before last season started. I promise you, he will be a name the entire country will know. Now, UCLA is not playing this Saturday, so instead we're going to give you the Westwood game of the week, and that is UNC taking on TCU way out there in Ireland. And that game will kick off at 9 a.m. Pacific, so be sure to tune in on 97.1 right here. I can't tell you how good North Carolina is going to be, but I can promise you it's going to be entertaining, and they will kick off the football season. This is College Corner. We'll see you next time.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. Kind of creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Ryers.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Those
Wow.
are weird.
Stay away from Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young.
Rise and shine, Los Angeles, on this Friday morning on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He is Laker great, 5-time NBA champion Derek Fisher. He is former MLB player in Cody Decker, and I am Ben Stevens. Rise and shine, wake up and at 'em, all the terms you use in the morning. It's
would you like to use the terms from that song for this morning too?
You want to? You take this one.
Show us.
The only song that I rap on this network is Hate It or Love It by The Game in 50 Cent.
Why don't you do it right now?
He did it last week. Don't put him on. He already did it.
Lyrics, just the chorus of that song.
You just
Do it again.
hey.
I wasn't here last week.
We'll tee him up next time
Well,
he
I have
wins.
to, if I win final out.
Yeah, if he dethrones the champ
Yeah.
Derek Fisher and wins final out, he'll freestyle to it. He did it a couple weeks ago.
I said the two rap songs I think, and probably two of the songs that I know best, like 100% of the words without skipping one, not even like a the or an A, is
Ice,
Hate
Ice,
It or
Baby.
Love It by The Game in 50 Cent and Homecoming by Kanye.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I can get both of those pretty close to 100%.
I could definitely crush the first couple of verses of Ice, Ice, Baby.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. All right, stop,
You know what?
collaborate,
So
and
you
listen.
talking about
Ice is
Fernando
back.
Mendoza's quirky?
Yes. Ice is back with a brand new invention.
Fernando Mendoza's a weirdo?
I just
You
want to point out.
know that you wore MC Hammer pants back in the day.
Oh, no, but I would have. I did not have hammer pants. You think for a second I wouldn't be happy to rock
No,
hammer pants?
I think you would be
I could
very
do the
pleased,
hammer
yeah.
typewriter dance. Oh, and I can really do the hammer typewriter dance. D-Fish, you did the hammer typewriter dance. Come on, dude.
No.
We all did it back in the early 90s. Come on. Everyone did at least one of these. Whatever that was. You know what I'm talking about.
whatever
good.
that
Too
was.
legit to quit. Just
There it is. Yeah, go
That
wide
thing?
shot. Yeah, that looked good, dude.
I know, I nailed that.
You are quite a theatrical performer.
Well, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Almost went to Juilliard.
Instead, he played baseball at UCLA.
What a mistake.
How lucky
that was.
are we?
What a mistake that was. Can you imagine? Imagine. I would have been cast as God of War last week.
You would have.
Look at this face.
And you would have been fantastic in doing so.
I would have been so.
Glasses on, glasses off if you're God of War.
Come on, contacts in, baby.
Contacts in.
Contacts in.
There has to be a song that Derek Fisher can get 100% of the lyrics to.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of those. But
There's a lot of
I mean,
those.
I don't know them like offhand. Like, okay, yeah, I know this song. Music has been a theme in life for.
Yeah.
So if the three of us went to a karaoke bar right now, what is everybody's go-to jam?
Good question.
Like,
Yeah, I'm
you're
not a karaoke.
You're coming.
guy like
but
that.
We're
but
going to
if you show up-
Koreatown.
Yeah.
Say it again.
But if we go to Koreatown, that might be a better one because Koreatown, it's like you're in a room only with your like friends. You're not in the whole stage
Just us.
aspect.
Raj
it
is
would just
probably,
be around friends.
Raj is probably there.
Yeah.
Just so you know, I don't know if you consider him a
Crash
friend as a
will be
Celtic
there.
player. Crash is there.
Yeah.
So it's us five hanging out.
If you were to pick anything, is there a song you would be willing to go for?
Derek Fisher grabs the mic.
It would be a hip hop song for
Yes.
sure. I wouldn't try to sing.
I can see you doing
Not
Stevie
sing.
Wonder.
Ooh.
I can see that
Little
too.
Stevie?
Yeah, I wouldn't try to do a song that requires singing. No thanks.
I mean, I have a lot of go-to
Me too.
karaoke jams, man. I mean, maybe Rebel Yell. It depends on how I want the crowd to react. If I want the crowd to react, I want them to get in on it, I might go with like Twist and Shout by the Beatles because everyone loves to sing along with Twist and Shout by the Beatles.
Love it.
Rebel Yell by Billy Idol. I crushed that better than Billy Idol ever did.
Love it.
God, something like Sweet Home Chicago. It's an easy jam just to kind of get going and
Yep.
kind of bluesy, little sex appeal to that.
You know what mine is? It's going to probably shock both of you.
Let's hear it.
I like to bring down the crowd. I like
why
to
do you
suck
do that?
everybody in.
Oh, why?
Someone Like You by Adele.
I need to see this.
Yeah, there are videos.
If you're
of me doing
telling me you're going to rock an Adele song,
Yeah, for sure.
Interesting choice on someone.
I like
you.
to bring everybody in, and then the crowd builds up as you get to the first chorus.
Where are you on the first chorus? That's a high note.
I can get there.
All right, we'll have
a little bit of a. We're gonna. I think that that's our company
Someone
bonding.
like you. That part.
Yeah,
Like
Cody
I
Decker
can't hit
sees
that.
it.
No, I'm at falsetto.
So
That's not a real
the
thing.
one song that does, like, regardless of where you are, that gets me feeling like I would want to sing is Frankie Beverly with Maze Before I Let Go.
Yes.
That song.
So that's your karaoke song.
Yeah.
I dig
There
that.
we go. We got it.
We got it.
Everybody-
We're going to Koreatown today.
Everybody, we are going to do a karaoke sing-along and maybe post some videos, but maybe not. All right. As we focus back on the Los Angeles Dodgers. Not a great series in Atlanta. It has not been a kind second half to L.A. against teams with a winning record. They are blanked last night by the Braves, swept in Atlanta 1-0. Historic performance for the Atlanta Braves. Chris Sale pitches a complete game shutout, his first in his Major League Baseball career since June of 2019. Yoshinobu Yamamoto on the other side goes 6 1/3 and only allows a single earned run. It was on the very first pitch of the game. An ill-timed splitter right down the heart of the plate, and the Braves catcher Drake Baldwin made him pay. Here's how it sounded last night in Atlanta at the very start between the Braves and the Dodgers. Fox on the call there. That was the only run of the game. Cody Decker, for just the second time since the year 2000, an MLB team wins 1-0 on a first pitch leadoff homer. The Arizona Diamondbacks, the only other team joining the Braves last night this millennium. That was way back in May 2013. Should losing in such a historic fashion for the Dodgers, despite being swept in Atlanta, calm any of the concerns that Dodger fans might be feeling on this Friday morning?
I don't think a sweep by anybody is going to calm the concerns of Dodger fans. It's only going to exasperate them, quite frankly, and I totally understand that because there have been issues with the Los Angeles Dodgers. Now, I'm not at panic button mode the way others are. I'm not going to sit here and say the Dodgers season is lost. This is ridiculous, but there are serious issues. There are glaring issues that do need to be addressed. This team's offense has been borderline, frankly, anemic since the All-Star break. It has not been the Dodgers we've been remotely used to, and that has been a problem. Now, granted, I want to kind of quash like everybody's worries for a second because Chris Sale is one of the best pitchers of the last 20 years. He just had one of his most dominant performances last night that he's had in like a decade. He went a complete game shutout, hitting 100.1 miles per hour against Shohei Ohtani on his second strikeout against him. Absolutely dominant performance. The only guy that really got the bat on the ball yesterday with any semblance of velocity was Mookie Betts, who has not been swinging his best way for about a year now, but he had 3 solid hard contacts, including a double. But at the end of the day, the Dodgers only had 3 runners in scoring position, of which they were 0 for 3, adding on to what? The 3 for 13 the day before when with runners in scoring position. So yeah. The Dodgers' concern for me is simply this. It's not their pitching, obviously. Tonight they got Tarek Skubal going. Of course, we'll get to that later on in the show in his return to Detroit. But right now, my concern is simply the offense. And it's not what you think. It's not that they're all not hitting for power. It's not that Freddie Freeman's not hitting for power. It's not that Shohei is not hitting 57 home runs right now. It's the uncompetitive nature of this offense right now. And I want to really specify what I mean by that. I'm not trying to say these guys are lazy. These guys aren't trying. Obviously, they're trying. They're out there giving everything they got. But what I am seeing is there's no manufacturing of runs. When the power goes, you need to be able to get guys on, get them over, and get them in. And the Dodgers simply are not doing 2 of those 3 things. They're getting guys on, but no one's getting over. This team leads Major League Baseball in double plays. Getting guys in, they have been hitting horrifically with runners in scoring position. And by the way, you don't need to get hits with runners in scoring position to manufacture those runs. That's why it's even more frustrating. Now, granted, the one thing that I do want to say about the quote-unquote flipping of the switch that we were talking about earlier. Because I agree with you, D-Fish. There is no switch to really flip. But there is aspects of the game that I do think the Dodgers can turn on a little bit, that I do expect them to start turning on a little bit in September and then in October. And it's something that has been a little glaring this season as far as their stats go, and that has been the lack of stolen base, the lack of base running ability. This team hasn't been the same team they have been in the last couple of years, so much so, 2 years ago, Shohei Ohtani had 59 stolen bases just himself. This team this season has got stolen bases in the 70s. Like Shohei Ohtani 2 years ago almost eclipsed the entire team of 2026 in stolen bases. I need to see some movement out there. I need to see them make some things happen, and I think we're going to start seeing that in September.
Well, I mean, agreed with the thoughts. Some of the guys that were helping the Dodgers to make this happen, even with the struggles of Kyle Tucker or the struggles at times of Mookie Betts, or, Teoscar, had some rough stretches as well. Mm-hmm. Some of the guys that were helping kind of still move things along for the Dodgers in winning these close games was Will Smith out.
Yes.
On the IL.
Yep.
Andy Pages out. Dalton Rushing out. So some of the guys that were supplying and getting the bat on the ball and moving some guys around the bases, and I mean, we talked a ton about Dalton Rushing, replacing Will Smith, and that his offensive game and his bat was the best part of his game, even with some struggles at times. Mm-hmm. We talked about the Ohtani incident or, conversations, et cetera, but his bat was like really impactful for the Dodgers. Andy Pages is an all-star this year. So it's like you start thinking about it. And sometimes in other sports we forget, right? Okay, you start taking – I know the Dodgers have a lot of guys that have historically been all-stars, and they had 4 guys, 5 guys this year. But you start taking all-star players out of lineups, watch how they perform.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You start taking the all-stars from the Phillies out of their lineup, see what they do.
You're absolutely right.
Start taking the all-stars out of the Braves lineup, see what they do. And so, sometimes the struggles are real, but then we lose a little bit of the detail or the nuance in why the struggles are there. And I think the Dodgers, the struggles all season have been the lack of consistency in health that has allowed them to have all of their strengths together at the same time. So it's exposed downplay by certain players are exposed even more when the team is also not healthy.
Yeah. And there's also the thing that you brought up yesterday, which is 100% true, the strength of schedule thing, which I do think is one of those, it's kind of a catch-22. It's a good thing and a bad thing at the exact same time because, yes, they got a slightly easier schedule going forward. As of right now, only one more series against the team that is currently penciled into the playoffs. They have a few more series against other 500 teams, but this is a team right now that since July, middle of July, they have been swept by 4 teams, having not been swept one time all season long, all of which are current playoff contenders, or if not already holding one of those playoff spots. So this is going to be an interesting run here, but it could also be one of the things for the Dodgers to gain some momentum going forward that I firmly believe they will get. I have a feeling in about 3 weeks, we're going to be right back to the big bad wolf Los Angeles Dodgers once they just start steamrolling teams again.
I'd also like to add that sometimes there's a bit of a hangover from trade deadline scenarios. And sometimes, there's a pop of, to the lineup when you're able to add some talent and some good things can happen. But sometimes it does impact the clubhouse and the locker room emotionally and psychologically. Like things have changed. If you're Eric Robleski, if you're Eric Lauer, if you're Robleski, if you're Sasaki, you're wondering about your future differently than you did before the deadline.
Especially if you're both those two, Robleski and Lauer.
Your role is changing. Your responsibilities are changing. And I'm not saying it doesn't excuse any type of performance. You're a professional. You got to figure it out.
Right.
But it does impact things sometimes.
For sure.
And how a player feels. if you're a player on a team or an employee at a company and you've had the best numbers, of anybody over the last 2 years, and then they go hire somebody that does exactly what you do to do it better than you, how would that make you feel?
For sure.
And some of that still does apply in sports. And so the locker room is different. The clubhouse is different. Some of the guys that we talked about that are injured, that like Will Smith has been on rehab assignments, and Dalton Rush has been out of the lineup. And, there's a lot that the Dodgers have been navigating and balancing. And I don't think it's just bad baseball being played because they don't have it anymore.
Oh, absolutely.
I do think there's enough still there that they can put a good postseason run together.
Completely agree. And also keep in mind, of the 3 teams, and I'm saying 3 teams because it's back-to-back world champions, of course, going for their three-peat. Of these 3 teams in consecutive years, this team, even though everybody's really freaked out about them, this is the team that's actually gotten to 80 wins faster than the previous 2 years.
Correct.
And there was another aspect that I really think is interesting about the Los Angeles Dodgers, to kind of add to your point. I saw this post yesterday from a former Major League pitcher named Shane Green. And Shane Green, who was a 2019 All-Star, he posted this video talking about all the teams he played for, and he was talking about why the Dodgers are the very best. He tried to explain, he's like, you have to understand, when you're watching a game in like the middle of August, and it's a bunch of names you've never seen from the Dodgers, and it's a bunch of young guys, they're all good. Like every single time, they're the best at developing. They're the best at this. They're the best at that. They take care of their players. They're the best at getting information. They're the best at transmitting the information and communicating the information to the players. This team has Hall of Famers, yet every single Hall of Famer, veteran guys, treat everyone like they're a human. Every front office guy treats every player like they're a human. He said, of all the teams I played for, the Dodgers do it the best. And when I say do it, he meant everything the best. And I just still think, despite how off this team has been for almost 35 to 40 days, I still think they are very much the best team in Major League Baseball, and they're unquestionably the best organization in Major League Baseball. Will that equate to a World Series this year? I don't know, because the Braves got a chip on their shoulder. The Padres got a chip on their shoulder. The Milwaukee Brewers have an 0-4, got their asses handed to them in last year's LCS chip on their shoulder. Dodgers have the biggest target on their back of any team probably ever, if only maybe the Yankees in the late 90s, early 2000s might be a little bigger.
And Fish, that elevates your point, right? Everybody is going to play their best and look to be at their best against the Dodgers. Now, it has not gone the way for LA here in the second half. And what's very interesting, perhaps a coincidence, about when Tarek Skubal was acquired at the trade deadline, it was in the middle of that series against the Red Sox that really started these struggles in full for the Dodgers, of which, since the start of that Boston series, they are just 2-14 against teams with a winning record. Getting swept in Atlanta, the Dodgers only maintain a 1-game lead on the Braves for the number 2 seed in the National League, and of course, that opening round bye. They have now lost the tiebreak in the last 2 weeks to both the Brewers and the Braves. But the good news about that schedule for the Dodgers down the stretch, at least just in terms of playoff positioning, maybe not playoff competition, but playoff positioning, the Dodgers have 28 games remaining. 15 of those at home, only 6 of those 28 against teams that are currently above 500. The Marlins in 2 weekends, and the Padres in the second to last series of the year at the Ravine. The Dodgers have the easiest schedule remaining currently in the National League, which is good for the Dodgers in terms of getting to that eventual goal, Fish, that we have talked about often, for a team that played nearly 180 games last year, with the oldest positional group by average age in the sport, and having that additional rest in the first round bye.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to do some, we can talk to our research department that is right here.
Research!
Yeah, baby. And figure out what the projected number of wins is going to be in order to secure the bye. You can put it into some calculation thing, and the Dodgers are going to have to win, 20 of these 28 games in order to probably have a chance, based on the Braves' remaining strength of schedule, based on
11th hardest.
Right. So in terms of what that number will be, every year is so vastly different than the other, even if the result ends up being the same in terms of a World Series title in 25 and 24, they looked very different from one another.
No doubt.
This year's going to look very different than 2025. Last year, the Dodgers had to grind out a wild card series in order to move forward. This year, maybe they also have to grind out a wild card series. But also, like, if they do earn that bye, which we've talked about before, for some teams, that's the best thing that could possibly happen.
Absolutely. But for
other teams, not so much.
Yeah.
They lose certain aspects of it. And so for a team that is already maybe struggling with some timing issues, not necessarily putting the bat on the ball consistently enough, does less at-bats help or do more at-bats help? Does time off help you find your rhythm? Or does playing another couple games help you find your rhythm?
You're absolutely right. When it gets to that point, we will see where this team really is when it gets to around October 1st. But I know me as a former hitter, I those days off would have crushed me, coming right back in 5 days off and then having to go right back to see, average 98 miles per hour over and over again. But I also see with these guys, because also their age and also the amount of games they've played in the last 5-6 years, that week off is going to feel like...
I know for me and us in basketball, the rest was always even if your shooting rhythm got a little off and it took a game or two to get your game legs back, and the rest was astronomically higher and more desired than
we just saw it with the NBA Finals, and we thought the exact opposite, D-Fish. We were thinking the rust over rest thing was going to be a much bigger issue for the Knicks, and look, that was a one-sided match the entire go.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Spurs they let
some
them
game off big time.
The rust was real in game one. They had to get away.
But that's important right now in terms of losing the series, being swept by the Braves, but still understanding what the Dodgers have remaining in this final month of the regular season and what that mentality is for the Dodgers as they head to Detroit. We will hear from Dave Roberts, of course, an emotional night for Tarek Skubal. Could that be a team to rally around for this Dodger clubhouse on this Friday evening? On the other side of the break, we are going to discuss how many wins the Lakers are projected by ESPN's NBA insiders for 2026-27. Plenty more to come on D-Fish and Decker on this Friday. The Las Vegas Raiders had to help Ashton Genty off the practice turf yesterday, could not put any weight on his injured right leg. The Raiders do a prayer circle. It feels as though this could be the end of the season before year number 2 for Genty even began. Did your heart stop?
Wouldn't say my heart stopped, but I definitely thought, yeah, that should happen to the Raiders. Why not? Why not ruin the one good offensive thing that looked like it was coming into this season? That would have been Ashton Genty for a sophomore season, because last year left a lot to be desired. And I firmly have been behind Ashton Genty throughout the entire process, because everyone's like, well, what a bust was he? He looks fantastic. He looks jacked to the gills. Good Lord, how much muscle this guy put on.
Like you in the gym.
Like me in the gym. I really appreciated what this guy had been doing. I was fired up for this season. Of course, I was a little worried when I saw the news. I thought, based on how they reacted, we were going to hear an ACL tear, MCL, something with the knee. Finding out it was ankle, I felt a little better about it. And it's looking like he will be back at some point this season. When will that be? I don't really think it matters. This team is racing for 6, baby. This is going for 6 wins. The over-under for this team is 5.5 in the most devastating division in the NFL, and they have the hardest record in the NFL. At the end of the day, how much does this impact their season? None. None and zero. How much does it affect the future of Ashton Genty? We shall see, because I think the Raiders' future is bright, and I think Ashton Genty's a big part of that.
Tell Fish I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, good series, after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, be well, thanks for understanding. He'll talk to us next week. But Fish, you've heard that story on this air, bringing the Lakers and Philly thing all together.
Yeah, I just got emotional again thinking about it. That's awesome. I think sometimes as a competitor, like, there's blood in your eyes when you're fighting against another guy. Yeah. And then the minute the clock goes off and you recognize, like, you don't have to try to kill this guy anymore, like, it instantly turns to respect for my competitor. and playing against Allen for 5 games and how hard that was. And, I was lucky I was on the team that had Shaq and Kobe. So,
but this is not just what it meant to you. This is a gentleman, what was this, 20 damn years ago? How many years? 25 years ago?
Yeah, and that's
what
this is a person that was in that building as well and saw you run down there, and Allen Iverson told him as well what you did. So it's not just between you and Allen Iverson, it's between other people that were in the building or watched that too. So big ups to you, Fish.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
I said he hated Shohei Ohtani. I betrayed him big time. Thank you. It's time to tell the truth. This man loved Shohei Ohtani more than Juliet loved Romeo. I once, this is real, saw Doug McCain burst into tears when Ohtani gave up a single walk. When most people can't sleep, they count sheep. My co-host counts Ohtani home runs. Dolly Parton passed away today. Rest in peace.
Really?
One of the great American treasures. Islands in the Stream is my favorite Dolly Parton song. And that was before I heard Doug's version of it. And I'm going to do the best I can to recreate. This is what Doug sings in the breaks. Doug and Ohtani on the same team. This is what we are. No more in between. How can Doug and Ohtani be wrong? Sail away with me to another Shohei award. That's what Doug sings.
Goodness.
In the breaks. Most people, when they're sad or something's going wrong, therapist, right? Doug watches old clips of Shohei Ohtani being the greatest player of all time. This man loves Shohei more than Jack loved Rose, more than Antony loved Cleopatra, more than Mr. Darcy secretly adored Elizabeth. And the fact that I got in the way of that is a swear word tragedy. Doug would cross an ocean, walk across fire, fight a cyclops, endure working with me, allow 1,000 of his phones to be stolen and smuggled to Morocco. Anything, everything.
Cheap shot.
For Shohei Ohtani.
Wow. Give it up. Round of applause.
And it's why the love he felt led him. With great nuance, I did not deliver to want Ohtani to be in a situation of health that allowed him to hit, but perhaps.
A Friday morning live right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. It is D-Fish and Decker. He is Cody Decker. He is Derek Fisher. I am Ben Stevens. As we shared right before the break, the Lakers offseason, now that Jonathan Kuminga has headed to the Minnesota Timberwolves, is largely over. This is the squad. This is the crew for year number 3 under J.J. Redick in a very new era in purple and gold that is focused all around Luka Doncic. ESPN's NBA insiders, as this offseason is really winding down in the association, released their summer forecast ahead of the 2026-27 campaign. And the Los Angeles Lakers found themselves with a record prediction of 45-37, checking in as the number 6 seed in the Western Conference. D-Fish, we go to you first. Does that feel like a fair assessment or projection for the Lakers entering this new season?
Yeah. I think so. We talked about, as you run down the teams in the West, you quickly get to like 4 through 6 with no hesitation.
Right.
I mean, everybody in the world, whichever order you want to go, it's Spurs Thunder or Thunder Spurs in terms of 1-2. My third is Houston Rockets for me personally.
Yeah, I think that's a big one.
I think they're 3. And then from there, I mean, the Timberwolves just added Kuminga. It's a new look Timberwolves team, so I don't want to just automatically put them there. But I think, you have to talk about the Timberwolves. I think the Phoenix Suns, another year under Jordan Ott, they were a really competitive team. They'll have a chance to kind of be in the middle of that pack. The Lakers as well. So there are multiple teams that 4, 5, and 6, which is kind of where the Lakers were last year.
Yeah.
Like 1 or 2 games were separating those teams. And, health was the biggest reason why they ended up at 5 and not 3 last year. But, if you start to think about their roster, anybody, and I think Raj had put some notes in a couple other segments we were going to possibly do. You think about all the organizations, not all, the few organizations where LeBron has been, you tell me where their record has gotten dramatically better after he left.
That's
It has not ever gotten better. In fact, it's gotten drastically worse.
We actually went through the numbers the other day. It's staggering, in fact.
So, yeah, it's not going to fall off that much because Luka is there and I think Luka and Austin Reeves are basically an all-star backcourt that, you can roll out every night. And then Walker Kessler is a young, developing, kind of almost all-star-ish type of big in terms of his elite defense and rebounding. So I think you have a chance to, 45 to 50 wins. A lot of things are going to have to go right. But it feels fair to me.
Listen, I'm going to go ahead and do the shock jock thing. I'm insulted. How dare ESPN dare say this team's not going to win 50 games? How dare you disrespect Luka and Austin Reeves and Quentin Grimes and Mamu.
Sandro
and,
Mamu Kelly.
Yeah, him and who else do we have now? Walker Kessler, Jake LaRavia, Vanderbilt. This is I'll go ahead and say it. This is a 50 wins?
50 wins.
50 win team. Take that, ESPN.
Listen, I have this bet with my friend's father-in-law. We also have a long-standing bet about who's going to score the most points in their NBA career. He stupidly took Trae Young about 4 years ago, and I have Luka Doncic. So, But he asked me, can the Lakers win 50 games this year? And I said yes.
I think they can.
I firmly believe the Los Angeles Lakers can win 50 games and be a top 4 seed in the Western Conference. Why? Because this is how you build a team around Luka Doncic. And we talked about, Fish, what happens after LeBron leaves. After his first stint in Cleveland, he leaves, and in 2010-11, Mike Brown also departed as the head coach. They won 19 games. He leaves Miami. Spoelstra is still there. D. Wade is still there. Chris Bosh is still there. 8 games sub 500, 37 and 45. After he leads the Cavs to 4 consecutive finals appearances in their first NBA championship in the land, they go 19-63 again the following year after LeBron. Now, all of that said with a large caveat, I think we can all agree, those teams, although Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh were still in Miami, were not built around a future superstar and a current superstar still, but future superstar in LA in terms of roster construction with Luka Doncic. So that's why I think Lakers fans don't necessarily need to dread the idea of losing LeBron at this stage of his career because of how this roster was built this summer around Luka.
Agreed. Yes. I don't think there's like a cliff that this team is going to fall off without LeBron. What I was thinking through a little bit as you were breaking that down was Luka missed 18 games last season.
Mm-hmm.
Let's cut that to 10 games this year.
Okay.
Like, is 72 games a fair number to say?
Very.
Mm-hmm. Which is a high number.
That's kind of on the high end now in the NBA.
But man, it's fair to say. Here's the thing: do you think he's capable? Not like physically, but like
have we seen Luka this summer in Slovenia?
I think last year he was headed towards 70 games.
Yeah,
I think the hamstring injury in April, is what really set him back. So let's go 70 games.
Okay, 70 games.
So last season, in the 18 games that he missed, I need to look up how many of those games did LeBron also miss, or how many of those games did Austin Reeves also miss. The reason why I'm bringing
research
it up
department
is because a team that is built around him now.
Yeah.
In the 12 games that he misses, how many of those games can you win?
That's a great question.
Right?
When is he missing? Who are they playing? Yeah, I hear your point.
His games missed last year, you still could roll LeBron James and other guys out. Now you don't have that margin for error when he's off the court during games.
Right.
And or off the court when he's not playing at all.
Correct.
So it increases the pressure to win the 70 games that he does play in. You have to win at a higher winning percentage to make up for the fact that in the 12 games that he doesn't play, your chances of winning are going to be significantly low.
Greatly diminished.
Yes.
But that's also why I love Austin Reeves still here. Because I think Austin Reeves, as that complement to Luka in the backcourt, is sensational when they are both playing, as you said, an all-star combo in the backcourt. But I also think Austin Reeves can be that go-getter and be that guy when Luka is either not on the floor because he's not playing in a game or he is just not out there in that moment for J.J. Redick and company. You put this in our rundown yesterday, Sandro Mamukelashvili, and what he has done during his time in Toronto, especially last year, in the efficiency of which, as the stretch 4 wing in the NBA that he has become, he shoots the three-point shot. Do you think now, obviously knowing that Kuminga is in Minnesota, that Mamu can be a key piece for this Laker team if, as you said, they're going to get the 50 wins?
As much as I want to say yes, the truth is I don't know, but the numbers do relatively back it up.
Yeah.
Actually, if anything, I'd actually like to ask D-Fish this. D-Fish, have you seen these Mamu numbers about his three-point shooting ability? Like, how much do you think that can translate in a JJ type of offense?
No, I think it'll translate very well, not just in terms of how JJ Redick's mind works offensively, but also in Luka Doncic's ability to, like, his court mapping and his spatial awareness and the plays that he can make from a passing perspective are off the charts. I mean, they really are.
Yeah.
And so I think a guy like Mamu may shoot the ball even better than he has historically. I don't know if he's not been on a team with a guy that can do what Luka can do.
No, unless you give Scotty Barnes that high regard, but not in the same way.
No, not in the playmaking respect.
Yeah.
You know, impact on the game, yes, because Scotty Barnes offensively, defensively, his impact is probably similar if you did some type of PER or some type of rating thing. But from a passing perspective, Luka is beyond elite. And so I think Mamu's shooting numbers are going to translate and transfer here to LA because his shot quality is going to be equal to or better than it has been in Toronto.
How often do you think he's going to be, because we've talked about JJ having the ability to do multiple lineups, especially with this kind of deep roster. How often do you think Mamu's going to be in that starting rotation?
I mean, I think right now, and I need to watch more video of him defensively, but I would argue right now he would be pretty close to it just due to the shooting ability. Like, creating space next to Luka and Austin Reeves is going to be vital because Walker Kessler is in the middle.
Yeah.
And he may or may not be able to shoot threes. I have to watch a little bit more tape on him too, but most likely he's not a three-point shooting big. So that means whoever's guarding him will be in help position, clogging the lane, protecting the rim. You're going to need a perimeter defender or someone that is really there just for defense in some ways with Austin and Luka on the court. So is that Matisse Thybulle? Is that Jared Vanderbilt? You know, who's going to, like Quentin Grimes, who also can't shoot. But shooting next to Luka and Austin are paramount. And so I think you can play Mamu and Kessler together.
Yeah.
Quite a bit, to be honest. And then you still have some positional size. It allows you to switch a lot of things. So I'd be curious. Even with the Kuminga ad, that's kind of to my point as well. Like, Mamu's shooting is something that you're going to always want on the court.
I love it.
Mamu was 39% from three last year, the best of his NBA career so far, at least in a large sample size. This is D-Fish and Decker on a Friday morning on the new 97.1 The Fan, and Lakers coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan. The voice of LA Sports is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. He is Laker great Derek Fisher. He is former MLB pro in Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. And on the other side of the break, we will tell you who made the decision to start Deshaun Watson at the quarterback spot for the Cleveland Browns, or at least we will speculate on that very thing. On the other side of the break, here on D-Fish and Decker.
Are you LA RSVPing yes or no to this? Evan, take it away.
All right, listen, I'm a Dodger guy. We know this. I hadn't gone to an Angel game in at least a decade. In fact, I'd never seen Mike Trout play at Angel Stadium because, honestly, why? Well, the Angels, you know what I mean? But we ended up going. So one of my Little League dad friends was like, you got to go down, catch an Angel game. Tickets are so cheap. You can get in for $4. $4 to see a real life baseball game. And again, Mike Trout, going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, inner circle Hall of Famer. The game we went to, he happened to lead off with a home run. So, I mean, we got our money's worth right off the bat. But here's the thing. The parking is easy and so much cheaper than Dodger Stadium. because it's usually on the empty side. Whatever tickets you get, you're going to be able to move up and move into better seats. The food, there were no lines, and it's a nice, clean stadium. It was honestly, I was so impressed by the experience that I'm like, dude, we got to go to more Angel games. And Phillies, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, Trey Turner. These are 3 legit guys battling for a playoff spot. It's a fun interleague matchup. I'm going to be there.
I mean, I was preaching to everybody. I was Angels sideline for 10 years. So I spent 10 years at that ballpark every single home game. So I would tell anybody, I was like, just get the cheapest tickets. It's $5 to get in the door. And then you're going to be able to find great seats. As you mentioned, the food is incredible. Not crazy traffic depending on when you go. However, for me personally, once I left after the 10 years, I was like, unless it's a special occasion and I am going to see a homie or I'm getting paid to go, I am staying home.
Right.
I did my time.
I will. More than fair. Go on.
I will respectfully have to pass, but I will say being able to get a nice cheap ticket and walk down to where the tickets should be $200, but because it's kind of empty, you just kind of smile and nod at the usher and they just look the other way. If you can, pull that off, it is worth it. Just bring an umbrella because it's going to be a hot one.
It's going to be hot. It is hot out in Anaheim, you guys. Wild. Evan, we appreciate you so much.
You are the greatest.
For come on, tell people where they can find you, where they can follow you, and just keep the love going.
LA in a minute, all platforms. Just keep loving this city and know that Los Angeles is the greatest city on the globe. And we are so proud to be here. Brock and Alex, you guys are excellent. 97.1 The Fan. Love you. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Evan. We appreciate you. And thank you for being our first guest on LA RSVP.
Shout out, Evan. You're the man.
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh, my goodness.
Live, local.
We back, baby.
And in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani.
Bring your love for the game. Join 5-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan. The voice of LA sports.
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't
cringy.
like it. I think there was one I saw through the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban, that people were going with. But I think this is a little safer than that, right?
That was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey, the
force.
I see it. Yeah,
okay, I just didn't know if you
banger.
caught it.
That was.
It's like a marathon,
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but
Whoa!
That cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that didn't. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with
you don't say.
There was the number 8 version of him and then the number 24 version of him. And I still think about that now when you think about players. Sometimes when we talk about how refreshing it is for guys to tell us what they're thinking and what's going on and, oh man, I feel like I struggled or I feel like this. Like I still think there's something to being in character that athletes should still hold on to. Kobe got into character as well as anybody that's ever played a sport. It was a part of who he was, but he went into an entirely different space and mindset when it came to competition. It was like putting on the actual armor to go out onto the battlefield. Like, right, we saw the Odyssey. There's not many times that they walked out there without sliding that helmet on.
By Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel.
All right, it is Friday morning. We now go to noted Celtic fan Raj for you in or out. Mike is on, Raj. Feel free to take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Benny. Hey guys, you teased it. Now RG3 claims that head coach Todd Monken didn't make the decision to start Deshaun Watson or name him as the number 1 quarterback. Are you in or are you out that the owner or front office, whomever, got involved, that this was not a coach's decision? Go ahead. I think you want to start with that. Go ahead.
Warm up the pipes.
No bleep. Yeah, No question. I agree with RG3. This is absolutely what took place. I think Todd Monken was very much given this order. This is something that this is his first opportunity being an NFL head coach. And frankly, they're paying this guy an outrageous amount of money. They were going to start him regardless. And whoever was the head coach was going to have to be okay with that. I don't love it. I don't love it for Todd Monken. I hate it for Cleveland and their fans who were lumbering through this entire thing. But yeah, I absolutely think that's what took place, and I think RG3 is right.
You in or out on that, Fish?
I mean, I think he's right. I just think it's not as much of a story as people. This happens all the time.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
So it's not really big news necessarily, because part of what has changed in sports is like these decisions are made much more collaboratively than you think. Like coaches are not just doing whatever they want to do necessarily until they've earned that space and right. There are some coaches in basketball that have earned the right to hire who they want to hire, do what they want to do. I'm sure in football there's a short list of coaches that have that much freedom, but the rest of the coaches are, in partnership with the front office on a lot of these decisions.
And you're being generous with the partnership word sometimes.
All right, Ben, quickly on you.
I am in. Deshaun Watson has been paid a ton by the Browns, is still owed a ton by the Browns, $46 million in cash this year. Completely in. I got to ask you, who would you rather agree with, RG3, Dan Orlovsky, or Paul Feinbaum?
RG3, but it's not. That wasn't a runaway victory.
Yeah, that's
All right,
a tough
that's
week.
a great question.
Oh, it's a bad week for your boy.
That's a won the hard way.
Oh my God, this is a bad week for your boy.
Hey, check it out. So, a second grade teacher in Georgia has created a fart corner for her students to pass gas in peace. D-Fish, would you like me to create a fart corner in that studio for you guys, so you guys don't have to walk out the studio and you can just pass gas in peace? Would that be okay?
It's literally never happened before. I don't even know why he's using that as an example.
Oh, you don't? Everybody farts.
Yeah, but not in the studio.
So would you like a fart
I'm
corner
not-
so you can fart in the studio? It's a simple question.
All right, so
which corner?
It's got to be that corner.
And is it going to be like one
nothing's
of those,
happening
Is it going
over
to be
there.
one of those boxes, like cell phone boxes, where
Like a telephone box.
Yeah,
Then you're like kind of hot.
But you have to have it vented out, though.
Yeah, see,
No,
I
for
have
yourself.
I have a serious problem with this teacher. This is a teacher. Farts travel. Like, what is the corner gonna do? You're right. We need like a box room for us, like a phone booth.
Okay.
I'm in, by the way. Shout out this teacher. Give people the opportunity to fart in peace when they want. However, I don't think second graders in response, watching their classmate walk to the corner, probably handle that with a ton of maturity.
Fart corner.
I bet you they'll get used to it. I bet you do. Just like you guys will. We're going to get one. Hey, guys, more than 10% of the WNBA regular season, with more than 10% of the WNBA season remaining, all 8 of the league's playoff spots have been clinched. And does that point to a major flaw in the league's ever-expanding schedule? Think they went from 40 to 44 games?
Yes. Correct.
So
And on
are
their
you
way to 50.
Are you in or out on, like, there's a flaw in the scheduling if all 8 teams are already clinched?
No, not necessarily. Like 10% of the W is 4 games.
Yeah.
I mean, so if the playoff spots are clinched with 4 games to go, I mean, I don't know. I understand the point that you're making, and you can tell there is a trend. They had gone away from Eastern Conference, Western Conference. They are headed back towards that.
Yeah.
So I do think as the league expands and grows and there are more games, it's gonna go kind of back to like 4 in the West or 4 in the East or 5 in the West, 5, whatever it is.
Right.
And so it'll get back to that more the last game will count kind of balance.
Yeah, I'm with D-Fish. I think this is a mild issue because, as he just said, hearing 10% of the games left and then really doing the math and realizing it's 4, it's not as big of a problem as the article leads you to believe.
I'm also out on the idea this is a scheduling issue to be fixed in the W. There's also only 15 teams in the WNBA, so if 8 of them are above 500 because they've already clinched a playoff spot, that would also tell you that the 7 remaining are probably sub 500. That's just kind of how scheduling works.
And also a couple other teams that were supposed to be good. Sparks had a rough year.
Yeah. I'd also quickly add,
Yeah.
Women's sports record high viewership in the first half of 2026. Americans watched 28.6 billion minutes of women's sports in the first half of 2026,
Love
up
it.
18% from last year, according to Nielsen.
Nice.
So,
All right, Nielsen.
Nice.
Bang.
You know, let's make sure we keep that in mind, guys.
Look at D-Fish bringing out the Nielsen stats.
Nielsen.
I love that.
There you
Let's
go.
Numbers,
Hey,
facts.
are you in or are you out? Brought to you by Yamava Resort and Casino. And of course, you can go to yamava.com and check out all they're doing as they celebrate their 40th anniversary. Happy 40th anniversary. Yeah, all week. It's been
Yamava.
going on.
Nice.
Yeah, this is our 40th year in the biz. Hey, Shannon Sharp unloads on NFL players for ruining the Pro Bowl. He says that they should be embarrassed. Fish, should NFL players be embarrassed for ruining the Pro Bowl? Because back when he played, they actually played.
I mean, I get it. I wasn't an all-star, so I don't know how it feels to have been an all-star and then feel like the game is being disrespected. But from Shannon Sharp's perspective, as a Pro Bowler, yeah, I'm sure it's tough. Like his entire life in terms of wanting to play NFL football and becoming a Pro Bowler was about that experience. So I could understand why for him it would feel like they ruined it. But I would also, again, go back to the point I made yesterday. Like when you were, that used to be the way to showcase you were the best tight end in football. You had to go to the Pro Bowl and size up the other guy at the tight end position. Now with all the data and the analytics and the way you don't have to necessarily do that. Like people can make that determination by seeing you on social media every single day. So I get it, but I'm out. It's just a different time.
Yeah, I am also out, but let me help. As a former All-Star myself, AAA All-Star, don't worry about it.
Counts.
That counts.
I will tell you, I'm not with him on this. The Pro Bowl has been terrible for 20 years, and at the end of the day, telling a bunch of guys to go have massive car wrecks on the field over and over for a game that absolutely has no bearing on anything, especially in today's day and age. Yeah, I'm just not with you on this one, man. It sounds like an old man yelling, "Get off my lawn" type stuff.
I'm out as well. Players should not be embarrassed. The NFL league office should be embarrassed. They ever moved it from Honolulu on the Hawaiian Islands.
Oh, that was the biggest mistake of all time.
All right. Hey, guys, and as you mentioned, coming in, a Celtic fan, Raj, I found this interesting, but wanted to get your thoughts. Jaylen Brown's jersey is likely to be retired by the Celtics. Fish, you in or out on Jaylen Brown's jersey being retired by the C's?
The C's got a lot of numbers up there.
That's what I'm saying.
They do.
And those guys won more than one.
They're running out of them. Yeah, they won more than one for sure. I mean, definitely the teams in the 60s and outside of that, though, Raj, there was only one for a lot of them guys. They'd be walking around like they got a bunch of rings.
That's really well said, Derek.
They won a lot of basketball games during his time in Boston.
They did.
A lot, including the championship. So it's not a complete, there's no way it should go up there, but I don't know. I think some teams, the bar has gotten a little less or lower than it used to be.
Yeah, I can see that.
And so it's no disrespect to JB. I think he is a Hall of Fame type player. And maybe that's what we should even base this on. He is going to be in the Hall of Fame.
So that alone might
therefore
do it.
his number should go up.
Yeah, I think it should, and at some point, but for the Hall of Fame aspect alone.
Yeah.
But also, he played during a parity set of years as well on the championship aspect. So I also give him a little grace on that as well.
I agree. Hall of Fame gives you a certain level of designation. I still think for a specific franchise, you really got to clear a bar to have your jersey retired. So I'm out on JB.
But the point is, like the Lakers, for example.
Yeah.
If you are not in the Basketball Hall of Fame, your jersey doesn't go up.
For sure. That's like step one. But
Right.
then I would also think there's a little bit more of your legacy for that franchise that needs to be taken into account. My most Shannon Sharp yelling "old man at cloud" thing is that we're retiring jerseys way too easily nowadays.
I agree with that.
I would agree with that.
And I think as a Celtic fan, just my 2 cents on it, I was like, I'm looking at the Birds and I'm looking at the guys that have won 3 or more, like those are retired. And I kind of get Paul Pierce because it had been so long, and then he won one, and the Troop came back and spent and was drafted by them. But I don't know. I don't know about the Jaylen Brown thing. It makes me feel weird. But hey, New Hampshire, New Hampshire, easy for me to say, man was arrested for stealing a fire truck being used to put out a blaze at his own house. The man decided, while they putting out, I'm just going to go ahead and get in the truck. Fish, you in or out on, take a little ride. I mean, hell.
That's not real.
No.
Sounds like somebody might have caused a fire and needed a getaway vehicle fast.
Yeah.
Is the guy, is like the firefighter using the hose and he's like getting pulled down the street as the guy is taking the truck out?
Yeah, Fish. What you think about that? 2 minutes.
Yeah, I this story sounds ridiculous to me. I don't why? If your house is on fire, that fire truck needs to still
Sounds
be there.
like he set the fire.
Maybe they put it out and it was taking a minute, or you know what I mean? And
He's like, all right, get out of the house.
Yeah.
It's
I
good.
would love to know more.
He's like, the cleaners are coming by. You guys got to go, man.
Yeah, I would love to know more on this. I mean, I guess I'm in. Clearly, he needed to get away. So
Dude, I'm in. I've always wanted to drive a fire truck.
That's it.
That sounds awesome.
It's like every kid's dream right there is to take a fire truck for a spin. I'm in, I guess.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hey, let's stay with the police blotter then while we have time.
Yeah.
We love these. Let's see. A Wisconsin man was nabbed for going 50 miles per hour over the speed limit, and then he uses this excuse. He said he had a horrible round of golf. That is why he was going 60 miles over the speed limit. You in or out, or using your golf game, your bad golf game, as an excuse for questionable behavior, Fish, if you ever done that.
I mean,
I know how you guys are into your golf.
Yeah, like a bad round of golf can make you want to do bad things to yourself, I guess, but not die.
Yeah.
Like 59,
I thought this was America.
59 miles per hour over the speed limit. There's not, no. I don't want to die after a bad round of golf.
No, it just makes me want to
Don't
drink
love it like I do.
and be depressed. That's all.
Well, I thought this was America, right? Like, you get a little bit pissed about hitting your driver into the woods 4 times in a row. You step on the gas pedal a little bit farther.
Go ahead,
What?
man. See, I like
I'm in.
that.
Like,
We
what is
learn
this?
something
This
about you
guy
every day.
deserves it, man.
What?
Deserves to go to jail?
No, he
What?
deserves to be able to speed down the Wisconsin freeway.
Don't put my life at risk because you
Whoa.
swing your
If
driver
that guy
back.
hit me and he said I just shot a 102, I'd say, you know what? Let's not even bring in insurance.
No. If that's the case, then everybody be speeding.
Yeah, and I agree with it. I'm fine with it. Let's preview the college football season. We do it up next year on D. Fish and Decker.
Like, it's like you turn into a different person once you slide that thing on. It's okay to be what you need to be for your team in certain moments that isn't necessarily consistent with who you actually are. It's okay to leave Clark Kent or Bruce Wayne at the house. We need you to be Superman and Batman.
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships.
Uh-huh.
However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not, I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like, up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and being part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor?
So they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling, like completely rolling from that point on. And after a while, I would say their second round series versus Philly.
Yeah.
You knew Philly couldn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
Then you saw them play the Cavs, and it was like, man, they've struck like this lightning in a bottle. Like, you know when it happens, and you can just see it like, oh, no, something's brewing with them that's different. And, yeah, they found it. But, I find this thing interesting because, to your point, you said you've been in it where people doubted you.
Oh, yeah.
And the reality is we all get mad when people doubt us.
Yeah.
And then we win it and we're like, yeah, you shouldn't have doubted me. But the reality is You never.
It's interesting hearing that your first pick overall is looking really good and it's being framed as a problem. This is the most Raider thing I've ever heard in my life. Your quarterback is playing too good. That's a problem, Raider fans. Do you know why it's a problem? Because we just hired the one and only Kirk Cousins. And we got Kirk Cousins basically to mitigate the season so we can give Fernando Mendoza some time to kind of season, possibly learn under a seasoned quarterback such as Kirk Cousins. And it's a great thing on paper. However, the reports coming out of Raider camp is Kirk Cousins doesn't look nearly as good as the young Fernando Mendoza.
The only time Shay has failed me today was when he snuck in Metallica somewhere. And I'm not against Metallica, but I don't think I own a Metallica record. All right. Don't forget you can watch Brock and Alex live and subscribe at youtube.com @TheFanLA. In for Alex, I'm Adrian Garcia Marquez, AGM for the Amigos, Baroquinho. I've been looking forward to this. When I found out about it, I'm like, wait, what is this? What are we doing? Hermano, spill the tea, pues. Dame el chisme.
Hey, you hear that? The kettle's on, and Brock Vereen is here to spill the tea.
Welcome in to Spill the Tea, because there is no cup of coffee like the afternoon cup of coffee, but before we can have that cup of coffee, we first have to spill the tea. Something got buried last week because the announcement that was likely scheduled without any idea of what was going to share.
It's 8 a.m. in Los Angeles. You're up and at 'em on a Friday morning here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He is former MLB player Cody Decker. He is Laker great, 5-time NBA champion Derek Fisher. I am Ben Stevens. I should mention AAA All-Star Cody Decker as well, as we all just learned in our
all my dreams.
And Arizona League MVP.
Yeah, all my dreams.
Mike Trout doesn't have an Arizona League MVP.
He does not. I did win that over him, and that was very, very lovely.
So
but you know what he did? He went and had 3 American League MVPs.
He did.
So
but still,
that's
Arizona
still
League is the true AL. Everybody's been saying that for quite some time.
Hey, relax, bro. We're trying to get an invite to the golf clubs. Like, stop.
No. Yeah,
for Mike Trout?
Listen, Mike. Your boy Cody Decker here. I just want to golf your course.
All right.
Just once.
All right. Mike, I would never. AL MVP is the real way.
You're the best, Mike. We love you.
Hey,
we love
here
you here
on this Friday, everybody is fired up here. And I know I can feel it. It's palpable between all of us because the college football season is under 24 hours away.
Week 0.
The Dublin debut tomorrow between North Carolina and TCU gets us started. But at noon here in Los Angeles, it is lunchtime at the Coliseum as the 14th-ranked USC Trojans begin a 2026 season that will have CFP expectations against the San Jose State Spartans at the Coliseum. Pete Futek joins us here on this Friday on D. Fish and Decker, the publisher of collegefootballnews.com. Pete, we appreciate the time. Thank you for being here. Let's dive right in, and let's start with USC. I think in Los Angeles, there are those CFP expectations entering year 5 in Lincoln Riley's tenure. Do you think the Trojans are capable of actualizing those CFP expectations in 2026?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's USC. It's Lincoln Riley. It's supposed to be good at college football. It's supposed to be in the mix for big, giant things like national championships and Big Ten titles and things. But on the national scale, it's Ohio State, it's Indiana, it's Oregon, and then there seems to be just a gap where, okay, there's a Michigan here and maybe a Penn State there, but USC has been kind of lost a little bit because they just haven't done it yet in the Big Ten. They've been close, and last year certainly was a fantastic year, but they haven't been able to get over that hump and be that team that's been in the hunt. And to be in the college football playoff discussion, you got to win at least 10 games, at least as an at-large, if you're not going to win the Big Ten title. And so if you're USC, better defense this year. They got to replace the top receivers, but you've got the quarterback, you've got the offensive talent, you've got the will. Let's see tomorrow. You don't want to take too much out of week 0 because it's the soft opening. There's no 4 games of preseason like there is in the NFL. So you don't read too much into like if Jaden throws 3 interceptions or anything like this, but you do want to see USC come out and just rip it up and come up with like a 52-3 win. And under Lincoln Riley so far, they've absolutely tattooed every group of 6 caliber team so far. They just destroy them. So I would expect like a 52-ish 3 game. But if you're a USC fan, yeah, that's what you want to get this thing started.
You know, Pete, looking at the rest of the season for USC, you know, I understand that USC's had a couple of good years under Lincoln Riley, but never really getting over that hump with him. My question for you is simply this. How hot is his seat if they have a very similar season to the previous season?
Yeah, it's hot only because it's USC, and it also depends a little bit on what happens over on the other side of town, because you've got the guy, you've got Chesney now, who is supposed to make UCLA the new Indiana because he is the James Madison coach. He did follow the same playbook as Indiana with Kurt Cignetti, and you like to think that maybe that's the team that's going to have a little bit of success. So hot seat comes if you lose that game, if you don't live up to expectations, and if you're USC, you host Oregon. You go to Penn State, go into Wisconsin's harder this year. You host Ohio State. You go to Indiana. And again, UCLA is not going to be just a speed bump this season. So there's a lot of games there that they can biff. As long as they get through, only losing 2, though, 10-2 gets you into the college football playoff, 9-3 doesn't.
Pete, what are your thoughts on like how important the first 4 games of the regular season are leading into that Oregon matchup? You obviously don't want to look ahead, but are those 4 matchups going to prepare this Trojans team to face the Oregon Ducks?
That's what you're hoping for. And, everyone, next week, week 0 games tomorrow are actually kind of interesting, all of them in their own way. Week 1, there aren't a lot of great games. There's a lot of games against FCS teams. There's a lot of games that, are going to be blowouts. But you need that because you don't have the 4 games of preseason, like I said, like you do in the NFL. So you've got all these transfers coming in, all these new parts. So if you're USC, yeah, you want to play San Jose State, Fresno State, Louisiana, and then open up against Rutgers in your Big Ten season because, you want that first month to gel. You want to get these new receivers in place. You want to see what you got defensively. You want to have the depth chart. You want to have the rotation. So you don't want to you don't want to be like Ohio State and play Texas or Michigan, and have to play Oklahoma right out of the gate because, again, you don't know, you don't have everything gelled yet. You just can't. So if you're USC, this is a perfect setup to get through the first part of the season. And then when Oregon comes to town, that's where everything's got to be rocking and rolling. That's going to be the key part. They're going to be 4-0. They're going to beat Rutgers. So but at that point, everything's got to be there because you've got to beat Oregon because, like I read off before, you still got Ohio State. You still got Indiana. You still got all these other nasty games to deal with.
Oregon at home, that final Saturday in September. Last year for SC, they were undefeated at the Coliseum at home in 2025. Pete Futek joining us here on this Friday morning on D. Fish and Decker as the 2026 college football season starts tomorrow. And Pete, you have been covering this sport for a very, very long time. You know what Gary Patterson did in Fort Worth with TCU, the all-time winningest head coach for the Horned Frogs. He is now the defensive coordinator here in Los Angeles under Lincoln Riley. What are we going to see with that defense led by Gary Patterson in 2026?
Incredibly underappreciated on a national scale hire. I mean, he's a brilliant defensive coordinator. Some of these older guys, it doesn't quite translate anymore. They kind of lost because they had their own rigid ways of doing things that, don't necessarily apply to the world of college football compared to where it was 10 years ago. But here's a guy that, you want him as your defensive coordinator, and you want him in the building because, like you mentioned, he's a Hall of Fame caliber head coach during his time at TCU. Not that Lincoln Riley doesn't know what he's doing, but just to have another mind like that, who knows what goes into trying to coach a program up like this, obviously it can be nothing but a positive. And, look, under Lincoln Riley, even in Oklahoma, defense was always kind of optional to a certain extent. There were a couple years here and there that they were good, but there was a year at Oklahoma where it had literally the worst defense in college football. Well, now the defense is pretty good, and now you've got the coordinator to make it even better. The offense is always going to be great. It's Lincoln Riley. You're right. Getting a guy like Gary Patterson, nothing but a great hire.
You know, Pete, you mentioned UCLA earlier, and I got to admit, as a Bruin, I'm very, very excited about this upcoming UCLA season, so much so that I actually got season tickets to the Rose Bowl this season, something I have not done since I was a member of the UCLA Bruins, so I'm very excited about that. But what are the realistic expectations for Bob Chesney right out the gate with this team? Obviously, only a 3-win team last year, but the 10th ranked recruiting class in the United States going into this season. What are the realistic expectations for the Bruins?
I mean, just get to a bowl game. I mean, last year was so funky. Last year was so painful in the way it went that, it just, nothing happened early on. They just couldn't play, got embarrassed. And then you had the Penn State win. You can kind of see, okay, there's a little something there. There's a shell of a team here. The expectations are going to be, now in a new era of college football, you're going to want everyone to be Indiana. UCLA has been a sleeping giant for so many years. There's no reason you can't recruit there. It's the school of Sam Gilbert. You should be able to know NIL better than anybody else out there. You should be able to, get the players and talent to come there. So it's all there. And now, what did Indiana do? They got the guy from James Madison who took all his good James Madison players, brought them to Indiana, and he took a 3-9 team and he did this over the last 2 years. I'm not going to say that Chesney's going to do that. I'm not going to say you can't really repeat that. It's just such a amazing thing that Cignetti was able to do at IU. But you got the James Madison head coach who got him to the college football playoff last year. The guy knows how to win. What did he do? He took all the good James Madison players, brought him over to a pretty good base here at UCLA with a quarterback like Nico Yamaleava who can obviously play. Now he's got some parts around him. And you got a 3-9 team last year. I'm not going to say they're going to the college football playoff this year. I mean, look at that schedule. When you go into Cal, the start's going to be nasty. Got to go to Oregon. But then it kind of lightens up a little bit. You can beat Michigan State. You can beat Nevada and Minnesota and Illinois. And, you got to go to Michigan. Then you got USC at the end. So anything less than at least a bowl game where you can kind of see, okay, there's the next step up. And you go from there. But a brilliant hire, which I am shocked no one else tried to at least say, okay, well, let's just see if the lightning can strike twice, and we can do the same thing with the James Madison coach that Indiana did.
Pete, we've seen some of your, just recent thoughts on all of the conversations around, eligibility and judges' orders and, players returning to college football. And, just for a couple seconds, like I personally would love to hear more of your thoughts there. I'm in the camp of amateur athletics has long been gone. People just didn't know it was long gone, and now we know. And so, give me some of your thoughts just on where you see, college athletics and how this is impacting college football from your perspective.
Yeah, I get it. I get the look. I mean, I have a daughter who just graduated from San Diego State, and watching all those kids walk across the, the stage and everything, and to think, wait a minute, so you're going to have like old grown men, 29-year-old men on campus now just playing football. It just doesn't seem like college kids. Like, where's the college? These aren't, you're supposed to be college students playing college football, and that's supposed to be how this goes. But like you said, that notion's kind of long gone. So I get it when you talk about the eligibility things and, guys who, get cut from an NFL camp getting to come back potentially. A Big Ten and SEC have both banned that idea, and the NFL is not allowing that to a certain extent to come back after this year if you do that. But like, it's really more of trying roster management to try to get some sort of control, which is why everyone's screaming about this, because honestly, there's no difference now between if you're an Ohio State guy who got paid a lot of NIL money last year, and this year you're a USC guy who's getting paid a lot of NIL money. You're a professional. That amateur thing's gone bye-bye completely. What's the difference between that guy and the guy who got paid, a lot less probably for a cup of coffee with the Cleveland Browns in training camp and coming back? There really isn't any difference. So as long as there's eligibility remaining, it should kind of be okay, because what would happen if the guy went and worked at Applebee's or something for a year and got paid and come back? I mean, a job is a job. The NFL is a corporation. It's a business. It is a job being a pass rusher. It's a job being a bartender. It's a job, these are jobs. If you kind of frame it like that, it's not that big a deal. But in the world of college football, where all the traditions and everything, all the expectations, and a fan base that does not like change, I see it. I get it. It's an unseemly look, and you got to have some control over rosters. And right now, in a world where you don't have a commissioner or a real corporation up top, you don't have a Roger Goodell, and you have unfettered free agency. You got to do something to kind of rein that in. That's what they're trying to do right now.
Publisher of collegefootballnews.com, Pete Futek, joining us here on this Friday on D. Fish and Decker, about 24 hours out from the start of the 2026 college football season. Pete, I am a huge college football aficionado. I have been trying to build the excitement for my two co-hosts here on this desk. And in Los Angeles tomorrow at 9 a.m. local, we all want to wake up to see Bill Belichick in Ireland take on Sonny Dykes and the TCU Horned Frogs. Make your pitch for everybody here why we should be invested from the very start of the 2026 season tomorrow morning.
All right, let's start with this. What else do you have to do? Like,
Great point,
honestly, what are you going to do? Play with your kids? I don't know. Talk to the family? I don't know. Go for a run? There's nothing else to do. It's college football right out of the gate. It's the beautiful part about being on the West Coast. I'm jealous. Where you get these games that start early. It's fantastic. So to sell this game, first of all, it's Bill Belichick, and either you hate him or you like him. To potentially watch him implode's worth it as is. But this Ireland game is funky because over the last 6 years, Notre Dame destroyed Navy one year. 5 of the other 6 games were all decided by 3 points or fewer. So I'll keep harping on this. These guys don't have time to practice. They don't have time to start. You have teams full of completely new rosters. So you have North Carolina. So when Belichick first took over, had something like 70 new players come in through the transfer portal. And so they were bad at college football. So he got rid of them. And he got new players in who he wants to be better at college football. So you have a whole new slew of Tar Heels coming in against a really good TCU team. And so just from a pure entertainment value, the game itself should be pretty good, even if it gets bogged down a little bit because it's going to be sloppy because these guys aren't gelled yet. But I do think that the North Carolina defense is going to be good. Belichick's North Carolina D was good last year. They just caught a couple of really bad breaks and could have been a bowl team and weren't. So just for the sheer theater of it all, before you get your USC game and the joy of the scrimmage that they're going to have against San Jose State, this one should be pretty good.
Pete, I got to ask you, we've seen all of the talk over the last couple of years, and of course, if you look at the Paul Feinbaums of the world, SEC is the only division that exists, yet the SEC domination has finally subsided over these last couple of years. Are they clinging on to a past that no longer exists, or is SEC looking for a massive comeback this year?
It depends on which way you're talking about. All it takes is one. These things go in cycles, and if just one Georgia, or I think LSU is going to be that team that's going to rise up fast, or if an Alabama maybe. If you just get one team that gets on a hot run in the college football playoff and wins the national championship, all of a sudden everything is right in the SEC world again. But overall, it's the Big Ten. I was screaming this for the last 10 years that wait until Alabama figures out that Purdue's going to make more money off of media rights than it is, because the Big Ten goes coast to coast. Obviously, you've got USC, UCLA out there. You got Oregon and Washington up northwest, all the way out to Rutgers and all the big markets in between. You've got whatever New York is for college football. You got LA, you got Chicago, you've got places like Minneapolis and Detroit and Seattle and Portland. You've got all these big markets. And what does the SEC have? It's got its own little tucked away part of the country. I kept saying it should have gone after Oregon and Washington, but the media rights as is. The Big Ten's just bigger, more money, more reach, coast to coast, all the time zones, just everything about it. It's just a bigger overall conference than the SEC is right now, and you're seeing this because they're able to pay players better than the SEC is. Now, boo-hoo, Texas makes more money than anybody. Texas A&M's close, and Alabama doesn't need to hold any bake sales for players. But, they just don't have the reach that the Big Ten has now. So, yes, Georgia's good enough to win the national championship. So is Texas. Again, there's teams there that could rise up and rock. But at Big Ten Media Days here in Chicago, man, you want to talk about a flex? The national championship trophies all right next to the podium, so everyone could see it when coach was talking. Big Ten's feeling it right now, and you could say that the best teams in college football are Ohio State, Indiana, Oregon. I'd throw USC up in there, Notre Dame. They're probably the best, and then Georgia's good, Texas is good, but we'll see. Ohio State goes down to Texas next week. Oklahoma goes up to Michigan next week. We're going to start to see this fast and kind of have this thing sort itself out.
Pete Futek, publisher of collegefootballnews.com, here on this Friday on D. Fish and Decker, getting the people ready for 2026 in CFP. Pete, we appreciate the time. Enjoy what feels like Christmas morning tomorrow watching Bill Belichick in Dublin.
You guys have a great weekend.
We appreciate it as well. So as Pete was breaking down there, I just want to remind everybody here in Los Angeles, you are in the heart of Big Ten country. With UCLA and USC, this is the heart of Big Ten country. We love college football. Derek Fisher is probably waking up at 8 a.m. tomorrow, brew the pot of coffee, get ready to see the Heels and the Horned Frogs in Dublin. I know Cody Decker is foregoing his round of golf tomorrow, so he is watching TCU, UNC, right into USC, San Jose State as well, Virginia, NC State. A great slate. 8 games tomorrow, week 0.
I'm watching golf. I'm watching football while I'm golfing, buddy. Yeah, what are you talking about?
Multitasking.
I have a full screen that's going to be on my wonderful walk the entire time. I'm not missing a thing, and I will be golfing one hell of a ball game.
I love that for you.
Thank
By the
you.
way, in the chat right now at the Fan LA on YouTube, Wayne Mulholland, big fan of the USC Trojans, just predicted that Lincoln Riley, Jaden Mayava, and SC going 11-1. In 2026. Those would be some signature victories on the resume right there, Wayne. We have a poll out for you as well. Do you still believe the Dodgers will be fine in October? Yes, the bats will get going. No, offensive struggles are real. At the Fan LA on YouTube and 855-975-2326. We will talk about the Dodgers on the other side of the break, but just to tie in college football and the Los Angeles Dodgers in baseball, how about this fun fact, or historic fact, from last night's performance? Yes, the Dodgers were swept and blanked by the Atlanta Braves, but it was the first time in Braves history that they led off the game with a home run and won 1-0 since they were the Boston Bean Eaters back in 1889. And who do they beat 1-0 on that day back in the late 1880s? The Indiana Hoosiers.
Oh, one of my favorite baseball teams?
Baseball teams.
This was a baseball
The undefeated national champs in baseball? Makes you think. Really makes you think about what sports were like in 1889.
They weren't sports.
No,
they were activities.
That's where old timer 45-year-old steps up.
In the 1889. No. That was something even more different than that.
Probably like an 11-year-old kid.
Yeah, it was something like that. He's like, he just finished that working in the factory for the last 12 hours, and he's 14 years old.
And again, maybe it's why the Dodgers losing last night in the way they did is easier to stomach. We'll talk about that up next here on this Friday on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan.
SVP, the segment where I tell Evan, Brock, and Alex different events going on in LA, and they tell me if they're RSVPing yes or no. This one, guys, it's kind of a week long, so we'll see if it happens or not. But it's LA Restaurant, a Dine LA Restaurant Week. So Dine LA is a 15-day dining event that happens twice a year. It highlights restaurants all across Los Angeles, so you're never too far from one of the restaurants that's it's highlighting. The whole idea is basically to get people out, trying different spots around the city, everything from casual neighborhood dine-in to even takeout. It's literally everything. Oceanfront patios, higher end and Michelin recognized places. You got there isn't really any cons, so let me tell you guys about the pros. Huge variety of restaurants, good excuse to explore different parts of LA, special menus and deals, and for the single guys out there, great date night options for any type of, literally any type of event that you guys want to do. You could take anyone to anything. They have so many restaurants. I went through the whole list. Are we RSVPing yes or no to Dine LA Restaurant Week? Evan, take it away.
I gotta say yes. And you know what? Because you gave me a full week, I might be doing multiple. It's actually going from so here's the deal with Dine LA. Every year they do this twice a year, usually the summer and the winter. And there's literally hundreds of restaurants that participate. I sort of wish it was promoted even more because it is such a cool way to kind of taste these restaurants that maybe you think of as expensive, or certain places that have like fixed menus and things like that. It gives you a little bit more flexibility to be able to try they have the lunch special ready to go, the dinner special ready to go. I got my sights set on Bloodso's on La Brea, classic LA barbecue. Bloodso legend, best brisket in town. And you know what? His pork ribs are great. The rib tips are great. The sausage, the cornbread, best greens in LA. I mean, look, they got a Dine LA menu. And all you need to do, you go on the site. I think it's discoverlosangeles.com/Dine LA. You could search by neighborhood. You could search by price. You could search by cuisine. And you'll be shocked because a lot of the big names are on there. But so are some of these like neighborhood mom and pop spots that want to be included. And it's a big time discount from whatever you normally be eating. And again, great place to try. But I got Bloodso circled for me.
This is incredible. I'm on the site right now as I'm going through this.
They got some heaters.
Wow. And I just searched like Hermosa where I'm at. And I'm like, oh, what can I get here? I love this. There's a lot of lunch and dinner specials. So basically, I'm guessing it's probably like a set menu vibe and a set price. So yeah, no, I am
and they want to show
RSVPing to this.
Don't forget, they want to showcase like their best dishes too, right? So they're always putting their best foot forward. So you're going to be able to get like the best. It's awesome because it's not super expensive. Dine LA is expensive, but this is like the most budget-friendly way to be able to try like cool, hip, high-end restaurants and not really break the bank. So
I'm right there with you, and I want to double down on the Bloodso's love. I'm looking at it right now, the La Brea location, which I frequent. There's probably a mold in the seat that I sit in because I always get sat in the same booth for some reason, and I'm there so often. $25 lunch, $45 dinner. That is a steal.
What do you get?
For my money, it's the best
what
barbecue
kind of food
in LA.
is it? Oh, barbecue. Oh, this is the place you guys were telling us about.
This is the barbecue place we were talking about. Absolute staple of Bloodso's. The story is awesome. You got a guy who's from Dallas, then he went to Compton, and he brought his barbecue with him. And Evan, the LA in a Minute connoisseur, laid it out perfectly. I think you had a post maybe a little over a month ago. You went by Bloodso's. Is that correct?
I had to because Kevin Bloodso, he's from Compton. His aunt, grandma, extended family was in Texas. That's where he learned the barbecue trade.
Wow.
Came back to be a probation officer, just barbecuing, smoking stuff on the side. But it was so good that people always smell it. Oh, let me try that, blah, blah, blah. People wanted to he's like, yo, you should sell it. You should open a spot. He had a catering company, ran into Mac 10, WC, Ice Cube. I don't know if you remember WC and the Mad Circle and all them back in the 90s, but they were kind of like big proponents of his, put him on to some people in that industry, and then eventually ended up opening his spot in Compton and now on La Brea. But he's an institution, especially because the truth is LA, and I'm a big barbecue guy, we have so many good foods, so many different cultures. We don't have that many good barbecue spots, man. Like, not the Texas barbecue that I love, and like Bloodso is the godfather of that. Shout out Kevin Bloodso and Bloodso's. I mean, I'm going to be there. I might even go tomorrow, honestly.
Dude, I love that. So there's the La Brea location and a Santa Monica location. So, yeah.
Van Nuys as well, believe it or not. Yeah.
Whoa. Okay,
So
well, that one's not on the Dine LA list right here.
Oh,
those two are. I'm on the list. Okay.
Got it.
The Dodgers get swept in Atlanta by the Braves, blanked 1-0 in a finale that was historic for Major League Baseball purposes. But how should we be feeling in Los Angeles about the Dodgers as we get ready to hit September and this weekend in Detroit for LA taking on the Tigers? Before we get there, a pair of tickets is up for grabs to the Dane Cook Show at Yamava Theater on Friday, September 11th, 2 weeks from tonight, also with a $50 slot play voucher. FYI, winner and a guest must be at least 21 years old. You must call in to D. Fish and Decker on this Friday on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, 855-975-2326. Fish, what should the number be today? Caller, lucky number.
What's our highest number that we can go?
Raj?
Well, I'm not going to sit here answering phone all damn morning, so let's do, let's say 8.
8.
You're going to be answering calls all damn morning. What? That was a choice.
Caller number Ocho? Do we have that?
I do. I have to load that. We do have Ocho because we used to do top 5s. So only loaded 5, but we do have all the way up to
One-man
Ocho.
band. Okay, so that is what we have decided. Numero ocho. Caller number 8. You and a guest, a pair of tickets to the Dane Cook Show at Yamava Theater 2 weeks from tonight, Friday, September 11th. You also get a $50 slot play voucher. It is 855-975-2326. Caller number 8. He is Laker great Derek Fisher. He is former MLB player and AAA All-Star Arizona League MVP Cody Decker, and I am Ben Stevens. In the chat, we're talking about our golf prowess. You guys don't know this about me, but I won the U10 Southern California Junior Golf Association tournament back in the summer of 2004. So again, the athletic achievements on this desk, very normal, very even across the board. What?
I say y'all all on par in terms
all
of
on
athletic
par.
achievements.
And that day, I was 2 under. Easy.
You know?
And we're going to probably play some golf. We're going to sing karaoke. We're going to hang out at some point all the time. Last night, though, not a very fun Thursday night in Atlanta for the Dodgers. They were blanked. They did not score a run. Chris Sale was phenomenal. Complete game shutout. Drake Baldwin hit a home run on the very first pitch that he saw from Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who, by the way, Cody, then retired 19 of the next 21 batters that he faced.
Like, what's really being lost in the sauce of yesterday's game is how dominant Yosh was.
Yeah.
Because we can't talk about it because Chris Sale was that dominant. An absolute historic performance from Chris Sale. And, man, it's the fear in the voice of Dodger fans right now. It's getting palpable. Now, I do think the panic button needs to be put away for a little bit.
Right.
That being said, I mean, there are issues. There are glaring issues, especially in this second half of the season. The 4 sweeps that we've gotten since that All-Star break, really the series right before the All-Star break, 4 sweeps, all of which by potential, if not already, playoff teams.
Yeah.
On top of that, how they're just getting nothing done against teams over 500 since the All-Star break. They're seemingly only just getting things done by a couple of teams. Yes, they're beating up on the Royals. Royals are awful this season. Yes, they're beating up on the Rockies. We know what the Rockies always are. Yes, they're beating up on the Pirates historically, and what the Pirates are this season are simply not up to par. But you go against the Atlanta Braves, and the Atlanta Braves got a chip on their shoulder. The Atlanta Braves, we had Jeff Francoeur on this show 2 days ago, and he was very clear about how this team over the last 3 years have had some rough playoff appearances, especially after coming off their most recent World Series win in 2021. This is a team that is primed for another run. And yesterday, they took their shot and got that sweep. And frankly, if everyone is not scared of the Braves, you're crazy. You should be terrified of this team, especially if you go against the Braves in a shortened type of series like a 5-game series, which could be on the table.
When you look around the National League right now, there's a lot of teams to be fearful of. The Phillies have been the best team in baseball in the month of August. They are 17-7. They're a potential wild card team the Dodgers could see. The Cubs are in the top wild card spot. They have been great all year long. You've got the Padres, who are 16-8 since the start of August. The D-backs surging as well. The wild card teams like the Reds last year, not necessarily who the Dodgers could see. So we put away the panic button. We're not smashing it on this Friday morning, but there is a fair bit of concern, especially because the Dodgers are now 6-16 against teams above 500 since the All-Star break. But Fish, you have told us we're not smashing that panic button. And in that clubhouse right now, in those locker rooms, the conversations for the Dodgers sounds like what? Because you've been a part of teams that were looking to go back-to-back or back-to-back-to-back as a champion, knowing that you have that experience, knowing that you have that pedigree. So what do you think is being said by the Dodgers as they head to Detroit on this Friday?
Yeah, they're frustrated with, I think there's more individual frustration than collective frustration. That, to me, that's what kind of more so happens in these situations is, like Mookie wants to play better. Kyle Tucker wants to play better. Like, guys are individually, frustrated with what they feel, is a lack of impact coming from them individually, and it's overly impacting the group, and they want to change that. But I also think the experience in the locker room is definitely helping them to maintain a sense of, confidence and belief that they're still very capable of getting done what is ultimately the goal. Like, their seasons at this point are only measured by whether they won the World Series or not. And so, they're frustrated, but they also are keeping things in perspective. One of the things that I, more so as a coach, and I even as a player, like, I remember, in certain games, like big playoff games, and let's say we had a big lead, and now we're in a timeout in the fourth quarter with 3 minutes and 12 seconds to go, and the lead was 12, and now it's 3. And I would get, bring my teammates together and say, so if somebody would have called us this morning and told us we could have avoided all the previous hours of the day, and they could have just dropped us into this moment right now, up by 3 points with 3 minutes and 12 seconds to go in Game 6 of an NBA Western Conference Finals, and we got 3 minutes with a 3-point lead, and we get to go to the finals, would we all have taken that? Yes. No matter how we got there.
Right.
Up 20, down 20, won Game 5, lost Game 5. If somebody said we were just going to drop you into Game 6 up by 3 with 3 minutes to go, would you take it? Yes. And so that also should, I hope, be the conversation is, if somebody dropped you into game number 128 and said you got a 1-game lead and for home field advantage or the bye or whatever with 28 games to go, would you take it? Yes. So that's the perspective that you have to maintain even when things are not going well, is would you take where you are over where other people are? Yes. And then you just focus on what you can control moving forward. And yeah, it doesn't guarantee you anything, but you have to let go of the weight and the baggage of like the energy of like what's already happened. Let's just lock in on where are we today. Going into Detroit today, we are one of the best 3 teams in all of baseball this year. We won 80 games. Let's go be that. And then you just move forward from there.
Still got roughly 27, 30 games left in the season, full month to go before October. This is still a team that could, if they get themselves right, be around that 100 mark as they are expected to be. They should have been already. Listen, this is a team that is going to win baseball games. I am not worried about the Los Angeles Dodgers to a certain point on August 28th just because they're having a bad week or really just a bad August. At the end of the day, it's called the dog days of August. Everybody experiences them, and the Dodgers are no different. They've had a lot of injuries, and of course, getting their guys back from injury, we've seen guys that have struggled out the gate and guys that have actually come back and looked like world beaters. Blake Snell's looked like a world beater. Teoscar Hernandez has not looked like an offensive world beater. In fact, he's looked terrible in the outfield as well. This is a team that is going to be fine. It's just I need them to get past the bye. They need to get that bye.
Right.
Because I do not feel as confident about this Dodger team going into a wild card series against a potential Chicago Cubs, against a potential Arizona Diamondbacks, against a potential San Diego Padres. Those short series could be a big problem. And frankly, I think it'd be a huge problem for Major League Baseball if the Dodgers are not deep into October.
And I think adding on to that concern for the Dodgers were the stakes of this week. They entered following consecutive sweeps of the Rockies and the Pirates with a 3-game advantage against the Braves. They get swept, and now they only have a game lead in front of Atlanta, or a 4-game advantage entering this week, now only a game in front. They also lose the season tiebreaker to the Braves as they lost the season tiebreaker to the Milwaukee Brewers a couple of weekends back here in LA. So, just knowing that, Dodger fans, also know what is on the horizon, and it starts tonight against a Tiger team that is 9 games below 500. 22 of the 28 remaining games for the Dodgers in the regular season against teams with a losing record. It is the easiest remaining schedule in all of the National League. So, although you might be concerned about playing those teams in the postseason because of the results that we are seeing in the last few weeks, the Dodgers still should be, Cody, to your point, in a great position to earn that number 2 spot at bare minimum, or at least the opening round bye. We will talk plenty more about the Dodgers into our final hour, and of course, a big night for Tarek Skubal as a Dodger and as a person as he returns to Detroit. Who is the backup quarterback for the Los Angeles Rams? That's still TBD. We'll tell you why on the other side of the break on this Friday on D. Fish and Decker.
Welcome on in. I'm Brock Vereen from Brock and Alex. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. holding you down in the middays on 97.1 The Fan. This is the first edition of the College Corner. We're going to give you the LA rundown of this week's college football activity. Now, UCLA is not playing this weekend. It's only USC because it is week 0, but we're jumping into it anyway. USC, the stakes are high this season. There's no other way to put it. It is CFP or bust, and they are kicking off at noon against San Jose State. You look at the offense, and it starts with Jaden Mayava, my pick for the Heisman. For any conversation around USC and a Lincoln Riley coach team, it starts with the quarterback position. And the quarterback for USC, of course, is Jaden Mayava. If USC can win 10 games this year, he wins the Heisman. From Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts was the runner-up, Caleb Williams. If USC has success in a Lincoln Riley offense, that quarterback will win the Heisman. But it's going to be a tough task. It is CFP or bust for this offense. Now, who is he going to be throwing to? Superstar Mekhi Lemon as well as Jacoby Lane are gone. Look for Tanuk Hines to lead that wide receiver room. But something interesting, it could be a run game-led offense. You have Wayman Jordan, who carried the offense for the first half of last year before injury, and King Miller picked up right where he left off. And the most depth that the USC team has right now is in the trenches. So Jaden Mayava is the man, but don't be shocked if this is a team that wins in the mud. As far as defense, Gary Patterson comes over after a long-time head coaching stint at TCU, helping out Texas. He took a quick break, and he is back in the saddle as the defensive coordinator. The facts are the facts. It is never a question regarding offense with USC. It is a question of defense, and Gary Patterson is looking to get things right. A name to look out for, nickelback Alex Graham. He is a future superstar, got hurt before last season started. I promise you, he will be a name the entire country will know. Now, UCLA is not playing this Saturday, so instead we're going to give you the Westwood game of the week, and that is UNC taking on TCU way out there in Ireland. And that game will kick off at 9 a.m. Pacific, so be sure to tune in on 97.1 right here. I can't tell you how good North Carolina is going to be, but I can promise you it's going to be entertaining, and they will kick off the football season. This is College Corner. We'll see you next time.
In a world where you can book a trip anywhere, one man booked a trip to Hawaii in the middle of a goddamn hurricane. The one and only Cody Decker.
Yeah.
Wow.
There he is. Pitch black outside. I heard rumor has that he slept out there.
So, Cody, do you think it's just bad luck, or is it just a sign of the times that your first vacation in more than a year comes in the middle of Hurricane Lila?
One, I would appreciate this hostile work environment to calm down just a tick. This is my first time I've been not working in a full year, and I walked it right into, as Raj put it very, very eloquently, into a goddamn hurricane. And yes, this has been nuts. Absolutely nuts over here. But listen, the weather has calmed down a little bit. We are better. We are better. We are better. It is humid as hell, though.
Who had a better weekend? Cody Decker out in Hawaii or Kyle Tucker inside Dodger Stadium?
Well, I got to tell you, I would say it's Kyle Tucker, and I'll tell you why.
Wow.
He didn't have to watch Kyle Tucker the way I had to watch Kyle Tucker this last weekend in a hurricane. It was awful. He was awful at the plate, 0 for 17. He was awful in the field. Now, granted, a tough play towards the right field wall, but, buddy, we're paying $60 million a year. Run into a goddamn wall every once in a while.
D-Mac Randy, you're going to be on every single show today.
I'm going to tell James Coe he has to have me on.
Yeah, you're just going to sit down and be like, this is crosstalk, right? You weren't here when we did crosstalk, but like now that you're here, just welcome. I just jump in on your show. This is what's going to happen. You guys, I have a question though, because I was just singing a little song, which is a very well-known song. So I thought Brock is lives in Pasadena. And I said, oh, it's the little old lady from Pasadena. And they're like, what song
Your
is that?
look is my look, my friend.
No idea.
What?
No idea.
No clue
The
what you're
little
talking
old
about.
lady from Pasadena?
What year, if you were to guess, what
It's
what
oldies.
year is
It's
this
oldies.
song?
It's
I was gonna
oldies.
say, I thought I picked up like a doo-wop ditty kind
There
of
wasn't
kind
there.
of vibe to it. Okay.
I'm like, I don't think I
Little
can
old
pull-
lady from Pasadena.
Yeah, that one didn't live on. I don't
You
think that one got handed
guys.
down.
You guys.
Yeah.
That one did not
It's the
get
Beach Boys.
The Beach
No,
Boys?
no.
There's
The
no way.
Beach
There's
Boys
no
were like,
way.
yes.
Did they cover it?
No, it's their song.
Well,
All right.
Am I
everybody-
crazy? I grew up
everybody
on
has
Maybe
oldies.
it's the B-side.
Everybody has misses.
Maybe.
Oh my gosh, you guys! It like
This is not a real song.
No idea.
go granny,
No.
go
This is
granny,
not-
go.
no idea.
It's a real
Yeah.
song.
Do they? I mean, this is terrible.
You're saying the Beach Boys are terrible?
I'm saying this one was a miss.
I will say this sounds like a Beach Boys cover band covering
Yeah,
a
it does.
fake song pretending
Yeah.
to sound like the Beach Boys.
This sounds like the Sand Boys.
It's guys,
Not
it's a
the best effort.
classic.
Not
It's
the
a classic. Okay, neither of you grew up at the beach, obviously, because
But
this
I
was
grew up-
like
Songs about
very-
Pasadena.
I grew up
That's
with
the
the
only-
music. Yeah.
You guys, that's the only reason I.
Preseason football on this Friday morning is now officially in the books in Los Angeles. We had the first Battle of LA this year between the Rams and the Chargers last night on a Thursday inside SoFi Stadium. He is Derek Fisher. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. The Chargers played their starters. We saw a couple of plays out of Justin Herbert. Ty Simpson, the Rams rookie quarterback, got the start, played the entirety of the opening half for Sean McVay and company as well. We did not see Stetson Bennett. Sean McVay said after the game, the plan is for LA as we head to cut day on Sunday to roster to keep all three quarterbacks on the 53-man roster. That is reigning NFL MVP Matthew Stafford. That is Stetson Bennett. And that is the 13th overall pick from this past April in Ty Simpson. Fish, should we be reading between the tea leaves at all that Stetson Bennett did not play in the preseason finale, a.k.a. Sean McVay did not need to see another glimpse about Stetson Bennett to see who that backup quarterback is behind Matthew Stafford?
A little bit. I mean, I think if you've made the decision already as a coach, you may not want to run the risk of an injury to him. Because I mean, backup quarterbacks, although they don't always get a ton of opportunity, it's one of the most valuable and key positions on the roster. Mm-hmm. And the Rams actually have a good one. Like Stetson Bennett's wired to win. And so some of it could be the decisions already made. But some of it is also like, let me see Ty Simpson in with more usage to see if he could handle the responsibilities if I did go that way. Let's just remove the other variable. So no Stetson Bennett at all. And let me put him out here enough times to play through some mistakes, see how he handles getting us, out of timeouts or in and out of different situations. Because if I did decide to go with him as the backup, like how would he actually handle it against a good football team, for example? So, I'm not sure. I think, in this case, Stetson Bennett to me seems like he's kind of locked up the QB2 spot. Mm-hmm. And Ty Simpson looked good, though, last night. He did some really good things. And so I don't know. It's somewhat delicate, but a first-year guy, I think it's okay to reward. Like Stetson Bennett's been there. He's put his time in. He's had some great reps, did some good things in his preseason. It's okay for Ty Simpson to wait a little bit, even though he was, drafted in the first round and there was a lot of conversation around his name.
Listen, Ty Simpson had himself a very good preseason. He really did. 3 games played, 81.3% completion percentage. He had 3 touchdowns, no interceptions during this entire run. 2 rushing touchdowns from Stetson Bennett, who was throwing at a 62.2% completion rate. They both had very good preseasons. So here's the good news, Rams fan. There is no real wrong answer here, and likely both of these guys are making the roster. So at the end end of the day, whether you're listed at QB2 or QB3, in this particular situation, I don't think it even matters. At the end of the day, Matthew Stafford is your quarterback. And until something very bad happens, that is the situation in our hands. And right now, we have two very, very viable potential backups here in Los Angeles that can carry the load if need be. And we'll see what that would look like. And hopefully we never do.
Listen, football is a dangerous game, but anytime you are talking about losing a starting quarterback, especially if that starting quarterback is the reigning NFL MVP, your season's going to go off the rails just a little bit, at least based on where your preseason expectations are. It's a funny thing for a Rams roster that is as loaded and stacked as it is, with all 11 starters on the offensive side of the football, especially returning from last year's squad that was the runner-up in the NFC. The one positional battle during camp that we have had to focus is on the backup quarterback battle, but Rams fans are hoping that they don't see either Stetson Bennett or Ty Simpson this year, unless it means the Rams are blowing somebody out by 40-plus points, and then you get the rookie or Stetson Bennett some game reps.
Listen, it's just going to be if we have to see Stetson Bennett or Ty Simpson, this season's over. I don't know what else to say. Like, I always feel like talking about the backup quarterback market is a borderline moot point, because at the end of the day, if you're seeing as backup quarterback in your season, the likelihood of your team making the actual Super Bowl is non-existent at this point. How many backup quarterbacks we actually seen in the Super Bowl before? One in Nick Foles, where he got the Philly special. Yeah. Outside of that, I can't think of a whole lot of backup quarterbacks leading their team to the promised land. So again, if we see either of these guys, problems are had, unless, of course, we're going to get Matthew Stafford back from an injury at some point in that same year. Yeah. But I still think, at the end of the day, I think we're going to get a lot of Matthew Stafford. I expect him to be out on that field, because last year was the quote-unquote questionable year of him, and we got an MVP season out of that.
Yeah, that's the scenario, though, that I see, like, Super Bowl still being able to happen, is like Matthew Stafford could be out for a couple weeks.
Yeah, like 4 weeks or something like that. Absolutely.
With a hamstring or a low back tightness or something.
Right.
And, that backup quarterback does get you through a couple weeks that keeps you in the hunt for the division title, that keeps you in the hunt for the top seed in the NFC and a bye week, et cetera. And so I do think with Stetson Bennett, maybe Ty Simpson, as he continues to develop or evolve, with an elite defense and high-level playmakers on the outside and Kyron Williams in the backfield, you can manage your way, great coaching and play calling. You can manage your way through a couple weeks without the MVP that can just help you hold the fort down for a few weeks until he gets back.
And if we're in that situation, it just comes down to what you trust. What do you trust more? Do you trust the young guy who's coming out and who, numbers-wise, now granted it was 3 games played rather than 2 games played, but numbers-wise, Ty Simpson had a better camp, just did. That being said, I'm still going with Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, and that will be Sean McVay's decision if he has to get to that point. We'll see if they name a quarterback number 2 on the depth chart following cut day on Sunday, where everybody around the NFL has to limit the roster to 53 active players. All right, let's turn the mic on. Let's throw it over to Hype Man Raj as we get ready for 3 the hard way.
That's right, gentlemen. And, of course, today's 3 the hard way. There's a birthday tomorrow of Michael Jackson coming up tomorrow. So it got me thinking 3 the hard way, and we had to go through a few of his songs, or videos, actually. We're going to do video style. This is videos. Okay.
Whoa.
MTV style.
Yeah.
That's a new wrinkle to this component. So it's not just songs, it's music video for a Michael Jackson song.
Correct. Okay. So you got to go in your memory brain so we can visualize.
In fairness, these are popular.
Correct.
Yes. So come up with 3 the hard way. The nominations are Beat It, Billie Jean, Thriller, Black and White, or Bad. Let's go to you, Fish. Your first one. Who's first to be saved in 3 the hard way?
Numero uno.
Thriller.
Thriller for you. Okay, video-wise, all right. Yep, just the whole Halloween thing and the choreographed dancing.
I'm 100% sure Thriller's going to be on all of our lists. We can all just go ahead and take care of that.
That wouldn't be mine, but that's okay.
It's got to be Thriller. Really?
Number 1 for me, for sure.
Number 1.
Isn't like Thriller widely recognized as like changing music video
directed by
choreography?
John Landis?
Yeah, I guess during Halloween it's cool, but in a random July, I can't watch it.
Watch it anytime, man.
Not for me, but that's fine. This is your list. Not for me. Not for me.
Do you ever do the dance? You ever did the?
No, I never.
Also, for a guy that is pro leather pants, even for men above the age of 45, I feel like you rocking the Thriller jacket was certainly in play back in the day.
Okay, well, yeah, that wasn't my thing. Well,
Okay, all
anyway,
right.
the song's stupid too.
How dare you?
It is. What is he singing about? It's so dumb. Fisher, what the hell is he singing about? It's a dumb song. All right, I'm sorry.
All right.
Okay. Who's safe on you?
Numero dos.
What do you got, Fish?
Number 2, video. Bad.
Oh,
wow. Okay.
Your butt is mine.
Is that
opening line?
That's the opening line.
Opening line of the song.
Why are you mad at me? You picked it.
We said video.
Yeah.
But the lyrics go with videos.
It's not just that. It's how he says it. He does the fingers out.
Yeah.
Your butt is mine.
Yep. All right. Who's 2 for you for time's sake? We're running out of
That's what
time.
he did.
You pick it, Derek.
That's what he did.
You want me to go 2?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, for me, 2 is Billie Jean.
Gee, that's my number 1.
Numero dos.
I'm with you on that. I'm also gonna go Billie Jean.
Okay.
Just the toes on the street and the lights.
No
is iconic.
choreographing. It's just him.
It's iconic.
And it's beautiful. That's my number 1 for me.
Iconic.
Probably my favorite song from him
Is
as well.
Billie Jean where he hits the moonwalk for like the first time in the?
Yeah, probably.
Well,
I
that
think
was
so.
a live performance.
What?
It was
That was the
live.
Motown
It was a live
Motown
performance,
award.
yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So, who is not safe for you on this list, Fish? Who did you throw off the list?
Black and white.
Yeah, that's awful.
Yeah, it's not great.
That's horrible. That is a horrible. And then who else is off your list? 2 minutes.
I mean, unfortunately, Beat It is probably off this particular list because I got to go with Billie Jean.
Okay.
Like Billie Jean is on the list.
So wait a minute. So you're Thriller, Billie Jean, and who's your third?
Bad.
Okay, got you. We're going left to right. Who's off your list?
Like, culturally, what Bad represented? You're with the bringing all the
You're gonna
gangs
tell
and
me
stuff
before I
together.
keep Bad off my list?
No, I'm not.
No,
I'm saying.
Bad. I was gonna get rid of Bad and Black and White because Beat It's got to be there for me.
Yeah, one, I'm just going to go ahead and say Black and White is way off this list. It's a terrible song, and honestly, not a great music video either. Listen, Bad is off this list. And I'm going to tell you why. There's something about watching Michael Jackson with his very falsetto human voice acting as tough as he can with a young, jacked up Wesley Snipes yelling, you ain't bad, you ain't nothing.
Meanwhile, Wesley Snipes is second-degree black belt at that time.
He's like, I will kick your head off your shoulders. That being said, I'm going with I'm going with Beat It, man. The gang violence that he solved at the end of that, that no one can stop a gang war the way Michael Jackson
I'm not
can.
fighting if Michael Jackson tells
In
me
that
not to
red
fight.
jacket? No.
Yep.
That's how it's done.
Put the guns down.
What you got, Ben?
No, that's what I was gonna say.
Oh, you're talking about when he stops the wars, too? Yeah, he started with gang violence in the inner cities, and then he got to full war zones. Good for Michael. Save the world.
I like it.
Yeah, I think it was a pretty solid list.
Yeah,
and I like that Thriller was Thriller number 1. It was on your list.
It was number 1 for me.
Yeah, me as well.
I gotta say though, I still think Justice for Scream with him and Janet should be on here. Love some Scream.
Yeah, I think that's a good look too. That's the iconic nature of the King in Michael Jackson. All right, we'll talk more about the Dodgers as we start our 4th and final hour and how concerned we should be up next here on D. Fish and Decker.
Right now, we're going to bring in producer Shay for a very special edition of LA RSVP because we have the one and only Evan Lovett from LA in a Minute joining us for this edition of LA RSVP.
From courtside to red carpets, big game to big nights, Los Angeles sends the invite, and Brock and Alex decide. Are we ready to RSVP?
How we doing, LA? It is LA RSVP, and you heard Alex say it already. We got special guest Evan Lovett from LA in a Minute. You guys have seen him on YouTube, on Instagram, on anywhere you can see major LA events. He's basically always there. He's highlighting the greatest things that happen throughout our great city of Los Angeles. Evan Lovett, welcome in, and congratulations on being the first LA RSVP special guest, I guess that's what we call it.
Yeah.
Woo.
Hey.
What up, Evan? What up?
Legend.
What is
Absolute
up,
legend.
Brock, Alex, Shay? Thanks for having me. I did not realize I was the first, but let's do this. Let's get into it.
Oh, definitely. And I couldn't think of someone better to be our first because honestly, I always call myself the expert in LA events, but I don't think there is anyone else that's better suited as the expert in LA events. But let me let you guys know what LA RSVP actually is for the new listeners that don't know what it is. I basically tell Brock, Alex, and special guest Evan different stories from around LA or different events that are happening around LA, and they tell me if they want to RSVP yes or no to these events / stories / places / whatever's going on in Los Angeles. So our first event of the LA RSVP with Evan Levitt from LA in a minute is going to be USC football starting this weekend. They're going to be playing San Jose State August 29th, 12 p.m. at the Coliseum. Obviously, there's tons of pros. We get college football back. You're going to be at this old historic Coliseum. It might not be the greatest game with USC probably going to take the league very quickly, but that atmosphere might just be enough for that traffic. Evan, let's start with you. Are you RSVPing yes or no to USC football?
Listen, I got to go. I got to check it out. The season is starting. It's the Coliseum, USC. Slightly disappointing last year. Going to be a big season for Lincoln Riley, for Jordan Mailata. I mean, this is something to watch. Yes, it's going to be a blowout, but it is going to be something that is interesting to watch and will tell a tale for the rest of the season.
So, Evan, I've actually never been to a USC tailgate before, and I feel like you would be the right person to ask about this. Kind of paint the picture, and is it worth it even if you're just going for, like, the tailgates and do, like, I need to go?
Okay. If you wanted me to put it truthfully, it's going to be hot. It's going to be really hot.
That's all we want is the truth.
And you know, like, look, will I be there for the tailgate? I will not. All right, but will I be there for kickoff? And you know what? At least the first half when USC goes up by 38 points, yes. So that's the true story. Later in the year when it starts cooling down a little bit, we'll be there for the tailgating. But listen, Trojans fighting on. Gonna see. This is a big season because look, I mean, I don't have any inside info or anything, but Lincoln Riley, I mean, great coach, but at USC, what has he really accomplished? And I think patience is wearing a little thin, and I think we're going to have to take a look because across town, UCLA, the excitement's there with Bob Chesney, and man, he's got the transfers. They just had the kid coming back from James Madison with the extra eligibility. So UCLA has a lot of momentum, and if it turns out that UCLA starts off fast, USC maybe doesn't, Lincoln Riley might be on the hot seat. So I'm going to be watching this one, and this is a definite RSVP yes.
Evan, I'm right there with you, but I want you to give the people some nostalgia for those who don't know. Nobody knows Los Angeles better than you. Can you paint the picture of the USC heyday and how the Trojans were the show?
9 a.m. on a Friday morning here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He is former MLB player Cody Decker. He is five-time NBA champion Derek Fisher. I am Ben Stevens. We set the stage for your weekend, a weekend for the Dodgers. They will be in Detroit to take on the Tigers. And yes, Tarek Skubal is going to pitch against his former team right away from the very start of this series on this Friday evening in the Motor City. We will set the stage for that. What else you should be paying attention to this weekend in Los Angeles, including USC's football season debut tomorrow at home in the Coliseum against San Jose State. But of course, sadly, we must first discuss where the Dodgers are entering this weekend in Detroit. Swept by the Braves over the past 3 nights in Atlanta, including last night being blanked by Chris Sale in a complete game shutout, and the only run scored in the game was courtesy of the Braves catcher, Drake Baldwin, on the very first pitch that he saw from Yoshinobu Yamamoto in the home half of the first inning. 1-0, Cody. That was it, in a historic feat for the Braves, becoming just the second team in Major League Baseball this millennium to win a game on a first-pitch leadoff home run, being the only score. As you were watching the game come to a close in the series finale last night, the Dodgers losing all 3, what was your first thought?
My actual first thought was this game lived up to the billing. It was exactly what I expected to see. with the exception I thought might be a 2-1 victory one way or the other, and I would have just flipped a coin on what it could have possibly been, because Chris Sale with the second best ERA in all of Major League Baseball, Yamamoto with the third best ERA in all of baseball, and it was a pitcher's duel of pitcher's duels, because frankly, we would be sitting here talking about for ad nauseum today's show about how unbelievable Yoshi was last night. We would have been sitting here talking about the artistic value of the game that he pitched after that first pitch that he gave up to Drake Baldwin. Unfortunately, we can't do that because Chris Sale was biblical in his outing last night. And I mentioned it earlier on today, but I want to say this again. If you haven't gone on social media and taken a look specifically at Chris Sale's son and D-Fish, I'm telling you, you got to go online and take a look at this, because Chris Sale comes out in the 8th inning, and he's right around 100 pitches, which is, of course, an arbitrary number for guys to come in or out of a game. It's a made-up number. It's not really a real number. The real number, quote-unquote, that keeps guys from going back out there is usually when you're getting to the third time at a lineup. They usually don't like seeing a starting pitcher see a lineup 3 times, and that usually coincides right around 100 pitches. So as Chris Sale gets up and goes out to the field, it goes to the camera to his son in the crowd, and he goes crazy because his son did not think he was coming out for the 9th inning. In fact, I don't think anyone really thought he was coming out for the 9th inning.
Except for him.
Except for him.
Yeah.
And he goes out there.
He told the manager,
yo, I'm in. This is my game. And it seemed to me that Chris Sale had like a point to prove. And listen, everybody, when it comes to the Los Angeles Dodgers, has a chip on their shoulder, man. Right now, I think a lot of players are kind of taking it a little bit personally because how Major League Baseball is even using the Dodgers in this current upcoming CBA, I think that's pissing a lot of players and teams off, going, what is this? Why are you guys treating these guys like they're this insurmountable hill that none of us can climb? We get paid too. And Chris Sale went out there and showed and shoved and made sure everyone knows that the Braves get paid too.
Yeah, but like we've been saying that.
I know.
I mean, it's still professional sports. Like the salaries and the rosters and like you can't legislate winning. And so, you know, but that's part of also the challenge for the Dodgers is like when you're, you know, when you are the Dodgers, like you're going to get everyone's best. You know, their focus level, their desire to beat you, like
sure.
It's all going to be, you know, at peak levels. And, you know, it's kind of like what's interesting about pro sports, especially, you know, baseball with all the games that they play, like you're seeing a guy, you know, 3 times in 3 consecutive days. Like imagine 2 boxers that box 3 days in a row, you know, or imagine boxers that fought 3 times in the same calendar year. Like even the champion, by the 3rd time around, the challenger is going to figure some things out.
Yeah.
Like they're going to be able to get some things maybe that you didn't see coming, or, you know, your energy because you're the defending champion and, you know, you had some other fights earlier in the year or whatever. Like the gap closes each fight. And so the Dodgers are kind of, you know, going through this 3rd time around through fighting everybody 100 times a year. And the gap it's going to continue to close. I, of course, wanted them to win each of these 3 games, but I also feel a certain level of like, yes, concern because you want them to, you know, to win as many games as possible. But also what you worry about with like teams that have won consecutive championships is like the loss of competitiveness in terms of like fighting to even win games consistently, where they're like, they are perceiving themselves to be able to flip a switch or do something later and figure it out down the line. This group doesn't appear to have that reflex. Like Chris Sale had to do something that's almost never been done before in order to win a 1-0 game against the Dodgers, who aren't even hitting the ball well, who have tons of injuries and guys out of the lineup that it's not even their full team. And this guy had to pitch a out of his mind game in order to win a 1-0 game.
Sure did.
So for me, I'm like, all right, so the Dodgers just went and played this team that's chasing them and throwing everything they can at them, and they won one-run games all three games.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, cap tipped, but if we fight 12 rounds in a couple months, you ain't doing enough to make me feel like I can't take a couple punches from you and still win the fight.
Well, I'm glad he actually said it that way, because I think this could eventually be a good thing for the Dodgers. I think it's one thing to feel the good vibes in Dodger Stadium when things are going well. And things have been going well and living a very charmed life in Chavez Ravine for years and years and years. But to watch the Dodgers legitimately take a punch in the mouth the way they just did here in Atlanta, I would say this was a far more bigger punch in the mouth, despite only being one-run losses each one of these games, than, say, dropping 3 of 4 to the Milwaukee Brewers, then dropping that sweep over there to the Cubs, then dropping that sweep over there to the Boston Red Sox. This was the one that really caught my attention, because these have been the guys that have been looking up to the Dodgers all season long. And I mentioned yesterday what a big swing that loss yesterday would be, because that meant if the Dodgers won, they'd be up 3 games on the Atlanta Braves. Because of that loss, they're only up 1 game on the Atlanta Brave. And I'm starting to get a little concerned. My question is, and thinking this is a good thing, how are the Dodgers going to react going forward?
And they have lost the tiebreak now for the season series against Atlanta for what could be that critical second seed in the National League, and of course the opening round bye. To both of your points, all 3 games in this sweep in Atlanta decided by just a single run. We have harped on it. The Dodgers playing the best teams in baseball has not been kind to those in Dodger blue in the second half. Since the start of that Red Sox series, the Dodgers are now 2-14 against teams with a winning record. In 13 of those 25 total games since the start of the series against the Sox, it has been decided by a lone run. The Dodgers 1-7 in one-run games in that span against teams above 500. Let's hear from Doc now, of course, the manager for the Dodgers, in Dave Roberts, about how tightly contested this series was and how he thought this week played out in Atlanta.
It just seemed like, it did and it didn't. Obviously, the scoreboard read that we lost 3 games by 1 run, but we just never took a lead, and it seemed like we were always chasing. And so that's something where, it's hard to play from behind. Your margins are much thinner, smaller, and when you don't capitalize on opportunities, then you come up on the short end. But like I said, they're a good ball club. They do things the right way, and, we'll look forward to seeing them in October.
I got a little worried there for a second. I got a little worried there at the beginning of that statement from Doc. I'm glad it went the way it went, because it sounded a little Kenny Atkinson-like at first. It sounded like, yeah, these are all one loss games, so don't worry about it. I thought I was about to say, we really won these games in the aggregate.
Quite the opposite was the tone. He was even like, "Hey,
thank God,
these were 1-run losses, but we actually weren't even all that close in these 1-run games."
I really appreciate what Doc said, because I got a little worried there for a second.
And that's, I think, very fair from Dave Roberts. The Dodgers were down from the first game on Tuesday night, trailing 3-0 after the first inning. They battle back. Ozzie Albies has the game-winning RBI in the bottom of the 8th off Tanner Scott. They battle back to tie it at 5 in the 7th, and then leave a couple of bases-loaded opportunities later that frame, and in the 8th on Wednesday, after a start in that spot from Roki Sasaki in which he was pulled, and we saw Eric Lauer. Tanner Scott comes in to pitch the 9th, and Ha-Sung Kim walks it off against the Dodgers. And then last night, of course, they trailed the entirety of the game basically because of Chris Sale's dominance and Drake Baldwin hitting the first pitch that he saw from Yoshinobu Yamamoto beyond the wall in left field. What did you make to what Dave Roberts had to say and kind of his context of how this series played out?
Yeah, I mean, I think the points he made about, chasing that's the key point. Being behind in baseball by 1 run is, it's maybe equivalent in basketball to 10 points or something. I'm not sure how we'd actually equate that. But if you start a game behind and you're consistently starting games behind where you're constantly chasing, yes, the margin for error is significantly smaller. That turnover in the second quarter, when you're already down by 8 points, is, more magnified than if you were up by 8 points or if the game was tied. And so, that's something to think about, in terms of, and we've had conversations here around, what does a change at the top of the lineup look like? Do you need a different, batter at the 2 spot? when Ohtani wasn't taking bases, do you need to switch that up so you can get somebody that can take some extra bases leading off, et cetera. So those are all things that I'm sure he's thinking about and considering. Maybe they get more aggressive with the base running early in games to try to, do something that doesn't constantly put them in situations where they are behind. I'm definitely a novice, but and I don't know if this is an analytics thing or what, but in my opinion, it seems like people are aggressively swinging the bat early in the game against the Dodgers, especially in the first inning.
Always trying to get ahead.
And I don't know what data and how they review or what they're doing, but Sasaki or obviously yesterday with Yamamoto, there's just been games where that kind of started Robleski's challenges a little bit.
For sure.
Like it's the early innings and they're just jumping on it. So I don't know. Maybe there's some adjustments there that can be made over these last couple months.
So I actually saw a more glaring thing when it was Dalton Rushing catching at the time, because it seemed like Dalton Rushing might have been getting caught in some certain pitch calling sequences, and I think a lot of teams were catching up on that. Where where we got Rortvet and Fiducia currently kind of getting their bearings back with the team, although they have been catchers for this team in the past. It's been a little less glaring as of late, except for a couple of Tarek Skubal starts where he's given up a couple runs early and then he's gone on to dominate.
Yeah.
But you're not wrong. They are jumping on the Dodgers early, and it seems like for the last couple of weeks, the Dodgers have been playing catch up a lot, giving up early leads and having to come back at that. And that, when you're going up against a Chris Sale, that is actually an insurmountable hill if you give up an early lead. If Chris Sale's got a lead, you ain't getting the lead back.
Yeah, and Chris Sale this year has been sensational. He has earned a decision, by the way, at the age of 37 years old in 22 of the 24 total starts he has made this year. Last night was his first complete game shutout since June of 2019. He is 13-9 now with an ERA of 2.02. Jacob Mizorowski is probably going to win the National League Cy Young Award. Chris Sale is not going to be far behind. And Cody, we have talked about the curse of the two-hole for the Los Angeles Dodgers. They elevate Tommy Edman to that spot last night.
Love that choice.
Love
that choice.
I think it will play out well, but he was 0 for 3 last night with 3 strikeouts. Shohei was 0 for 4 in the leadoff spot with 2 strikeouts, 5 of the 11 Ks that Sale recorded against those top 2 hitters in the Dodger lineup last night.
Listen, I don't blame them for doing it. It was what I suggested last week. This is his 4th game this year hitting in that 2-hole, and of course this Atlanta Braves series did not exactly go according to plan, and last night I think should be a wash from everybody because no one got their bat on the ball yesterday. The names that make sense to me putting in the 2-hole for the Los Angeles Dodgers are Tommy Edman and Freddie Freeman. The only difference between the two that I'm very much going on the Tommy Edman side is simply this: the switch hitting ability and the speed. You kind of can eliminate one massive thing a little bit from Tommy Edman that you cannot do from Freddie Freeman, and that's you can slightly, not completely, but you can definitely slightly eliminate the double play ball out of the 2-hole. You get your hands on Ohtani on first base. Well, I'm not as worried about a double play as I would be with Freddie Freeman coming up to the plate, because we've seen, actually just in the last couple of weeks, we've seen Tommy Edman beat out double play balls multiple times. So at least we're eliminating that with the 2-hole.
And when you have what we saw last night, really only one golden scoring opportunity, it was Mookie Betts leading off the 4th with a double, and the Dodgers were unable to pay it off. We kind of turn our focus, of course, to what we are going to see this weekend for the Dodgers in Detroit against the Tigers. Let me ask both of you, being in these professional clubhouses for a good majority of your lives, tonight will be an emotional night for Tarek Skubal. What exactly the crowd reception is going to be in Motown at Comerica Park, we're not entirely sure. I don't know if there is a ton of bad blood that Tigers fans feel to Tarek Skubal. They gave him a standing O in what felt like his last outing for Detroit when he reached 1,000 career strikeouts, all as a Tiger. But for his new teammates, the Dodgers supporting him as he takes the mound tonight in Detroit, can this kind of be somewhat of a rah-rah calling card? Let's all kind of get our claws in this together to support our guy, kind of be a turning point in a way for the Dodgers as they were just swept in Atlanta?
Possibly. For a new member of the team. So one, the reception is going to be the same it was on his way out, in my opinion. The fans don't feel any way towards him personally. He got traded. None of his comments or sound before he got traded or after he got traded, to me, would leave any negative energy coming out of Detroit. Will some fans boo just because he's wearing Dodger blue? Sure.
Sure, yeah.
But it won't be, because, he did something. Two, I think for all it takes is one new person to change the locker room or the clubhouse entirely in terms of the personalities, the energy, the chemistry, because you kind of lose a little bit of like the shared purpose and vision, right? You expect that a new person coming into the team has the same, like, okay, you know you're coming to the Dodgers. You know we expect to win World Series, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, sure, in theory, a new person understands that. But just like anywhere, like until you've worked there long enough to go through enough experiences with this particular department of people, it's not the same as someone that was working there for 4 years and then got sent out, and now you're the new guy coming in. And so tonight could represent an opportunity for guys that are still getting to know Tarek Skubal even.
Yeah.
To see how much this game matters to him, how important it is. Does he get emotional? Is he nervous coming back after the second inning and a new teammate can put his arm around him and just kind of help him calm down, and they're going to let him know they got his back tonight. Go out there and do your thing. We got you, bro. Let's get a win for him.
Yeah.
It could signify that in some way.
Yeah, but D-Fish, you have a unique perspective on this because I had the luxury of going to play for another team and then coming back and playing against a team that I was relatively popular at, but it was a much smaller market in like El Paso, Texas, compared to you. When you went to Golden State and then came back to the Lakers, came to play against the Lakers, what was that like for you, both like emotionally as a player and then just overall as like a man? How did that feel for you?
Yeah, it was hard. The first time was difficult. I mean, I'd been here, 8 seasons, but it was the team that drafted me, ton of success. A lot of the things that Skubal said resonated with me.
Yeah.
Like, they drafted me, they invested in me, like they did a lot of things that set me up for success that I'll never be able to basically pay back. Like, it's been amazing. So, and I didn't necessarily want to leave, but similar to Skubal, like the team sometimes isn't willing to go as far as you need them to go to convince you to stay. And so that first game back, here in LA was hard emotionally because when you grow up in a place, you don't necessarily expect to ever play anywhere else.
You're not lying about that, man.
You just don't.
Yeah, I didn't even like the Padres, but I wanted to be there forever.
Yeah. And so then all of a sudden you're coming back to a place you never expected to. It's like coming back to your house after, you sell it, but you still feel like it should be yours, but like some new people live here. They've done something different with the carpet and the curtains and whatever. And so it is difficult emotionally. And I'm sure he'll feel a lot of that tonight. And so to your point, Ben, like it could connect these guys, this particular set of Dodgers, post All-Star break, post trade deadline. This could just give them an opportunity to like, we are going to figure out a way to make sure we win this game tonight because he might struggle, but they do not want to walk out of this ballpark tonight with him taking an L against a team that should have paid him, and he should have never had to leave Detroit in the first place.
You ain't lying. They should have paid his ass. Oh, my gosh.
The Tigers, by the way, after Tarek Skubal was even traded around that time, were making a charge to the postseason. They were contending for an American League wild card spot, but they have kind of hit the skids now. They're 5.5 back. They have lost 10 of their last 12 after starting 16-9 in their first 25 games post All-Star break. So it should be an opportunity for the Dodgers on what will be an emotionally charged night in Detroit for Tarek Skubal and company to get rid of the sweep against the Braves, pick up a victory, and keep that distance one game in front of Atlanta for the bye in the National League. Miggy Rojas has started to get the Dodgers rallying around Tarek Skubal, gave him the nickname Scooby-Doo Papa. It has been the entirety of that Dodger clubhouse when he is there. They've got him fired up. We'll see the results. We'll set the stage one final time before we go. But on the other side of the break, why Klay Thompson ended up wearing a Miami Heat uniform and not a Los Angeles Laker uniform. His father, former Laker great Michael Thompson, tells us on the other side of the break on D-Fish and Decker.
so Adam Schefter just reported that the NFL is reviewing a couple players and discipline for a few of these players. And a Rams superstar right now is under review by the NFL. And this is what Adam Schefter had to say via his Adam Schefter podcast on Puka Nacua.
Cases that I believe are now being reviewed include that of the Rams wide receiver, Puka Nacua, who could potentially face discipline for some of the offseason headlines that accompanied him and some of those incidents last year with another woman. What did and didn't occur, we'll leave that to the NFL to figure out what did and didn't happen. But it's possible that when the Niners and Rams play in Australia, it's within the realm of options that Puka doesn't play in that game.
Are you surprised?
I am surprised that it has taken this long. I'll be honest, I need to go back and look at when suspensions are typically handed out preseason, but this does feel a little later than normal, so put a pin in that. I'll do some research there. But no, so there's been unfortunately a commonplace with the NFL offseason is legal disaster. Schefter was listing off names like James Pearson at Atlanta, who will be suspended. It's just a matter of games due to his misconduct. Josh Jacobs is facing 5 charges. He'll probably be suspended. Jonathan Cooper got arrested 2 times in the same week with Denver. He'll likely be suspended. And we just heard Adam Schefter talk about Puka, and he also at the end there spoke about left tackle Alaric Jackson. So the NFL, they don't have to wait for you to face legal trouble to suspend you. I always want to remind people the NFL can say whether or not you go to jail. For example, James Pierce, who did some heinous things, did community service and went to a rehab program in exchange of jail time. The NFL doesn't have to wait for you to be in handcuffs or actually sued in order to suspend you. They can say, you made the league look bad, you made the team look bad, and we are going to suspend you, and that's all the reasoning that we need. So for anyone wondering, well, Puka wasn't arrested, X, Y, or Z, that's why the NFL, it's a right, it's a privilege, not a right, etc., etc. So I am not surprised that this is coming down. I am more so just shocked how late it is, and I'm curious why the NFL waits to handle all the cases at once, which is kind of a weird way to go about it.
Yeah.
But no, the Rams being without Puka Nacua and or Alaric Jackson week 1 would not be a surprise. It's disappointing for a myriad of reasons, but I can't say I would be surprised.
So just to kind of go back, and if you were unfamiliar with what happened with Puka Nacua last season and what these potential lawsuits and controversies are, like there are some stuff that happened around the team and on social media that I'm sure the Rams addressed. But once it becomes a legal issue, that's when the league gets involved. And it started, I think it was in December when he issued a public apology after appearing on a Twitch live stream with an influencer, and he performed a gesture that was anti-Semitic. And he first claimed, I didn't know that was harmful. I didn't know that was an anti-Semitic gesture. And then New Year's Eve, there was a lawsuit claiming that Puka bit a woman. And there are photos of his bite marks on her shoulder, and then also bit her friend's thumb and made, again, anti-Semitic remarks. So fool me once, okay? But when it's repeated behavior, this is where it becomes an issue. And again, these are the legal things that went down. There was also him immediately going onto social media and was trash talking the refs. That
the refs were the first time, and then the Super Bowl was.
And then the Super Bowl was making fun of Sam Darnold right after he won the Super Bowl, and then there were video of him drunkenly stumbling into his car. So he then checked into rehab, but again, like this is a PR situation. Like, oh, look, he's cleaning it up. It's going to be fine. He's claiming again with the live stream, he wasn't aware that what he did was wrong, and with the biting, he's saying that it was consensual horseplay. So there is so much, and again, but we've talked about it a lot during the offseason. This is why the Rams have not extended.
A Friday morning here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We get you ready for your weekend, of course, this weekend, tomorrow at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. It is the USC Trojans in their season opener against San Jose State. Noon here in LA. We are all, and I mean everybody on this desk, we are all fired up. The biggest college football fan that I know, Raj, will be excited for that game as well between the Trojans and the Spartans. Summer's over. It is football season. It is soon going to be basketball season. What's crazy, these guys are about to be in training camp in like 6 weeks from right now on this Friday, August 28th. And there was maybe a thought a few weeks ago that the veteran in Klay Thompson might be there for the Los Angeles Lakers. He leaves Dallas this summer, and his father explaining why Klay ended up in Miami. Of course, Michael Thompson, longtime Laker great, calls Laker games as we speak, said, quote, "Once I knew he was leaving Dallas, I tried to persuade him again to come back to LA, to come home. But playing with Giannis and Bam and playing for Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra, was just too much of an attraction for him to turn down." Michael revealed on the Locked On Heat podcast. D-Fish, did you ever think Klay Thompson was going to be a Laker?
No. I mean, I didn't. I wasn't.
So you weren't with Michael making calls to Klay, be like, hey,
no,
come back to LA.
I wasn't connected to the possibility. I wasn't surprised that he reached a buyout with the Mavericks.
Yeah.
But I wasn't connected to the timing of it happening and et cetera. But I also, when you're a veteran at the stage where Klay is, right? Like when he did not want to leave Golden State, but just the conversation we just had about school ball, and this is like, that's what happened to Klay. So when he chose to go to Dallas, like, I think it was about a place that he really felt like valued him and saw that he still had a lot left in the tank, and that they were going to be good enough to compete for a title. And then the entire bottom was yanked out from underneath him. The Luka trade, all the things that happened and transpired after he had decided to sign there. So then now him being in this situation, it's kind of like, okay, for him, it's all about winning championships at this point in this stage. And he thought going to Dallas at that time might have afforded him the opportunity to do so. Now stepping out of Dallas and looking at the NBA landscape, Western Conference, Eastern Conference, which teams are best positioned to have, like, it's a no-brainer when you start to think about it from that perspective. Like, going to the Heat with, I'm sure, a role that he likes, and potentially competing in the Eastern Conference compared to going to the Lakers, maybe still having a solid role, but we're talking about 4th, 5th, 6th possibly in the West, and nobody's confident playing in the Western Conference knowing that OKC and San Antonio are sitting at the top of the conference. Whereas in the East, obviously Philadelphia, the Knicks as returning champions, et cetera. But then you kind of get to like what are the Pacers going to look like with Halliburton back? Celtics, some question marks. Okay, the Pistons were the 1 seed, but do people fully respect them? So I think to me in Klay's mind, it's like, one, when you play and live in Florida now from a tax perspective and revenue perspective,
right?
That's also another 10 or 12% of your income in your pocket.
Yes, it is.
And then, like he said on one social clip I saw, which we talked about here, his joints feel really good in Miami.
Yes, they do. And also, listen, not that there aren't great ports here, but I feel like the boating in Miami might be a lot better. He's a
big boater guy.
He's a big boat guy
Yeah,
over there.
But the joints feel really, really good. So
do.
Captain Klay will be back in South Beach.
I don't. Listen, can I give you my take on Klay Thompson? We've talked about this. I don't trust the man's basketball IQ anymore.
Really?
If you ruin things with Megan Thee Stallion, how can we trust that mind?
Wait. No, that's regular IQ. That's regular IQ.
But I think it translates.
No, that's regular
I want to see regular
IQ.
IQ.
No,
it
that's
matters
like
that
I could care
things that matter in a relationship.
No,
and
that's
can that
factual.
translate?
No, that's
can
regular.
Spoelstra trust him? Klay, we need you in this formation. He's like, no. I got Megan Thee Stallion mad at me. She dumped me.
No, I mean, listen, he's not messing around on Megan Thee Stallion on the court.
But he did.
For those watching on video, this is the first time on the show. This is the first. Fish looked at Ben the way he looks at me every other segment, and just all in disgust.
I think that's good analysis. You would say no?
I would say that's the biggest bag he's ever dropped.
What?
That's
for sure. 100%.
No question.
100%.
No question.
Yeah. Like Kuminga turning down an extension with Golden State. That's what Clay did with Megan Thee Stallion.
This is, remember when Dennis Schroeder and everything that happened with the Lakers? This was like a million times.
Fish, you ready for the weekend, Fish?
You don't agree with that analysis?
At this very moment, I am ready for
There's not a part of you that's thinking maybe Ben's onto something?
Megan Thee Stallion, man.
Captain Clay? He was first mate there. Didn't work out for him.
He on the roll.
I would be Megan Thee Stallion's first mate anytime.
Deck mate, whatever you need.
What do you need? I'll
be down on the
floors.
poop deck.
No problem.
Fart corner poop deck.
No problem.
Whatever you need out of
I'll
me.
be your schmee.
You think we're
Okay, now I
this
got to
is
reel
spot
you
on.
in. All right, come on, let's reel him in.
Thanks, Raj. Thanks. All right, back to sports news.
Yeah, back to
Megan
sports.
Thee Stallion
I thought it
is
was
all news. She deserves to be in everything.
Back to sports.
Now he's with the Miami Heat. That's where Klay Thompson is. He will play with Giannis and Bam, and we know that for 2026-27. Anybody else?
How about that win total, huh?
For the Lakers?
Yeah,
For Megan Thee Stallion?
Are we going to flip this to
We're going to flip the switch.
Yeah.
By the way,
Like,
I think we should get a big switch in the office and have it when we need to flip it to like get everybody going.
Yeah, but it's got to be like one of those gigantic switches. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
the
we're
lever.
talking like how you like turn on the bat signal.
yeah, when it's time to get off of a ridiculous conversation, I will walk over there.
That's good. That's fair.
I
You gonna walk
argue
to the
that
fart
talking
corner?
about Megan
Yeah.
Thee Stallion is never a very ridiculous thing to talk about. I think that's always proper. Always.
All right, back to 45 wins for the Los Angeles Lakers. 6th seed in the Western Conference.
Thank you. That's what Klay Thompson was also evaluating.
Yeah. And if I don't necessarily think that Clay would have helped 45 become 46 or 47 or 48. I really believe in this Laker roster.
I disagree with that.
You disagree with that?
Yes.
But you agreed with my first take.
Which was?
The one that I don't trust
No.
is that. Okay, so you don't agree with any of the takes that I have brought up here in
Bro,
this segment.
You 0-4.
If personal lives had anything to do with athletic performance, this entire show, this network wouldn't exist.
That's very true.
So I don't know.
I don't know. I've had some personal things definitely affect me on the field
No,
before.
I'm not saying they don't ever, but I'm just saying, like, yeah. Like,
So you still think Clay is a positive value at like does he make the Miami Heat better? And do you think the Lakers could have used his services?
yes and yes.
Okay.
There is no basketball team that you could put Klay Thompson on and he wouldn't make it better. Now, what role? How many? Like, doesn't mean he's playing 36 minutes and he's
Right.
2017 Klay Thompson. But part of the reason why LeBron couldn't fully see Miami as the right place for him even to return to was next to Giannis and Bam, less perimeter shooting doesn't help. So Klay Thompson, Tim Hardaway Jr. next to Giannis and Bam, that's a different conversation. Now, they're still a veteran team. They're still going to have a lot of things that they have to navigate in, like being a top 4 team in the Eastern Conference. But one of the best shooters in the world to ever touch a basketball, joining your team, yeah, it helps.
Still a positive.
Yeah.
Well, we'll never know.
Who do you now? We've talked about this in the lens of the Eastern Conference. It is interesting because the Western Conference, of course, you look at the top in whatever order, Fish, as you said earlier, Spurs, Thunder, OKC, San Antonio, regardless. You know you have to climb that mountain to knock them off. The Eastern Conference feels rather loaded, of course, entering this year. You have the reigning NBA champs in the New York Knicks. You have the Philadelphia 76ers with LeBron and Jaylen Brown and JoJo and Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe and knowing how they look. The Heat have Giannis and Bam and Klay Thompson in the fold as well. Is the best team in the Eastern Conference the reigning champs? Is the best team in the Eastern Conference the Philadelphia 76ers? How do you see the Eastern Conference in terms of that side of the NBA?
I think we're underestimating Mitchell Robinson's impact on the Knicks.
Interesting.
And now a Celtic.
Yeah, I do think the Knicks can be, you know, one of the top teams in the Eastern Conference. I mean, they were third in terms of regular season record, but he had a significant impact on this team, especially in the postseason run. But I think it's still a shorter list of great teams. I think the parity still exists in the Eastern Conference, and it's a little bit more of kind of a toss-up.
Yeah.
Whereas in the Western Conference, the reason why people are like, no, is because
Those
two teams are
that feels
like,
fair.
it's like the base clogging analogy.
Yeah.
You can't, there's no bases to steal, bro. Those two teams are not moving.
Yeah.
So if you go to the West, good luck.
Yeah.
In the East, while the Knicks could still be Eastern Conference champions, the Sixers you still have a chance, though, to break through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's how the Western Conference is entering this year and probably for the foreseeable future with how young both of the teams are for the Thunder and the Spurs. All right, we get you ready for the weekend here in Los Angeles. USC season debut tomorrow, and at 3:40 p.m. today, Tarek Skubel's return to Detroit. We do that next here on this Friday on D-Fish and Decker.
SVP, the segment where I tell Evan, Brock, and Alex different events going on in LA, and they tell me if they're RSVPing yes or no. This one, guys, it's kind of a week long, so we'll see if it happens or not. But it's LA Restaurant, a Dine LA Restaurant Week. So Dine LA is a 15-day dining event that happens twice a year. It highlights restaurants all across Los Angeles, so you're never too far from one of the restaurants that's it's highlighting. The whole idea is basically to get people out, trying different spots around the city, everything from casual neighborhood dine-in to even takeout. It's literally everything. Oceanfront patios, higher-end and Michelin-recognized places. You got there isn't really any cons, so let me tell you guys about the pros. Huge variety of restaurants, good excuse to explore different parts of LA, special menus and deals, and for the single guys out there, great date night options for any type of event that you guys want to do. You could take anyone to anything. They have so many restaurants. I went through the whole list. Are we RSVPing yes or no to Dine LA Restaurant Week? Evan, take it away.
I gotta say yes, and you know what? Because you gave me a full week, I might be doing multiple. It's actually going from So here's the deal with Dine LA. Every year they do this twice a year, usually the summer and the winter. And there's literally hundreds of restaurants that participate. I sort of wish it was promoted even more because it is such a cool way to kind of taste these restaurants that maybe you think of as expensive, or certain places that have like fixed menus and things like that. It gives you a little bit more flexibility to be able to try they have the lunch special ready to go, the dinner special ready to go. I got my sights set on Bloodso's on La Brea, classic LA barbecue. So legend, best brisket in town. And you know what? His pork ribs are great. The rib tips are great. The sausage, the cornbread, best greens in LA. I mean, look, they got a Dine LA menu. And all you need to do, you go on the site. I think it's discover.losangeles.com/Dine LA. You could search by neighborhood. You could search by price. You could search by cuisine. And you'll be shocked because a lot of the big names are on there. But so are some of these like neighborhood mom and pop spots that want to be included. And it's a big time discount from whatever you normally be eating. And again, great place to try. But I got Bloodso's circled for me.
This is incredible. I'm on the site right now as I'm going through this.
They got some heaters.
Wow. And I just searched like Hermosa where I'm at. And I'm like, oh, what can I get here? I love this. There's a lot of lunch and dinner specials. So basically, I'm guessing it's probably like a set menu vibe and a set price. So yeah, no, I am
and they want to show
RSVPing to this.
Don't forget, they want to showcase like their best dishes too, right? So they're always putting their best foot forward. So you're going to be able to get like the best. It's awesome because it's not super expensive. Dine LA is expensive, but this is like the most budget-friendly way to be able to try like cool, hip, high-end restaurants and not really break the bank. So
I'm right there with you, and I want to double down on the Bloodso's love. I'm looking at it right now. The La Brea location, which I frequent, there's probably a mold in the seat that I sit in because I always get sat in the same booth for some reason, and I'm there so often. $25 lunch, $45 dinner. That is a steal.
What do you get?
For my money, it's the best
what
barbecue
kind of food
in LA.
is it? Oh, barbecue. Oh, this is the place you guys were telling us about.
This is the barbecue place we were talking about. Absolute staple of Bloodso's. the story is awesome. You got a guy who's from Dallas, then he went to Compton, and he brought his barbecue with him. And Evan, the LA in a Minute connoisseur, laid it out perfectly. I think you had a post maybe a little over a month ago. You went by Bledsoe's. Is that correct?
I had to, because so Kevin Bledsoe, he's from Compton. His aunt, grandma, extended family was in Texas. That's where he learned the barbecue trade.
Wow.
Came back to be a probation officer, just barbecuing, smoking stuff on the side. But it was so good that people always smell it. Oh, let me try that, blah, blah, blah. People wanted to he's like, yo, you should sell it. You should open a spot. He had a catering company, ran into Mac 10, WC, Ice Cube. I don't know if you remember WC and the Mad Circle and all them back in the 90s, but they were kind of like big proponents of his, put him on to some people in that industry, and then eventually ended up opening his spot in Compton.
I'm not even really a USC guy. So I don't really know how I do this.
But that song does kind of get you
It does hype you up. And watching the USC marching band do it, the Pride of Troy in person, really gets the feels going for a college football Saturday. You know what I've learned? It's not about the wrist. You're not flicking your wrist. You're pushing out your elbow when you do the V for victory. You've never done that. Actually, you used to do it. You told me earlier this week. You used to be a USC guy growing up.
No. I said my family was a USC family, and I almost went to USC. I went to UCLA, which is a better school. First school to 100 championships. No big deal.
No big deal. You know what we're all going to be doing tomorrow? We're waking up, alarm at the latest 8 a.m., so we have a good hour buffer as we get ready for the start of a college football season in Dublin, Ireland. Bill Belichick's North Carolina Tar Heels, Sonny Dykes and his TCU Horned Frogs, and then 3 hours after that, here in Los Angeles, it is USC's season debut. Do you guys want to group FaceTime and watch it together?
I will be on the golf course, my guy.
Okay, but you said you're bringing your phone to watch the game.
Yes, not to FaceTime anybody else.
Right. You need to watch the screen.
Yes,
okay,
yes,
so just all of us, Raj, Crash, everybody else. We're
I'm
gonna
watching
have
soccer,
a group watch
then I'll
party.
be at the beach.
Okay, Fish is watching. You already promised me earlier this week. You looked at the schedule and you said there's nothing else going on sports-wise. I'm watching USC's season debut against San Jose State. You said that. You're a man of your word.
I'm not watching the whole game.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm gonna check it out a little bit.
At
I
noon.
think there's some WNBA action starting at 10. Mm-hmm. Then when that ends, I can flip over to SC San Jose State and have it on in the background a little bit while I'm, doing some things.
And then when
around
they're
the
up by
house.
60 after the second quarter, you could change
Go
the
out,
channel.
enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
Nah,
I agree.
It depends. I'm gonna see what the weather looks like this weekend and how hot it is.
It's gonna be hot.
Definitely some golf.
Hot in the valley,
baby.
Yeah, but I'm
good.
used to that. Yeah,
All right.
I'm good.
No big deal.
Whoa!
Oh,
the fan fantasy football is Cody Decker on the clock.
He is pretty much on deck, as our other gentleman, Ryan Birch, I believe that's how you say his last name.
Yeah, Bershinger.
Yeah, Bershinger.
Yeah.
He is back from the Philippines, I believe, so he's going to pick. I know what he wants to pick, and then Cody is up next, Cody. So you got some guys in that window.
No, it's actually further. I am officially on the clock, in fact.
Oh, you are on the clock.
And I will say this. Ryan just took someone that I considered taking. I was thinking about starting the quarterback run.
Ryan
and he
started
went
it.
ahead and took the quarterback I would have taken in this spot, which was Joe Burrow.
Ooh.
I'm not going to take Joe Burrow. And here's the thing. I only have one receiver right now. I got my tight end in Brock Bowers. I got James Cook. I got Jeremiah Love. And my one receiver in Rashee Rice. I am currently kind of on the fence right now. I'm thinking about taking Mike Evans or potentially Jalen Hurts. That's where I'm kind of on the mind on right now. I'm thinking I need a receiver first, and I kind of dig Mike Evans over there in the Niners.
Tush push out of the National Football League.
I know. That is part
noted
of my
for
reasoning why
rushing
I'm leaning
touchdowns.
towards Mike.
Yeah, listen, I think Mike Evans is going to have a good year. He's going to be Brock Purdy's top target, I would say, at least from the very start. No Ricky Pearsall. Maybe the rookie DeJon Stribling gets involved. I don't mind that look.
And I don't know if I like Luther Burden enough over there in Chicago.
Nah.
I'm on the fence on him.
A lot of mouths to feed over there in
Exactly.
Chicago. I think Mike is kind of the primary
You know what?
guy. Yeah.
I'm doing it, baby.
All right.
Mike Evans.
Breaking news.
Welcome to Team Big Deck Energy.
Have you changed your name yet in the Fantasy Football League?
No.
You're just keeping it
Just D-Fish.
Team Derek?
No, it's
Team
It's Odyssey back 9, I think.
And Derek is up in 2 picks, by the way. As soon as Lindsay picks, Derek will be on the clock.
Lindsay in the office right now, so she could go rapid fire and have us have one more pick for the Fan Fantasy Football Draft. And I think at the conclusion of this weekend, the draft is going to be over. We'll do some power rankings on Monday here on D-Fish and Decker.
Yeah, and I changed the clock, by the way. I cut it in half because D-Mac and Ryder thought they could take every single second of the damn clock and hold up the draft. So no.
Classic D-Mac
Well,
and
actually,
Ryder,
I would love to ask you real quick, Raj. You're the fantasy expert of this group right now. I'll give you that.
Commissioner Raj?
Yeah. What do you think of so far my draft with James Cook, Brock Bowers, Rashee Rice, Jeremiah Love, and Mike Evans? I'm feeling pretty good about this group so far.
I will say this. Everyone you can say looks good right now.
Yeah, of
right?
course, of course.
Injuries happen, so I can judge your team better after depth. So in about 3 or 4 more rounds, what kind of depth or not depth that you have. I do love Cook, though. I think he's underrated.
I really like that pick.
Back.
I was really happy about that.
I can argue he'd be the 3rd running back off the board for me.
A big season in Buffalo seems like it is coming because of Josh Allen. And although it's a new head coach in Joe Brady, he was the offensive coordinator, and the explosion of James Cook and his production in that system has been big. Of course, it's a big night in Detroit. 3:40 p.m. here in L.A. First pitch is scheduled between Tarek Skubal and the Detroit Tigers. Skubal makes his return to Motown. He will face off against Drew Anderson on the other side. It will be his 7th start this year for the veteran in Anderson. He has started the last 3 appearances he has made for the Tigers, basically 7 earned in 14 innings thrown here in the month of August. What do you think Tarek Skubal, Cody, is feeling right now? What do you expect to see out of Skubal in his 5th Dodgers start, but back in Detroit for the first time?
Listen, I know it's going to be an emotional night. I know it's going to be nerves and yada, yada, yada. But you know what? At some point, we got to get past this. I'm getting a little tired of this because I've heard this excuse too many times. And I also don't think he's needed the excuse. Tarek Skubal has pitched very good so far for the Dodgers. 2 very solid outings and then a very good outing getting his first victory.
Yeah.
So make no mistake, he's done very well in his 3 starts. But I already heard for the first game, well, it was his first start in a Dodger uniform. Nerves were there. Then the second start, well, you know, it was his first start at Chavez Ravine.
Right.
The nerves were there. Okay, now his 4th start, well, the nerves are there because he's in the enough. You're a Major League 2-time Cy Young Award-winning pitcher. Go out there and shove. Dominate your old team. Make them wish they paid you. And let's get the Dodgers back on point. And by the way, I think that's what we're going to see tonight.
Boom. 1-2 for Tarek Skubal so far in his 4 Dodger starts with a 3.38 ERA, Fish.
Yeah, I mean, all that can happen and still have nerves. So
it's true.
It doesn't absolve the performance aspect of it. It just means you learning and figuring out how to manage because they're all new experiences.
Yeah.
So, you know, he'll just have to learn through the experience tonight how it feels. Like this is his first time back in Detroit. Facing his old team. That's going to be new. He's never experienced that before, so he's going to have to grapple with how that impacts him emotionally. Sometimes being too amped up and too hyped up, because part of why you feel the emotion and the nerves is there's a part of you that's like, F you guys for not paying me or trading me or almost forcing me to make the decision to leave because you didn't step up and handle your bit. And you want to just kind of like knock their face off.
Yeah.
But your heart won't let you because they raised you.
Yeah.
So you're kind of grappling emotionally with which way to lean. And you don't want to be disrespectful, but tonight, you know, he needs to be a killer for sure and help the Dodgers get back on the winning track.
I think the reception for Skubal will be positive. Again, in Detroit, he was Tarek Skubal. In Los Angeles, as Miggy Rojas coined him, he is Scooby-Doo Papa. So we will see how he throws tonight in the Motor City against the Tigers, 3:40 p.m. first pitch here in Los Angeles. It is time to compete before we go into the weekend. It is time now for the final out.
D-Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
Yeah, that's right, gentlemen. It's time for the final out. And, you know, earlier we did a little something with Michael Jackson videos, right? Because it's his birthday tomorrow, of course. And I know how you guys love Michael Jackson and everything. So we did videos. This time it is time to do songs. His top 10 most popular, most purchased songs. Michael Jackson. So champ, the champ, of course, is Derek Fisher. And of course, you get bonus points for number 1. Michael Jackson, top 10 most popular songs. Singles, these are. What do you got, Fish?
Singles?
Yep, not albums.
So no Jackson 5 included here.
Correct. That's a good question. No Jackson 5. And by the way, I didn't put We Are the World on there.
Oh, that was another question I was going to
Okay.
Yep.
What you got, Fish?
Oh, man. I'll go with Beat It.
Okay, all right. Number 2. That's 2 on the list. Let's go left to right just so I can see. Yeah, a little easier to keep track.
Me?
Yes, you.
Thriller.
Thriller. Silly song, but it's number 3. Yes.
Billie Jean.
Numero uno's bonus points for. What the hell was he thinking about, Fisher? Tell me what he was thinking about in Thriller. Tell me.
I don't have to explain. I'm not Michael Jackson, bro. I don't have to explain.
It's a dumb song.
He's just talking Thriller. It's Thriller night.
Okay.
You know what that means.
Okay. Fish, what you got? Give me a top 10 most popular Michael Jackson song. Dumbass song. Why don't you get past the age of 12? His music doesn't hold up.
I'm a Prince guy. I've always
Thank you. Prince is by far superior.
Thought it'd be close.
You said Fish said bad, by the way, Raj.
Bad.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You guys are talking over. Bad. Bad was a bad choice. Bad is not on the list. It's not one of his most popular. It's a video.
Man,
The video.
I'm actually surprised by that.
Yeah, it's
I'll
not.
freely admit I'm surprised by that.
Okay, I didn't make this up. These are.
Ooh, that's
yeah.
gonna get tricky then.
It's going to get tricky. So we will have a new champ.
Most purchased MJ song.
Man, what was a hit on the dangerous.
Listen, my Michael Jackson catalog, although it is much deeper than my knowledge, is basically Beat It, Billie Jean, and Thriller. And so you put another one in there for music videos called Black and White. I'll go with Black and White.
Oh, just like this show, Black and White. That's right.
It's either gonna be. It could be the Earth song. It could be. Could be Give In to Me. Could be. I'm gonna go with. I'm just gonna go with what I think is the best song.
Okay.
And I might be. Dirty Diana was not popular enough. It just was not. I'm gonna go
Good
with.
song.
I'm gonna go with.
I got one more.
I know what that song's about, Fisher. Dirty Diana.
I'm gonna say it's gonna be the Earth song.
Earth song is on the list.
Okay,
number
thank
8.
God.
On number 8.
Oh God.
That's right.
This might be the last Michael Jackson song I know, so I need Cody to get bounced right after this. PYT, Pretty Young Thing.
Now, that's an amazing bass line. I love that song in terms of a bass line because I play it. You got to play it, but you won't need it because Cody is the champion. PYT, not on the list, but I do like that song.
By the way, the next song I was say was Rock With You, yes?
Rock With You is number 10. That's when Michael was still black. Yup, that's a good song. Yup. Yeah, the nose like me and Fish.
What else was on this list?
Say.
Never would have guessed that one.
Yeah, that's with Paul McCartney or something, right?
Never would have guessed that.
I can't read my. You Are Not Alone.
Oh, yes, okay, that was a hit.
Man in the Mirror.
Oh, that's so stupid of
And then
could have got
another
that
good
one.
Don't Stop. Don't Stop.
Oh, that's another good one,
So at least
too.
they gave credit to the disco, back in the day before the
Boy,
Thriller album.
No love for the Dangerous album in this list.
No
huh?
love for the Danger
so.
album.
I should have known more. Man in the Mirror is an easy one. I should have had that one.
That was a layup.
We missed it.
We all missed it.
Are you pretty sad you lost the title to end out the week? Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
He's happy he's getting away from us.
Like, hey, after those last two segments, see you guys later. He's Cody Decker. He's Derek Fisher. I am Ben Stevens, and we are all fired up for college football on this Friday. Brock and Alex is up next. Have a great weekend, Los Angeles.
And now on La Brea, but he's an institution, especially because...
Once again, Edwin Diaz doing his Edwin Diaz thing. And here's the thing. I am a fan of Edwin Diaz. I think he's a very solid pitcher. And yes, if you look at his career numbers, he has elite closer metrics. He absolutely does. High leverage innings, shutdown innings. He holds the record Tides hold the record for most saves in a single season. In fact, when he did it in 2018 with the Mariners. But I've also seen full year collapses on this guy. And I'm talking multi-year. We saw it with the Mets twice, by the way. We also saw the injured year that he had with the Mets. Now he's over here with the Dodgers, and he's been very shaky from Jump Street, before even the microneedling surgery he even had. I have not been quiet that I didn't like this deal. In fact, the Dodgers made two very big deals this last offseason in Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker. I didn't like either deal. It comes to fruition that both of these guys happen to be the biggest struggle bust players on the Dodgers, both on the pitching side and the offensive side. So it's a little frustrating to see. I do hear the people kind of pointing the finger at Dave Roberts, saying, why are you throwing him back out there? However, we saw him have a very, very efficient 12-pitch inning earlier this week. However, you can't be blowing saves to the Brewers this late in the season. You just can't. So the way I see it, I think an adjustment does need to be made. It's just hard to justify considering how much you're paying this guy.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How are they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it. And I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities, and just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays, and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as making some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
When you're coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from such time off, but
And it just goes back to the conversation and the argument that we've been having around the league being upset with the Dodgers paying their players too much and paying for their World Series titles. It's like, look at guys like this, like Max Muncy, who was essentially retiring, walking away from the game, didn't have anything left, and the Dodgers took a chance on him. They saw potential. They saw what he has become, which is a power hitter and a consistent bat and great defensive third baseman. And Eric Lauer, who was struggling this season, but again, the Dodgers saw potential and worked with him. And every time he has taken the mound, LA is 8-0 when he pitches. So it just goes to show what investing and developing and caring about your players do from the ground up. Because I mean, take this in any aspect of life. If you walk into a job and you feel wanted and you feel cared for, you're going to do everything in your power to make sure that you succeed, and not only you, but everyone around you succeeds. And you can really tell that is the energy and the vibe with this Dodgers organization from the ground. What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. Happy Friday, everybody. We made it. You did it. We did it. And happy college football season week 0. Wild, you guys. Kickoff tomorrow starts in Dublin. Which is UNC versus TCU. So you got Bill Belichick. I would like to see Bill on a day off cruising around Dublin, especially. Is he still with his his young girl?
That is a fantastic question that I don't have the answer to.
You know what? That's a beautiful thing that we don't know anymore. Because
Yeah,
I
you know what?
think
You're
that
right. You're
was the issue, is everybody knew too much.
We knew way too much.
So the
about
fact
whole
that
thing.
that's not the focus anymore,
it's a great point.
good for them. Good for them. But that would be a fun travel on the road trip. Have you been to
Yes.
Dublin?
I have not been to Ireland at all. I have not been to. My wife and I discuss this often. I don't have a calling to go see Ireland or Scotland or that, but that area of the world is so lush and green
Yeah.
and beautiful and just calls you to be outside. And that part I resonate with, but
Okay.
I think we'll go one day.
So fun fact, my last name used to be O'Curry. So my last name is Irish, and there's actually a town called Curry, O'Curry in Ireland. So when I was studying abroad and got to do all my little visits, that was one of the places we went to just to be like, oh, one of the motherlands.
There you go.
Let me see what's up.
Let me see what's going on.
Yeah, wild. I will just say the culture in Dublin is the pubs. And it is like cool to be in the pub at 8 to 80.
Yeah.
Like, and that's just what it is. But like the coastline and the lushness and the
It's
people.
as beautiful as it gets.
I need subtitles though when they're talking to me. I still like, even though it's English, it's not. It's like, what did you just say? I don't know.
I have a couple friends who are born and raised in Ireland over the years. I don't know how I have so many
Love
friends
that.
from there. Because of that, I can understand them, but when I get around their sisters or their
It's
parents,
so thick.
I have no idea.
no idea.
But I'm often their translator, especially with slang
Yeah.
words when we're
Yeah,
at
yeah, yeah.
parties or something like that.
Love
Yeah.
that for you. Yeah, highly recommend if you can check it out. And then after that first game in Dublin, we got a nice little matinee in LA with USC facing San Jose State. And this is really going to be the season that defines Lincoln Riley's future here in LA.
That is exactly right. And in 25 hours and 53 minutes, they will be kicking off a noon kickoff, which is very bold of USC to think that their fans
On a Saturday in LA.
that their students on their first weekend in college will be able to make a noon
You
kickoff.
know what? Actually, that might be why. Because everyone's going to be so excited. No one's going to sleep. They're going to rage
gonna
from the
party
night
through it.
before and then go straight into the tailgating that'll start at like 9 a.m.
That's probably more realistic
For the
than
college
anything.
kids.
But yeah, we have a week 0 game. USC loves that week 0 game, and they're gonna take advantage of that window.
Okay, so how do like schools and how does I guess the
Mm-hmm.
conferences decide who is going to play week 0?
It's really strange. Some schools love it. Some schools play week 0 every single year. USC is becoming one of those. Some schools, like Minnesota,
Mhm.
every single year they play the Thursday before week 1. And it's kind of, you want consistency, especially if you have a coach who's been there for a couple years, just so that they can structure their off-season schedule around it. But the short answer is what they try to do for the first week of football is make sure everyone gets some kind of spotlight.
Okay.
So USC likes week 0 and other teams like week 0 because you get an extra bye week. If you play week 0, you get 2 bye weeks instead of 1 throughout the year.
Oh, that's
but your
great.
season starts a week sooner. So it's kind of the give and take. But by week 0 and then starting on, I want to say Thursday next week, we have at least 6 games a day all the way through Monday. And because they want to highlight as many schools as they can in kind of their own little window.
There's 11 games on Thursday next week.
Holy moly! That's got to be the most.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Ooh, Colorado, Georgia Tech. That'll be good. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, what team are you most excited to watch this season? Like, what is the, like, keep an eye. Keep an eye on them.
I am excited for Indiana to win the championship again.
No way.
Because people
What a
are
take.
just treating them like an afterthought because they don't want to believe what happened last year is just going to be the norm as long as Cignetti is there. I'm also really excited for UCLA. I am so excited that by the end of this
Okay.
year, I think they're going to go to a bowl game, and them going to a bowl game based off after coming off of them tying their record for most losses in a season is a massive, massive leap. They're going to be a fun team.
It's so interesting because I think there is, like what you're saying, there's a lot of excitement around UCLA, and then there's a lot of nerves around USC. Yeah. And the expectations for both, like even if you had them here, like UCLA, like the only thing, like there is no negativity. Like they're only going to exceed expectations. Meanwhile, if USC doesn't make the CFP, like that's it.
Yeah.
Like that is probably the end of Lincoln Riley's tenure here in LA.
USC will finish the year with more wins than UCLA, but if you were to judge fan satisfaction at the end of the year, UCLA will be much higher than USC's.
Wild.
Yeah.
Wild. Well, you guys, we got a Dodgers baseball tonight in Detroit. We'll get to that in a little bit, but the big story there is Tarek Skubal on the mound facing his former team for the first time. He spent his entire career in Detroit with the Tigers prior to the trade deadline when the Dodgers picked him up. So you know that is going to be an emotional roller coaster. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Now, before we take a look at tonight and what the Dodgers need to do to turn things around, let's take a moment to reflect on last night, because
if we must,
we got a good old-fashioned pitching duel, which not my favorite. Like, I love a good offensive explosion. Some people love the pitching duels. And Yamamoto really gave it everything he could, going 6+ innings, allowing just 4 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 8, striking out 8. But Chris Sale, like we talked about it yesterday, there is a reason he is one of the best pitchers in the game right now. And he threw a complete game shutout, striking out 11. And that was the Dodgers' biggest issue this entire series, was the bats just not figuring it out.
Yesterday, I would say somewhere around the 6th inning, when you realize what type of game it's going to be, is the only run that's going to be scored is from literally the first pitch.
Yeah, that was it.
I started to appreciate just baseball as a fan. Like I like watching great people do great things, and around the 6th inning, my brain switched from I hope the Dodgers win, I want them to win, but if they don't, I'm just going to appreciate what Chris Sale is doing right now.
Oh, it's insane.
And we spoke about this yesterday, but whenever you talk about best pitchers in baseball throughout this year, Chris Sale's name doesn't get brought up in those conversations. Maybe it's because he looks like he's 60. Even he's just letting the grays go, and I kind of love it. But he just won the Cy Young 2 years ago, and every now and then he can just remind you that he is among the best to still be doing it.
Yeah.
And the Dodgers offense had absolutely nothing for him.
No answers.
By the 3rd inning, you could tell he was locked in. And by the 6th inning, you realized, I think he's going all 9.
It was so cute. They panned to his son after he pitched a complete game shutout, and his son was just so excited. And like, it's so cool when you get to see like young kids that understand what their parents are doing. Those are moments where I'm like, that's got to be so cool for him. That's got to be so rad. And you know what? You got to find little positives when you get absolutely destroyed, because in that 3-game sweep, the Dodgers scored only 8 runs, left 28 runners on base. Only 1 home run, which is a little weird for Dodgers. But I'll say the worst part about this sweep, okay, and we mentioned this yesterday, if it were to happen, now Atlanta has won the season series against the Dodgers, meaning the Braves would own a potential tiebreaker if they finish with the same record. Now, the Dodgers still have a 1-game lead over Atlanta right now for the 2 seed in the National League, but why this matters is down the stretch, if Dodgers, and I'll kind of, I kept telling fans, like, you don't need to worry. It's okay for the Dodgers to slump. Like, this is like the greatest. If they're going to do it, this is the right time. But if they don't turn it around and we continue down this path, this is a series you'll look back on and really start to kick yourself.
You know, I think there's a trap of every time a team plays X team, they bring their best, right? That's what the Rams situation is, that's what the Lakers situation is, and that's what the Dodgers situation is this year. No matter who they play, it could be a team at the bottom of the division, it could be a team at the top of the league like the Braves. You will always get their best effort. And there kind of is a trap where if you lean on that too much, and it is true, it is a real thing, we've seen it, but it becomes an excuse if you use it to justify why they keep winning. When the Dodgers play top teams, those top teams rise to the occasion, and they win more often than the Dodgers win so far this year. And that's where that concern grows from, because what is a playoff atmosphere if not a team you're playing rising to the occasion and giving you their very best shot? But if you could boil down this series to one thing, I would say you look at Atlanta's top of the lineup with Drake Baldwin, Ozzie Albies, and Matt Olson. They held it down, and although the top three of the lineup for the Dodgers was kind of a moving target, especially in this most recent game, and with Pages going down with the hand injury, it's not as solidified as Atlanta's has been all year. They didn't bring it, and if you had to boil it down to one thing, that would be it.
Yeah, I'm giving the Dodgers like another series to figure this out. And once you get home and we're down that final stretch, the last month of the season, they can't be getting swept. This can't be happening. That's where it's going to be a concern. Right now, I'm still not worried. They're still second in the National League, doing just fine in the NL West. And there are a couple big names still on the horizon about to come back, whether it's Shohei Ohtani or Will Smith, which we'll get into in just a bit. So they're not only going to get healthier, even though they lost Andy Pages, which I think was a punch to the gut with what he has meant to this Dodgers team this season. But there are still a lot of positives to look forward to, and I think today is going to be a big one. And we talked about this when the Dodgers traded for Tarek Skubal, and the possibility when we were looking at the schedule, it's like, oh, he might line up to face Detroit like in a month, which I think for a guy who has spent his entire career in Detroit, who was very open and talked about it days after he got traded to the Dodgers, how much he loved Detroit and wish he could have stayed, and is willing to go back, maybe if they're in the conversation after this season, because again, he becomes a free agent after this year. So the Dodgers got him as a rental to make a push for that three-peat. You really understood that like there is still like a really strong connection there, similar to when Luka got traded to the Lakers, and you could see the sadness. And I don't think it really, you can turn the page until you face that former team.
Yeah,
and
you have to go back.
Yeah, and for it to be game one in Detroit tonight is best case scenario for Tarek Skubal.
I'm right there with you, and he was traded August 1st, so not even 4 weeks. Today and tomorrow, depending on what hour he was traded, I know it was in the evening, will determine whether he's even been gone for a full month or not. And it's one of those things where you feel like 4 weeks is a lot of time, but not as a professional baseball player. Wherever his house is, it's still full of his stuff in
Detroit.
Excuse me, in Detroit. I almost choked on my words there.
Okay?
I'm over here getting emotional just for Skubal going back. No, it's one of those things where that is where your life is. LA until the end of the season is going to feel like you are a guest. Now you can succeed as a guest. You can be a superstar as a guest. You can do a million things as a guest, but it's going to feel like home. And I'm sure there will be emotions. He's going to take the mound. They're going to give him a standing ovation.
Yeah.
They're going to play a little video on the screen saying thank you for, like, they're going to do a bunch of stuff when he's out there warming up, or even when he gets to the stadium hours before. He's going to spend 45 minutes hugging his guys. And, their season is in the tank now. So he's going to be over there hugging them and wishing them well and asking, how's your wife doing? How your kids do? Many things are going to be going through his head. But when he picks up that when he picks up that little bag with the chalky stuff on it, and he picks up that baseball, he's going to lock in. And I do feel there will be tons of emotions because there will be a lot of fanfare, but I do feel we're going to get his best outing of the year.
Yeah, Tigers manager AJ Hinch admitted like it's going to be an emotional night, but he said once the game starts, like everyone's going to have to separate their relationship, and it's going to be interesting to see how that happens because I'm sure there will be a tribute in the pregame, and we talked about it. What a mental mind games of like, oh, we're gonna make you cry right before you take them out. But I'm so excited for Scooble to turn the page, and this is the best way to do it. And I think it was yesterday he talked to David Vassay about how it feels to go home and face his former teammates.
The game of baseball is going to stay the game of baseball. That's something that I pride myself on, is treating every game as if it's the same. But it's just I'm very familiar, obviously, with the stadium and all the guys across the way. And I look forward to seeing all those guys too. Some of those guys are my really good friends, and we're gonna have relationships beyond baseball. So I look forward to getting back there and pitching.
So I think the other positive thing is we've seen how well Scooble has kind of meshed into the Dodgers clubhouse. Kike Hernandez was really the first one to break him in where they were doing a handshake. Then he took his hand and he kissed his hand. And I was like, oh, he's going to be just fine. He's going to be just fine in this Dodgers clubhouse. And it's interesting, too, because all that happened after he made those comments on a podcast that was like a couple days after the trade, and he was like, oh, I would love to go back. After this run with the Dodgers, and he sees the difference in organizations and what a winning franchise looks like, there's no way he's going to want to go back to that.
You have a team that is not going to make the playoffs, and then you have a team that could be playing a lot better right now, but still has World Series well within their sights. So I also feel that's part of it too. If it was the other way around, if you got traded from the super successful team to the team that season is essentially over, you go back home, you feel like the neglected child who nobody wanted anymore. So he will be empowered by his teammates. I'm sure that Mookie and Freddie and Muncy and the various other guys who had some kind of success at other teams and then eventually went back there will give him all the advice in the world. As a pitcher, it is different, though. All eyes are on you at the start of every single play. But emotionally, from Kike onward, they will take care of him. And I do love that Tarek is essentially admitting this game is not like every other game. As an athlete, you're taught every game is the most important game that you're playing.
Absolutely not.
There are very unique situations like this one where you can't lie to yourself.
No.
This is different, and you have to acknowledge that.
When we saw Freddie Freeman when he went back to Atlanta for the first time, he was crying.
Yeah.
And then he fired his agent the next day because I think he found out there might have been some shady stuff going on. But again, nobody knows what actually happened between Atlanta Dodgers and his agent. But all we know is Freddie wanted to stay in Atlanta. We know Tarek wanted to stay in Detroit, and that wasn't going to work out and be the case. So, I think Freddie and Mookie are the two best guys that could have a conversation with him before about going back and facing your former team. But, this is going to be so cathartic for him within the first month of the trade going down. The first game, so you get it out of your system. I think it would have been much worse if it was on Sunday and you're just sitting there in the dugout, looking at all the fans and the anticipation of everything. So I'm really excited to see Tarek Skubal take them out tonight. We got an earlier game because they're in Detroit, 3:40 p.m.
We'll take that.
First pitch, and he's going to be facing one of his former teammates, I'm sure, good friend, and Drew Anderson. So this is the series that I think the Dodgers have to and totally can, turn things around tonight and get back on track.
Right there with you, and you got to wash that Atlanta series away. You lost the tiebreaker with Milwaukee. You lost the tiebreaker with Atlanta. The only thing you can do now is make sure you have a better record than one of them.
Yeah, just win. Your destiny is in your hand. You control your own destiny. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, last night, we also had the Battle of LA, the final preseason game, Rams and Chargers. Who was the star of that one? We'll dive into that when we come back.
Welcome on in. I'm Brock Vereen from Brock and Alex. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. holding you down in the middays on 97.1 The Fan. This is the first edition of the College Corner. We're going to give you the LA rundown of this week's college football activity. Now, UCLA is not playing this weekend. It's only USC because it is week 0, but we're jumping into it anyway. USC, the stakes are high this season. There's no other way to put it. It is CFP or bust, and they are kicking off at noon against San Jose State. You look at the offense, and it starts with Jaden Mayava, my pick for the Heisman. For any conversation around USC and a Lincoln Riley coach team, it starts with the quarterback position. And the quarterback for USC, of course, is Jaden Mayava. If USC can win 10 games this year, he wins the Heisman. From Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts was the runner-up, Caleb Williams. If USC has success in a Lincoln Riley offense, that quarterback will win the Heisman. But it's going to be a tough task. It is CFP or bust for this offense. Now, who is he going to be throwing to? Superstar Mekhi Lemon as well as Jacoby Lane are gone. Look for Tanuk Hines to lead that wide receiver room. But something interesting, it could be a run game-led offense. You have Wayman Jordan, who carried the offense for the first half of last year before injury, and King Miller picked up right where he left off. And the most depth that the USC team has right now is in the trenches. So Jaden Mayava is the man, but don't be shocked if this is a team that wins in the mud. As far as defense, Gary Patterson comes over after a long-time head coaching stint at TCU, helping out Texas. He took a quick break, and he is back in the saddle as the defensive coordinator. The facts are the facts. It is never a question regarding offense with USC. It is a question of defense, and Gary Patterson is looking to get things right. A name to look out for, Nickelback Alex Graham. He is a future superstar, got hurt before last season started. I promise you, he will be a name the entire country will know. Now, UCLA is not playing this Saturday, so instead we're going to give you the Westwood game of the week, and that is UNC taking on TCU way out there in Ireland. And that game will kick off at 9 a.m. Pacific, so be sure to tune in on 97.1 right here. I can't tell you how good North Carolina is going to be, but I can promise you it's going to be entertaining, and they will kick off the football season. This is College Corner. We'll see you next time.
In a world where you can book a trip anywhere, one man booked a trip to Hawaii in the middle of a goddamn hurricane. The one and only Cody Decker.
Yeah.
Wow.
There he is. Pitch black outside. I heard rumor has that he slept out there.
So, Cody, do you think it's just bad luck, or is it just a sign of the times that your first vacation in more than a year comes in the middle of Hurricane Lila?
One, I would appreciate this hostile work environment to calm down just a tick. This is my first time I've been not working in a full year, and I walked it right into, as Raj put it very, very eloquently, into a goddamn hurricane. And yes, this has been nuts. Absolutely nuts over here. But listen, the weather has calmed down a little bit. We are better. We are better. We are better. It is humid as hell, though.
Who had a better weekend? Cody Decker out in Hawaii or Kyle Tucker inside Dodger Stadium?
Well, I got to tell you, I would say it's Kyle Tucker, and I'll tell you why. He didn't have to watch Kyle Tucker the way I had to watch Kyle Tucker this last weekend in a hurricane. It was awful. He was awful at the plate, 0 for 17. He was awful in the field. Now, granted, a tough play towards the right field wall, but, buddy, we're paying $60 million a year. Run into a goddamn wall every once in a while.
D-Mac Randy, you're going to be on every single show today.
I'm going to tell James Coe he has to have me on.
Yeah, you're just going to sit down and be like, this is crosstalk, right? You weren't here when we did crosstalk, but like now that you're here, just welcome. I just jump in on your show. This is what's going to happen. You guys, I have a question though, because I was just singing a little song. Happy Friday, everybody. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are part of the show and part of the conversation. So if you want to watch us, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the comment section. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. We had a lot going on last night. So let's get to the final preseason game. Rams, Chargers at SoFi. It's always so interesting because I think I just assume it's always going to be a Chargers Rams home game. And I didn't realize, I was like, oh, it's a Chargers home game. And not talking trash here, but the crowd's a little different. Yeah. It's not as bolstering when you're watching on TV. But let's dive into it, because obviously the Rams came out with the win, finishing the season going 3-0. Last night were the only touchdowns that they allowed. Chargers end up finishing preseason 1-2, but the Chargers were playing their starters for 2 series, and the Rams obviously did not. And all eyes were on Justin Herbert and how it started. Our group chat was like, no way. Is this what the season's going to look like for Justin Herbert? It was bad. He had a fumbled handoff with Hampton that just gave the Rams the ball. Luckily, the Chargers defense held it to just a field goal. But then he totally redeemed himself. Yeah. And connected with Quentin Johnson for a 65-yard touchdown on the second drive of the game. And that throw, you guys, if you haven't seen it, like, head over to socials, head over to YouTube, because it looked so effortless. And it was a play like that kind of reminded me, and I'm sure everybody else, why Justin Herbert is always ranked so high. Because he doesn't have the results. He doesn't have the playoff, I guess, wins or anything to show for. But that throw and that touchdown pass was like, perfection. It was beautiful.
Yeah, there are not many quarterbacks, even in the NFL, who can make that throw look as effortless as he did. It was definitely a day for Justin Herbert and the offense that was more about vibe setting than actually getting the numbers, right? Harbaugh said going in he wanted somewhere around 9 snaps for the offense. What he really wanted was just a big play to hang their hat on so that they can enter the season officially week 1 saying our offense has got it into the end zone. And that's exactly what he got. And it's funny when these two teams play, I always find myself, every time you get something to root for, you also have to look with a side eye at the other team, because it was definitely a busted coverage by the Rams defense. But the focus there was Herbert, who had as bad of a start as you could possibly have in a game, giving up the football in the red zone to the opponent, and then striking deep with a 64-yard touchdown. And on the note of him fumbling the ball, that's actually great experience for the defense, because turnovers happen and sudden change is definitely a thing. And as a defender, to be able to practice in the preseason, coming off the field after kickoff return, getting to the sideline, taking your helmet off, sitting down, and then hearing your coach scream, defense, 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 because you just turned the ball over.
Yeah.
You don't want to have to be in that situation, but you're going to be in that situation. Stuff like that is going to happen. Unexpected turnovers happen. So awful start to the game for Herbert, but good experience for the defense to have sudden change and then deliver by giving the offense nothing and not letting up a touchdown.
I think you made a good point here, though, because preseason is meant to get these mistakes out of the way, right? And you have to remember, this is a new look offense for Justin Herbert, working with his new offensive coordinator in Mike McDaniel. And we heard Mike McDaniel just absolutely singing his praise the other day. Let's play that one real quick.
I was thinking to myself, what if I had the choice to coach all 32 quarterbacks? Let me rank who I'd want to coach. And it was like 10 seconds into the thought, I was immediately debating Justin Herbert with like 2 other guys out of anyone that I could coach on the planet. To be on a team with the best player being the quarterback, it's extremely unique. I feel like I'm doing something illegal.
Like, what a shot to Tua. First thing there. But also, I'm sure, like, when he saw that touchdown drive yesterday, that was like, oh, this is what it's like. This is what it's like to work with a talent, a top-tier talent, when he has protection and when you surround him with the right weapons. I mean, do you believe that this is the perfect combination duo in Justin Herbert and Mike McDaniel?
It can be. It definitely can be. And yesterday we saw a step toward it. I would say my biggest takeaway for the Chargers yesterday is what this Mike McDaniel offense is going to look like. Okay. While Omarion Hampton, He didn't get any carries because the carry he was supposed to get, Justin Herbert, fumbled the ball, but they know what Hampton can do, and he's been active in the joint practices, so no concern for him there. But we saw a ton of 12 personnel again, and that's all that we saw the first time that the starting offense was out there against San Francisco in preseason week 2. And Charlie Kohler and David Njoku are going to be on the field constantly. There will be tight ends on the field at all times. We also saw some 13 personnel where second-year tight end Oronde Gadsden, who had 49 receptions, 664 yards, and 3 touchdowns a year ago as a rookie, a true pass-catching tight end. They ran some 13 personnel with him out there, and we got a very clear look at what this offense is going to look like and why Herbert is perfect for it. There will be tight ends on the field. They will be pounding the rock with Hampton, and once they draw you in and have your linebackers ready for a run play, have your safeties thinking run play with a bunch of little dinks and dunks to the flat off of that play action with a bunch of runs, then Herbert's going to drop back and use that 6'6" frame and that however big his wingspan is, it looks like a pterodactyl, and he's going to launch the ball 70 yards over your head, and that is how they're going to strike big.
I don't know why that's what I thought pterodactyl was going to sound like.
I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to let it go. Pterodactyls probably didn't sound like crows or roosters, whatever that was. I was willing to not acknowledge it at all. I was going to power through. I was going to power through.
Curry, that
just
was
let
bad.
it sit there.
Curry, that was just bad. If you weren't going to call me out, I had to call myself out.
Okay, I respect that.
Yeah, I think the quarterbacks on both sides were kind of the biggest takeaway from the game. Obviously, we needed to see something positive from Justin Herbert, which is why they played in that third preseason game. But then on the other side of the ball, Ty Simpson just continues to, I think, prove everyone wrong in terms of the frustration that fans had about the Rams taking him with the 13th overall pick. He was just able to move the ball consistently, completing 18 of 23 passes. Like, he looked great.
He did. And the final preseason stat line for Ty Simpson is 47 of 60, which is 78.3% completion rate, 382 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, and maybe most importantly, no interceptions. So what we saw yesterday was 2 different offenses with Ty Simpson. It was 2 different levels of trust. When he was out there against the starting defense, a defense that was top 10 a year ago, Coach McVay was pretty conservative, which is a smart thing to do. You want to treat this as realistic as possible, and to go out there and ask him to start flinging it around against a starting defense is asking too much. That's not going to be good for his confidence. Also, because if everything goes right, these will be the last snaps that he'll take this year. So you want to set him up for success. And it was really conservative. He was getting him on the run. It was a lot of 3-step. And while a very small contingency of Rams fans were waiting for him to chuck it deep, which he did in the second quarter to less success, he took the coaching and put the ball where it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And you can make a great career out of that. Ask Brock Purdy and his generational wealth that he's got by just putting the ball where Shanahan tells him to put the ball. So what I took away from Ty Simpson's third game is, there's still plenty to be developed when attacking downfield. But that's with any rookie, first round or otherwise. Matthew Stafford had to go through that. Tom Brady had to go through that. Like, being able to confidently throw the ball downfield takes time. But he was able to diagnose what the defense was showing him because he knew exactly where to go with the ball at the top of his drop every single time, and that is proving that you can take coaching and implement it on Sundays.
Well, also, like, they played into his strengths.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you need to do. That's what you're supposed to do. And it was really awesome to hear both from Ty Simpson and Sean McVay after the game. Let's start with Sean McVay talking about Ty's game day demeanor. Shay, you got that? Oh, okay. Not quite yet. But you could see, like, even when you were watching Ty Simpson on the sidelines, there was a confidence. And for someone that didn't have the sample size of college games that most first-round quarterbacks had, and with all of the backlash, I think, he was hearing it. He had to have been hearing it. To come out and do what he did this preseason and the way that he did that also speaks volumes to Ty Simpson.
Overwhelmingly positive feelings around Ty Simpson. As far as the critics, I was certainly one of them. And while there's definitely quite a ways to go before you would consider him capable of being a starting quarterback in the NFL. All of the things that he showed throughout this preseason are the things that I was concerned about, because typically guys who only play 15 games as a starting quarterback in college don't have a ton of experience diagnosing defenses, let alone NFL defenses. They do hesitate on 3-step drops and maybe put the football in dangerous situations because they want to see their guy open instead of throwing him open. He shut me up, and I'm happy to say that. And again, there are miles to go, but this preseason, if these were the last significant reps that we see Ty Simpson take throughout the year, which hopefully is the case because we want a healthy Matt Stafford, there is excitement that you can develop him into a guy going forward.
And we talked about this, I think, after the draft. It was like, who won that draft was Ty Simpson, because this is the best case scenario for him, working with Sean McVay and sitting behind the reigning MVP in Matthew Stafford. And after the game, he talked about that yesterday.
Even though I didn't play much in college, being around my dad and being around, other good college football players like Bryce and Jalen, I know, the game pretty well. And then coming here and, learning from Sean, who's been in it and one of the best, learning from Matthew, who is, the best, and then, learning from Stetson, just, everything that I've learned these, last couple months has been grateful. And, I'm really looking forward to the season and, years to come.
Yeah, it's only up from here. And for him to come out and have that kind of a preseason, Ram fans, you got to feel excited about it. Now, who knows if he is going to be the quarterback of the future or he's just going to be developed into a trade piece. But while he's here and while the Rams continue to develop him, he is someone to get excited about.
Certainly. And you always want to root for someone when the odds are stacked against them. Right now, he's going to get $20-something million. He lives in L.A. I get it. You don't necessarily need to have sympathy for him. But that criticism is there, and a lot of guys crumble under the pressure of the fans don't want me here, and maybe even some of my own teammates were wishing that Kenyon Sadiq or Mekhi Lemon was here instead of me in my locker.
A win-now pick.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he has to deal with that. He responded with that with as good of a preseason performance as any rookie quarterback can have.
Yeah, so I think along with how you respond to something like that goes along with what Sean McVay was talking about with Ty Simpson's game day demeanor. Shay?
Games, you've really seen a lot of really good things from him in each of these last 3 games. Didn't have as much opportunities last week, tonight, and obviously in week 1, and been really pleased with Ty. He did a great job. I thought he had good command. He's got a great game day demeanor. It was good to see him do his thing tonight.
Going through the process.
Just straight through it.
It's great.
But again, he's surrounded by the best and playing behind the best. It was really funny, though. Ty mentioned, learning from Stetson. Do you think Stetson's actually having a good attitude with him, as your competition, and you realize I am not going to be the future because it's most likely going to be him. I've been here a few years and I'm just the preseason hero.
And I'm on an expiring contract.
This is it.
That's a really weird dynamic.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Stetson Bennett is not rejecting Ty's questions if Ty has questions, but I would be shocked if Stetson is going out of his way to help Ty.
Fair. That's fair. All right, guys. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, do you care, LA? We are hitting hot topics around the sports world. Don't go anywhere. That's next here on Brock and Alex. which is a very well-known song. So I thought Brock lives in Pasadena. And I said, oh, it's the little old lady from Pasadena. And they're like, what song
Your
is that?
look is my look, my friend.
No idea.
What?
No idea.
No clue
The
what you're talking
little
about.
old lady from Pasadena?
What year, if you were to guess, what
It's oldies.
year is
It's
this?
oldies. It's
I was gonna
oldies.
say, I thought I picked up like a doo-wop ditty kind
There
of
wasn't
kind
there.
of vibe to it. Okay.
I'm like, I don't think I can.
Little old
pull-
lady from Pasadena.
Yeah, that one didn't live on. I don't
You
think that one got
guys.
handed down.
You guys.
Yeah.
That one did not
It's the
get
Beach Boys.
The Beach
No,
Boys?
no.
There's
The
no way.
Beach
There's no
Boys were like,
way.
yes.
Did they cover it?
No, it's their song.
Well,
All right.
Am I
everybody-
crazy?
everybody
I grew up on
has
oldies.
It's a B-side.
Everybody has misses.
Maybe.
Oh my gosh, you guys!
This is not a real song.
No idea.
Go, Granny,
No.
go,
This is
Granny,
not-
go.
no idea.
It's a real
Yeah.
song.
Do they? I mean, this is terrible.
You're saying the Beach Boys are terrible?
I'm saying this one was a miss.
I will say this sounds like a Beach Boys cover band covering
Yeah,
a
it does.
fake song pretending
Yeah.
to sound like the Beach Boys.
This sounds like the Sand Boys.
It's guys,
Not
it's a
their best effort.
classic.
Not
It's a
their best
classic. Okay, neither of you grew up at the beach, obviously, because
But
this
I
was
grew up-
like
song's about
very-
Pasadena.
I grew
That's
up
the
in
only.
music. Yeah,
You guys,
what?
that's the only reason I know where Pasadena is.
If Pasadena has
That's
a beach,
the
I have
only-
been misinformed.
It's the only reason I know
Locals
where
only.
Pasadena
God.
is. Beach Boys. Beach Boys, you
I
guys.
have
You
never.
were insane.
So the Beach Boys is weird because
they were during the
okay,
Beatles time, and there was
this
like.
is going to sound derogatory. I do not mean it that way.
Oh, you should- I
Obviously,
like that.
Brian Wilson is their lead guy, right?
Yeah.
In absolute innovator
Yeah.
in music, and that is undeniable.
Uh-huh.
I have Beach Boys blindness.
Oh.
You could play any Beach Boys song, and it sounds like the
Yeah.
same song to me.
Yeah.
Really?
I feel like
I'd
if I've
agree.
heard one of them, I've heard them all.
I'll say
They do all sound very similar.
that one sounds like every Beach Boy song I've ever heard. If it was
Yes.
poorly done.
We have a couple of Beach Boy haters in here. Do you guys like the Beatles?
Love the Beatles.
Okay.
You can't equate the
Beatles.
No,
for-
they were compared like during their time,
Same-
and they
same
just
era?
same era, but they never like. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. And right now, it is time to bring in producer Shay.
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
How we doing, LA? It's producer Shay, the Baron, right? It's Baron from Dune.
Yeah,
The
Baron
Baron
Harkonnen.
of bad news.
Why? The Baron of Bad News.
That's a good one. Oh, breaking news.
Baron of Breaking News?
That one's even better. How
Are
about
you
that?
wearing a
The
North
Bar-
End hat, by the way?
Yes,
That
I am.
is, you guys, if you're looking for the best and one of the most legendary bars in the South Bay, you go to North End. North End Bar and Grill. It's the King's Bar. It's where they brought the Stanley Cup the night after they won it. It's the local spot. So good on you, Shay. Oh, that was your 6-man team. That's why you have it.
Yeah.
Got
yeah.
it.
The Baron of breaking news.
There you go. Let's
There
go.
you go.
You're back.
Producer Shay, Do You Care LA? It's the segment where I talk to Alex and Brock about different stories from the sports world, and they tell me if they care from an LA perspective. Guys, we got some time, so we got 3 stories. Browns could keep 4 quarterbacks, guys. The Browns have another quarterback decision to make. Cleveland already has Deshaun Watson as QB1 and Shedeur Sanders as the backup. But things got interesting last night. Dylan Gabriel decided to get a very good stat line. He went 12 of 15 for 186 yards and 3 touchdowns in the first half, making it interesting for Todd Monken. They also have Taylon Green on the roster, so I don't know if 4 quarterbacks is a thing, Brock, but maybe you can give us more insight. Do you care, LA?
The only reason this is in here is because Shay is a Browns fan. Like, there is no reason we should be giving any spotlight to the Browns or Deshaun Watson, who is a horrible human being who has been accused of sexually assaulting multiple women at like above 20, like close to 30 that have come forward. And like the fact that he is still I can't. I really dislike this man. So I don't care.
It's unfortunate that Todd Monken, who is their head coach, first-time head coach, is such a great guy and likable guy, and it stinks that he has to be the face of what is going to be an absolute terrible season for just a terrible team. I mean, they have some young guys that I'm really excited about, like Denzel Boston, who's going to be special out of Washington. But Shay, to answer your question in regards to that, Taylor Green was drafted in the 6th round out of Arkansas, I believe. That's not necessarily a guaranteed spot.
Is that like practice squad?
Yeah, he could definitely be back on the practice squad. So I would imagine. So they named Deshaun the starter week 1. Deshaun will not be the starter come week 5. Whether it's Shedeur or Dylan Gabriel remains to be seen. But similar to last year, I'm sure we will see Deshaun, Shedeur, and Dylan Gabriel all start a game at some point this season, just because that's the current state of the Cleveland Browns. It's just a mess.
Like, he didn't play well in preseason. The fans hate him. Why would you put Deshaun in there as QB1? Because you paid him a bunch of money and you're like, well, I guess we just got to like see if it actually will pay off.
My guess is Shedeur is struggling significantly in practice. Now, he hasn't been the best quarterback throughout his preseason work, but he's been better than Deshaun.
Yeah.
But usually when what we see as fans contradicts the decision-making behind the scenes, it is typically because it goes down to the coaching aspect regarding Shedeur may be out there making plays, but he may not be implementing what coaches are asking of him. So if you can't do that, then how can we trust you with the game plan?
Taking direction well. Kind of like we were talking about with Ty Simpson. It's like
Which
you
he did a
might
great
be
job of.
frustrated that he's not throwing the ball down the field, but he's taking direction really well.
Something like that. And this is entirely speculative, but that is generally the answer when what you're seeing doesn't match up with the decision making. But Deshaun will they start the season on the road. Whenever he makes his home debut, he's going to get booed, and it's going to be a miserable year for him and the Browns.
I hope so.
And Shedeur will eventually take over, and if Shedeur struggles, Dylan will take over again. It's going to be such an ugly
I
year
don't
for the
wish
Browns.
bad luck on most people, but that is someone that I do hope.
I can guarantee you that the lack of success will flow like the rivers of the Nile.
All right, what do you got next for us, Shay?
Y'all sleeping.
He said we're sleeping
now
on
you're
the Browns.
you're tripping. You're tripping.
Sleeping on the
You
Browns
are
is insane.
blinded,
The
Shay.
segment where I tell Brock and Alex different
Ew.
stories from around the sports world. Fake 49ers players accused of scamming women out of $1.3 million.
What?
Pretty
King.
crazy headline. Let me break this down for you guys.
King, absolute king.
Federal
What?
prosecutors say 2 men ran an investment scam that cheated 26 women out of $1.3 million. King. One of them, 35-year-old Dejan Love, allegedly posed as a wealthy investor and a San Francisco 49ers player. Authorities say Love met with women online through dating apps, started romantic relationships with some of them, and convinced them to invest money with him. He allegedly introduced an 18-year-old Taylor Chan as his financial advisor to make the whole thing look legitimate. Prosecutors say the two used fake investments, fake bank accounts, and promises of huge returns to get women to hand over money. Love's Instagram was reportedly filled with photos of him wearing 49ers gear and even a football helmet at one point. The FBI arrested both men at the Boise airport on August 24th after prosecutors say they flew there to meet new victims.
Whoa.
Both have been charged with conspiracy to commit wire fraud and wire fraud.
Isn't this like catfish? Is that what it's called? Like
Yeah.
on the internet where you're pretending to be someone you're not? Like that's a scary. We got really lucky that we were never involved in the online dating world situation. Like I missed all of this. Like I've been with my husband for 20 years, so I missed the whole online situation. But there's been documentaries about this. The something swindler, the Tinder swindler. This is a very common thing that happens.
Okay, so before we go further, I have to separate two things.
Okay.
The wire fraud aspect, the fact that these guys are going to go to jail. Let's remove that so that we can laugh at this.
Okay.
Just for the next minute or so.
Okay.
I like to think of myself as a very empathetic person.
Okay.
When it comes to catfish, I have no empathy.
No.
I will always laugh at you.
Yeah.
There is something funny about catfish. Now that's over.
What
I'm
side?
back to being empathetic.
What side are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at the people that get swindled on during
no,
catfish.
they don't know. They just want love.
But it's funny though. But it's very funny.
It's so sad.
If you go
It's
back,
so sad.
if you go back, and I know his Twitter's wiped and Instagram's wiped, but if you go back and find these videos, you will laugh.
Oh, I want to see
at the
them.
people
Okay.
who got swindled.
At the
Him and
break,
his-
I want to see
Yes,
this.
him and his boy are on the beach, and he's wearing a store-bought 49ers helmet,
On
and he's
the
running
beach?
and he's running routes shirtless, clearly not a professional athlete, and that's what makes it funny that it worked. So that part is funny. The stealing $1.3 million, that part's not funny, but the other part is absolutely
Whoa.
hilarious.
That's wild. That's really sad.
18-year-old financial advice.
Wild. Wild. All right. What do you got next for us?
On to the next one, guys. It's Do You Care LA with Brock and Alex. We got Josh Jacobs. We talked about it yesterday a little bit. He's facing NFL suspension after misdemeanor charges. He could be facing NFL suspension after misdemeanor charges. So Packers running back Josh Jacobs, who was charged Thursday with misdemeanor battery and misdemeanor criminal damage to property stemming from an alleged incident at his home in May. Jacobs is presumed innocent, and his attorneys say the allegations will be addressed in court. The NFL is also conducting its own investigation, so that means Jacobs could potentially face a league suspension either before the season begins or after the legal processes play out. Do you care?
Whew. I care that if what he's alleged, or what he's accused of doing happened, that he served some kind of punishment. But indirectly, I care because him and Alaric Jackson and Puka Nakua's announcements are the remaining ones that we're waiting to find out what the suspension
And all
will
kind
or will
of
not
in
be.
that assault
They're all in that
category.
same world.
Yeah.
So it'll definitely affect the Rams. Alaric Jackson reportedly it's not if he'll be suspended, it's how long. Puka is still an if situation, and it sounds like those three names are going to be released at some point here soon regarding what the issue will be, because week 1 will be here before we know it.
Misdemeanor battery. Like what's that mean?
So initially, back in May when this happened, and how quiet they've been able to keep this story is shocking.
Yeah.
There were felony charges being thrown around. Now, we want to be very careful with the wording here, but it seems like they are downgrading the charges. If it used to be felony, now it's misdemeanor. I also can't tell if misdemeanors being added on to the felony. Either way, Josh Jacobs will be suspended for a couple of games.
Okay. It's hard because, like, I care because I believe people need to be held accountable for things like this.
Right.
Like, very much so. Unlike Deshaun Watson, who was not held accountable and still is not taking accountability for what he did, which is why I think he has such a bad attitude and why the fans hate him in Cleveland and why the fans boo him, as they should. Like, he should get booed every single time he's holding the ball, and I hope he does for the rest of his career because he deserves that. It's insane. But yeah, if you don't act right, you're gonna you need to pay the price. And the NFL needs to be better about that. So I care because I hope the NFL does the right thing and hands out these suspensions. Like, do it. All right, guys. Dodgers getting swept by the Braves. Should we be worried? That's next. Kind of got that. They hated them because they always one-upped them. The Beatles always one-up the Beach Boys.
That's a tough.
I can't believe it, you guys. I can't
Little
even know
old
what.
lady from
Literally,
what's the song even what's the
Go
song?
Granny, go Granny. It's so
Alex,
You're so into this. This song speaks to you, but I just don't get it.
You're listening to Brock and Alex. 97 What's the Fan. It's time to bring in producer Shay. Let's go.
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
Welcome in, Bill Ryder.
I love this segment.
Get those hips moving. Come on.
I feel like you watch your favorite TV show and then all of a sudden they ask you to be a guest on it. Like, I love this segment.
Bill, I gotta say,
You're
you've
too
had a
kind,
long career in media. This might be the climax of it.
I was gonna say
This is the peak.
this is definitely a better moment for me than Little Lady for Pasadena was for the Beach Boys, for sure.
Well, let's get right into it, guys.
Okay.
We got special guest Bill Ryder here with the
Words are hard. You got this, Shay.
with the D-Mac.
thrown by the soul.
No, I'm thrown by Bill, seeing him on the other side, honestly. But we got Bill Ryder in from the D-Mac and Ryder show. You can hear him next show with D-Mac and Ryder.
That's me. I'll be there.
Shay, you're doing
Do You
great.
Care, LA, the segment where I tell Brock, Alex, and Bill different stories from around the world, and they tell me if they care from an LA perspective. Let's get right into the first one. Hopefully I can finish this, guys.
Yeah, we believe in you.
Jalen Carter is now the highest paid interior defender with this new extension. So the Eagles are making Jalen Carter the highest paid interior defender in the NFL, in NFL history. So the Philadelphia is giving them the two-time Pro Bowler 4-year extension worth $152 million. It could go up to $160 million with $106 million guaranteed. Do you care, LA? Brock, let's start with you.
So the thing with Jalen Carter and why he was rumored to be on the trade block all offseason and why this extension took a lot longer than you would expect a guy you could build a defense around to get his money is because of off-the-field stuff. At Georgia, he was in a lot of trouble. He dropped a little bit in the draft because there was a fatal car crash he was involved in during speed racing.
Him.
And you fast forward a couple years, and if you go back to the season opener of Cowboys and Eagles this past season, 6 seconds in, he gets ejected because he spits on Dak Prescott. So I did not expect that guy to get $100 million guaranteed dollars. Bill, you've been covering sports for a long time. How have you seen the navigation of this guy's kind of a head case, but we do got to pay him?
So that's the thing. The reason I care, normally I would say I care because I want people to be successful. I know not everybody can be, but this is a reminder that it doesn't matter what shenanigans, and that's a very kind way of putting some awful behavior that had real consequences. If you're talented in any business, including sports, and you give your employer reason to pretend that didn't happen or that you've moved on, you get paid. So it's the obnoxious other side of the talent business.
I hate that. I didn't like until obviously like you just brought it up. I'm looking it up again. You bring that up.
There are so many Georgia Bulldogs who get in car crashes that it probably just got muddled in all the waters.
This is just you are rewarding bad behavior.
Yeah.
And when you do that, especially with a person like this to become the record-breaking highest paid player at that position, similar conversation we've been having about Puka Nacua, the wide receiver position. It's like, oh, you went to rehab for what?
Right.
And what did you learn? What did you do? That was a PR stint that just went down there.
That's why I wait on paying Puka. Like, give me more time and evaluation period.
Absolutely not. Don't pay him right away.
Yeah, no.
Like, 4 different things, 2 anti-Semitic, like whether it was a gesture, a bite, words that were exchanged.
But he will get paid if he's under the radar, just like this dude.
So that's insane.
And
like
to the point that you make, though, like, even if the Eagles said, you know what, this is too much, there's also a bunch of reported stuff behind the scenes, which I guess isn't terribly shocking when you look at the stuff that we do know about.
What else?
And I don't know what it is, but apparently he's just been a headache for the Philadelphia.
So then why pay
He's just a difficult
him?
person.
People
then why
tell
pay
you who
him?
they are. Listen,
Because when they were willing, not when they were willing, but when he was rumored to be on the trade block, every team was calling.
Okay.
Because it's the NFL, and their mindset is, well, if we don't use him, and he is incredible. If you tell me he's going to be a Hall of Famer, I would say, yep, he will be. He's that good, and the NFL's logic is, well, there's only so many spots, and this guy.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry, here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are part of the show and a part of the conversation. Shout out to the chat. If you want to get a part of it, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. Week 0, college football kicking off tomorrow. Brock, I know you work and you cover a lot of college football, but when you have the day off, how are you enjoying, how are you watching college football?
Well, tomorrow is a unique case. I will be golfing with Cody, most notably from D-Fish and Decker in the mornings here on The Fan. And I'm going to see these 300-yard drives in person. Looking forward to that.
Wait, is that what he's claiming?
I may just be putting that on him, but it sounds good, so I'm just going to roll with it. But typically, when I watch a game of any kind, other than baseball because they play so many, I typically just want to be by myself and actually watch the game. I'm not good at watching games in communal spaces.
Me neither. I don't pay attention.
Yeah. I need to be able to lock in. So for the USC game, I will actually watch the first 5 minutes of the game because it starts the Big Ten season, and I want to see all the fanfare. But after that, I will switch over to the iPad that just has the all 22 and just watch the game in 15 minutes or so.
Okay.
Yes. So that is my
That's
my viewing
what. Okay,
habit.
I think that's what people also don't realize is like, as someone like when you played football, watching tape, you can actually get like a video that's just every play back to back to back to back because you don't realize it's like under 20 minutes of actual play in every single football game.
There is so little that actually happens in a football
It's
game.
wild.
The fact that it takes 3.5 hours is hilarious.
Yeah, because like it was funny. I learned this from Cynthia. She's like, yeah, no, I watch each game like 5 or 6 times. I was like, how do you have enough hours in a day for that? That makes zero sense. She's like, oh, no. They have like condensed versions of like just the play that's just like bloop.
It is life-saving.
That's insane.
Yes.
How do I get onto that? Or is that through like one of your...
I don't even know how I...
How do you have it? It's through one of your...
Maybe we just send your email to the people that gave it to me and they'll just say, all right, I guess we're adding it.
I would love that. Okay, I'm going to have my people call your people, which is me texting you. And
There we
we're
go.
going to see if we can make that happen. We also wrapping up preseason this week in the NFL. We already took a moment to kind of go through the Chargers and the Ram game. Last night, I think the brightest spots there was Herbert reminding everybody like, oh yeah, like I can be that good if I'm surrounded by a great offensive line and good weapons around me. And then Ty Simpson, I think, changing everybody's perspective of, okay, maybe the Rams saw something that like we didn't. Obviously, he didn't have a huge sample size and the end of his college career didn't end the way that a lot had expected and hoped. So those were kind of the positives taken out of Chargers and Rams. If you head over to Vegas and look at the Raiders, they've got a lot of work to do. However, I think a big positive that we all kind of forget is Tom Brady's a part of that ownership group. And apparently he's also been a vocal owner, I guess is a way to put it.
Yeah.
And Kirk Cousins was sharing a message that Tom Brady gave him and the team the other day.
Tom Brady, when he spoke to us, one of the many good things he said to us was, hey, everybody has training camp. Everybody has preseason games. So to think that you're somehow getting ahead of everybody else just because you went out to practice and practiced, there is no edge there in the sense that everybody else is doing that too. You've got to find your edge within those practices or post-practice or in the meet, the way you relate to one another. So there's ways we got to find edges, but it's not just showing up to practice and doing your job because everybody's doing that.
Which is like, that's the GOAT saying GOAT things. Like, be the first one there, be the last one to leave. You have to go above and beyond if you want to find that edge.
Urban Meyer said something that I wish I heard back when I was still playing.
Okay.
And it was, when you step on the practice field, pick one specific thing that you will not leave the field until you're better at. Meaning today I am going to make sure that when I break off my right foot going left, it's smoother than it was yesterday. I'm going to make sure that I don't have any pass deflections. They all need to be picks. When I tackle someone, it has to be a tackle for loss. I'm not going to give up any positive yardage. Right? Like I never entered the practice field with a list of goals. It was more so just, I'm just going to try and get better at everything, and that has its benefits to it. But why that comes up is because what Tom Brady is pointing out is everyone enters the practice area or the weight room or whatever you're doing trying to get better.
Yeah.
You need to find the small margins that they're not thinking about. You need to get better at things that everyone else is not even considering getting better at. And if you stack those things on top of one another, that's how you truly separate yourself.
That is a great note. Was that something that Urban said In college or when he was on the broadcast?
So I had a teammate in Chicago, John Bostic, who played at Florida when Urban was there.
Okay.
And he shared that with me, and I was like, oh, that is something I wish I heard 4 years ago.
Awesome.
Yeah.
With all of Urban's outside stuff, he was a great coach.
That guy's a dang good ball coach, man.
We'll
That
give him
part
that.
you can't take away from him.
No. Okay, so we heard from Kirk Cousins, who is going to be Raiders QB1, but we also heard from Fernando Mendoza, their number 1 overall draft pick, about what he's learned so far about the NFL.
The NFL is really tough, and there is a big jump going from college to the NFL and the speed, and there's so many different aspects, and the NFL is a tough business, and it's a challenge I look forward to taking head on with my teammates, and I'm excited for the future, and that was my dream as a young kid, and then now I have goals in the future that hopefully that us as a team we can accomplish to best serve their teammates and best serve the silver and black.
It's funny because you hear most new rookie quarterbacks not admitting that.
Yeah.
It's more of no, I'm learning a lot. It's great. It's going to be a lot of fun. But what Fernando said is everything we say as sports talkers.
Mm-hmm.
The game speeds up.
Yeah.
It's hard. It is a huge jump to go from college to the NFL. And he was arguably one of the greatest to be in that college game last year, winning the Heisman and winning the Natty. And to be thrown into a team that has a lot of work to do. It's true. It's going to be tough for Fernando Mendoza.
And his positive attitude will be his superpower. It's easy to be positive when you're at Indiana and beating every team by 20-something points and then win a Heisman and then win a national championship, right? He had his hurdles earlier on in his career, and at Cal, where they won some games but not a ton, and in high school when he was recruited but not heavily recruited. I don't want to make it sound like this is the first adversity he's ever faced, and he faced adversity even at Indiana, but it's easy to look at everything through rose-tinted glasses when you're going to win on Saturday.
Yeah.
And he knows, and Raiders fans know, that that's not going to be the case this year. They are putting things in place so that 2 years from now they can make the playoffs. So the fact that even though he has struggled, as every rookie quarterback is going to do, especially a rookie quarterback surrounded with the Raiders' current depth chart and roster, for him to maintain that positivity is what is going to separate him. And to have Tom Brady in his corner, to have a starter in Kirk Cousins that is going to lead him along the way, and to have a patient franchise and head coach who are going to give him time to develop. He is in a great situation, all things considered.
Yeah, even though they might not have any top tier level at any position right now, I think Raider fans should feel hopeful about the future. And I was hoping, because we didn't hear a ton of how involved Tom Brady was going to be as a minority owner in the Raiders. But to hear that he's coming and talking to everybody, and to know that you have the GOAT as someone you can talk to, which is also funny. He kind of has that quirky personality too, which would work.
He's dad dorky for sure.
Yeah.
I think he can relate to Kirk and Fernando more than we think.
Way more.
Yeah.
Way more. By the way, speaking of Tom Brady, have you seen his latest GQ ad in the leather modeling outfit that he has been wearing?
Please elaborate as I go to Google.
Tom
Brady leather is an insane phrase for me to be Googling, by the way.
Because it's been all over the internet. He's gone into a modeling career.
You ask me phrases I never thought I'd have to Google. Tom Brady leather is one of them.
Yeah. So it was
okay, Tom.
See?
I see you, big dog.
See?
I see you, big dog.
He looks fresh.
Look, okay.
Yeah, let's go on.
Tom Brady is the greatest guy to ever step on a football field.
Yes.
He is a legend among legends. He has more money than God. He's been on all the private planes, been on all the yachts, he's done all the things.
He was married to the number one supermodel in the world.
He was married to one of the only people on planet Earth who made more money than him and was more famous. He has done everything that a human can do, okay? Just let him do the divorced dad thing the way he wants to do it.
This is full divorced dad, and you're going into your ex-wife's career.
Being a young bachelor,
you're
man.
going into your ex-wife's career thinking you can do it better. No, you can't, Tom. No, you can't. No, you can't. The serious duck face that he gives. is a little too much for me. And I think he's got some work done.
I can't believe I missed this.
Yeah, I think he's gotten some work done.
Look,
but do you?
Some
do
guys
you, King?
get divorced.
If that's what you want to do, like whatever makes you feel great and happy, go do you.
Some guys get divorced and get a motorcycle. Some guys get divorced and get a boat. Tom is famous enough where he gets divorced and gets a GQ spread.
And decides to be a supermodel.
And he's throwing on the leather.
Yeah, he was asked. He was like, what'd you think? He's like, well, now I got a bunch of leather pants in my closet now. I'm like, welcome, Tom.
I did not see this. But
welcome to the party.
When he hangs the leather pants up, and when you look past the yachts and the trips to Spain and all this stuff,
hangs the leather pants up.
He is kind of a goober as well. Nobody
He's
is
a
this
total
obsessive
goober.
about anything.
Yeah.
Without being a bit of a goober.
Yeah.
And him and Fernando and Kirk can all relate.
But like, we love nerds.
Yeah.
Like smart, hot nerds. Like that is the way to go. I tell everybody. By the way, do you own a pair of leather pants?
No.
Oh, they're great.
They seem uncomfortable.
No. You just got to get the right kind of like leather and stretchy enough, and it's got to be cold out. Like you don't want to be wearing those when it's hot.
That's
then
a fact.
Then it's like good luck.
It's real sweaty in there.
Good luck, buddy.
I can see that going sideways.
I love that I made you Google Tom Brady leather GQ spread.
I was halfway through typing it before I realized this is crazy work right now. This is my cookies right now.
Your cookies.
on
Your
my Google
algorithm,
Chrome. My algorithm
everything.
is torched for the rest of the weekend.
I love it so much. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Let's switch gears and talk some Dodgers. Real quick, looking back at this Brave series before we look ahead to Detroit. And it's tough because I want to say it's not a big deal that they got swept because they're still second in the National League. They're still first in the NL West. However, this sweep and losing this series to Atlanta, why it matters, and I think the only bad part coming out of this is this now means the Braves own the potential tiebreaker if the teams finish with the same record at the end of the season.
Yes, so a quick rundown as we stand here. The Dodgers are 80-54. They are leading the NL West. They are 8 games ahead of San Diego, 9.5 games ahead of Arizona. Regarding the National League in totality, they are 3 games behind Milwaukee, and now after the sweep, just 1 game ahead of Atlanta. As Alex mentioned, they have lost the tiebreaker between Milwaukee and Atlanta, so if they have similar records, the same record rather, for that 1 or 2 seed, they will get bumped to the 3. Where we differ is I do not have my panic meter turned up. It's still on 0, but it is plugged in.
Oh.
It's at 0, but it is plugged in case I need to turn it. And why it's plugged in is because the Dodgers are 34-35 against teams with a winning record. They are 6-15 against teams with a winning record since the All-Star break. And in their last 13 games against teams that are currently playoff teams, they are 1-12. So there are 28 games remaining. They have as easy a schedule as you could ask for at Detroit versus St. Louis, Washington, Cincinnati, Miami, Cincinnati again, San Francisco, San Diego, San Francisco. We, of course, expect that San Diego series to be an intense one in a playoff-like atmosphere. But that is why my meter is plugged in, is the record against teams that are of the same caliber as you.
The good news is they're not going to be facing many of those teams for the remainder of the season. So if they can just turn things around and they can get that started tonight in Detroit, and then you have at home, you have a long homestand starting September 1st, St. Louis, Washington, Cincinnati. Those are all easily winnable series. Then you go to Miami and then to Cincinnati, also winnable series. And then the last week and a half of the season is where these tiebreakers could come into effect because anytime it's a divisional game, even if they are behind you in the standings, we talked about this earlier, the Dodgers are getting the best performance out of every single team and player that they are facing because you go into that series going, oh, I want to take down the best. Like the back-to-back champs who are like on the road to a 3-peat, we know how people feel about the roster that they've constructed and then getting Tarek Skubal at the trade deadline. Dodgers are the villain. So what people want to do is they want to tear down and take down the villain, and they wanted to say they were the ones that did it. So it's not going to be an easy path, but it's a doable path.
It is, but why my panic meter is plugged in, still at 0 but plugged in, is because say they do get the 1 seed or the 2 seed, eventually they're going to have to play the teams that they have struggled against. Those teams being teams with winning records, playoff caliber teams. Those teams are still waiting for you there, whether you're the 1 seed or the 4 seed. Now, why I feel they will still get one of those seeds and get that bye is because Milwaukee still has 6 games against the Cubs and 3 games against the Phillies remaining, and those are the series where I expect them to either lose the series or get knocked, and that's where the Dodgers' easy schedule, they can make up that ground. And whether Atlanta jumps the Dodgers or what have you, I can see Milwaukee dropping down to the 3rd spot there. But eventually you have to face the top teams in baseball. And the seeding has very little to do with it. It's just the fact that you have to be able to win those games. And when you win back-to-back World Series, obviously you have it in you to crank up that dial when you need it most. It's just that they haven't done it at a confident clip yet this year.
But honestly, like, I love the fact that they are fighting for something towards the end of the season. This is how you get the best out of every single player. You're not coasting, because they're still fighting for that 1-2 seed. And that is the most important thing. We've talked about the curse of the 100-win seasons. They've never been able to win a World Series after winning 100 regular season games. So the fact that they are struggling now and they are fighting for something heading into the postseason, and they got a month to get it right. And it really comes down to this Dodgers offense and superstars that know how to show up in big moments. And once you get to the postseason and you're having 5-7 game series, I'm not worried there. What worries me is if they have to do a wild card game and anything can happen, as we can see in a 3-game series.
Such little room for error in those quick wild card series. 28 games remain. There are a lot of bodies that hopefully are going to come back healthy, and a lot of change is still going to take place. But the time is now. This is when we talk about the sprint to the finish line to get that momentum. It starts today in Detroit.
Yeah, well, I'm excited, you guys, because coming up next, we have ESPN's MLB insider reporter Alden Gonzalez, who has been traveling with the Dodgers. And there's a lot going on, whether it's at Tarek Skubal's debut back in Detroit for the first time, or also rumored that Shohei Ohtani should be doing another bullpen session this afternoon. Don't go anywhere. We're diving into all that when we come back.
Is incredible, and if we don't pay him, somebody else will. So we're actually doing the right thing for us by overlooking the transgression. That's kind of the NFL mindset.
By the way, they're not wrong. It's an ugly business. Yeah. I mean, like, we're staring into the beast a little bit here because he is a difference maker.
Yeah.
Okay, so then how does this situation affect the Puka situation?
It gives his agent a lot of ammo because
look what just happened in Philly,
and they trust him. Puka hasn't done nearly anything as bad as Jay, and that will be their argument. And Les Snead, I'm assuming, will put in a ton of protections, meaning if you get in trouble, we get to void a bunch of money. It's the guaranteed money that shocks me with Jalen Carter. However, I'm sure they still put in a bunch of stipulations of if you get caught doing X, Y, or Z, we can bail. But still, the fact that it's on the table, it does affect Puka. It does.
I don't like
it. If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension. At 32, I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early. And the door opened. I was the only person in the locker room, and the door opened, and in through the door walked Matt Kemp. Now, he was on a rehab assignment with LA. The last time I had seen Matt Kemp, we were face to face screaming obscenities at each other. I was telling him, I was saying, like, look, I told Matt Kemp, I'm like, look, you better win this fight, because if you lose to me, that's going to look so bad for you, because you are significantly larger than I am, way more athletic. And I think at the time he probably had more homers than I had at bats on the season. And so he walks into the room, and, everything kind of went cold on me a little bit. I started to notice the physiological symptoms of heading into fight or flight. And Matt Kemp walked over to me, and I stood up because I wasn't going to be sitting down to get punched. I stood up, and he stuck his hand out and he shook it, and he said, "Hey man, I know we were at odds before, but I got respect with how you stood up for your teammates." And I let out probably the biggest exhale of my life in that moment. So, yeah, that was it's my Dodgers story.
Is this the best city for head coaches right now? Because really think about it. We got Sean McVay, who is like this inspirational type of leader. JJ Redick, who is more of kind of a fiery type of leader. Dave Roberts, who is more of the Mr. Rogers type of leader. Jim Harbaugh, who is a little bit more on the fiery side. Ty Lue, who is just like the meticulous, calculated side. It's like we have such an interesting dynamic of head coaches here in Los Angeles, and what's amazing is they're all good and or great, and they are all very different.
There's more than one way to skin a cat. The common denominator is the city and the expectations that come with playing and coaching here. That's what kind of brings all of those guys into like the same bucket. Different sports, different types of teams, different sets of expectations, and from year to year, we're not expecting the Clippers to necessarily win a championship. We're not expecting the Chargers to necessarily win the Super Bowl. There's still like an expectation that comes with playing in this city, coaching in this city. Philly, New York, Chicago get a lot of credit thrown their way for being blue collar, hard-working towns. And so then their fans kind of show up to the games with that expectation. If you play hard and you compete and fans really feel like you're giving everything you have in those cities and towns, like that's all they're asking basically. Fans in LA don't always get that credit. Fans in LA or fans of LA teams also want those same things. They want to know that you're emptying your tank to try to figure out how to win, and that the team is just as important as you are. Like you think about the history of our sports teams, Kings, Lakers, Rams, et cetera, like all the things that have been accomplished historically. Yeah, fans have an expectation. And so when you think about those coaches, coaching here is different because that's the expectation. And it may not be as loud and sound as dangerous as it does in Philly or New York, et cetera, but the expectations from the fans are definitely the same.
Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there.
Pick-up games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. And I am so excited, you guys, we're getting right to it, to bring in our first guest of the day, MLB reporter for ESPN, Alden Gonzalez, joining us from Detroit. Alden, how we doing?
I'm doing great, Alex. How are you?
Fabulous. Big day. Big day for the Dodgers big day for Tarek Skubal, going back to face his former team for the first time since getting traded earlier this month. Now, we have to imagine this is going to be a very emotional night for him. What are you expecting, and what have you heard from Skubal heading into this outing?
he's trying to downplay this as much as possible, understandably so. Number one, like, he's a very routine-oriented guy. I mean, it's part of, like, what made him so good. And number two, like, he's pitching the first game. And I think Dave Roberts said it best. He hopes that all the festivities and all the emotions spill out on Saturday and Sunday, but Friday needs to be about just pitching and pitching well, because obviously this Dodgers club needs it, coming off being swept by the Braves. But in terms of, like, the reception, I would be shocked if it's anything other than a standing ovation, raucous. This is a guy who was never a blue chip prospect, developed into an ace with that organization, gave everything he had for the Tigers, clearly did not want to be traded. It was not under his control. And he said all the right things ever since. He even mentioned at one point that he'd like to sign an extension with the Tigers one day. So I expect nothing but appreciation from the Tigers. The Dodgers might be a hated team, but Tarek Skubal in Detroit is beloved.
Tarek has a couple of teammates who have been in similar circumstances. Freddie Freeman on his return back to Atlanta, Mookie Betts when he eventually played the Red Sox again. Now, those two situations may have a little more animosity than Tarek and the Tigers. How much can players rely on one another and their current teammates' past experiences in situations like this?
You know, I do think that can be relevant. Like, I'll never forget being in Atlanta when Freddie Freeman went back there for the first time as a member of the Dodgers, and how emotional that was for him, like literally crying in the interview room. But everybody's situation is different. Like, this is a very personal thing. Everybody's circumstances are completely different. So I don't know how much help Tarek can draw from talking to teammates about this. I think that the best thing that can happen is, number one, for teammates to just sort of embrace them in this new environment, work with them as they try to get acclimated, and for the player himself to just sort of turn that proverbial page. Everything I've heard about Tarek Skubal since he got here is that he's immersed himself with his new teammates, and he's been kind of all in. But this is a very different weekend, and there's probably going to be a lot of mixed emotions from him.
I love that. Because what we see on the outside is what the viral videos with Kike Hernandez kissing his hand and him doing handshakes with everybody. So to hear from the inside that it actually is genuine and he's fitting in, I think is great for Dodger fans to hear. But another big thing that's supposed to be happening today is Shohei Ohtani scheduled to throw another bullpen session. What can you tell us about the timeline if it goes well this afternoon?
Yeah, that's been the plan. Dave Roberts said that a couple of days ago. He's going to throw a bullpen session today. If that goes well, he would start on Sunday. Now, keep in mind, he would only pitch the first inning. He's not fully built up like a starting pitcher yet. But because he counts as an extra pitcher for them, he could throw the first. He could basically rehab in the major leagues. It's what he did last summer when he was coming back from elbow surgery. If you remember, he was throwing basically an inning at a time, rather than throwing a sim game before the game or going down in the minor leagues. That's the flexibility the Dodgers have because Shohei Ohtani counts as an extra pitcher. And, I mean, look, the Dodgers are going to make sure that left knee is okay before giving him the green light to make that start. But making that start on Sunday would be pretty significant because it would give him 5 weeks to be in their rotation, 5 starts, and fully build up, keep adding on innings as he goes along. That would give him a chance to be fully stretched out by October. And we haven't talked to Shohei Ohtani in recent days, but I am almost certain that that is a goal of his, to be a full-fledged starting pitcher in the playoffs. If he makes that start on Sunday, he could be on track for that.
So right now they have Glasnow scheduled to start Sunday. What would that mean for Glasnow? Would he just kind of open for him, or would Glasnow get pushed?
No, Shohei would open for Glasnow. So Shohei would throw the first inning, and then right after that, Glasnow would have just like his regular start right after him. What that would mean going forward after that, I don't know, but that would be the plan for Sunday.
And Alden, it's not just the starting pitching rotation that has been constant circus throughout the season for the Dodgers. The bullpen has also been a circus as well. Now, when the playoffs come around, a lot of starting arms get bumped. Shohei, if he's not ready to pitch a full starting pitcher's workload. Justin Robleski, if he can come back. Eric Lauer and Roki Sasaki are all expected to be bumped. What are the dynamics in what a manager looks for to whether or not you can give him some reliable long relief in the bullpen?
Well, the long relief portion of it, I'm not sure how much of a factor it would be, because once you get into the playoffs, it's all about just like having the type of stuff that could miss stats. If you're in a situation in the postseason where you need multiple innings from your reliever, that means it's not going very well. And that's not the plan. Like, Eric Lauer will transition to the bullpen for what remains of this regular season once Roki Sasaki comes back healthy. And I'm going to go back to what I said about Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani being stretched out to the playoffs is what opens up those options, or at least helps open up those options for other Dodgers starters to be in the bullpen. Now, all of a sudden, like, it's almost a certainty that Roki Sasaki is going to be pitching in the bullpen, perhaps even in high leverage situations in October. Justin Robleski, as you mentioned, same thing. He had a similar role in the World Series last year. But if Ohtani is fully stretched out, that's a number 4 starter right there. And it means maybe Tyler Glasnow is also an option in the bullpen in October. Maybe, and this is just me speculating, maybe he's closing out games for them.
Whoa.
I don't know. I think, look, the preference is Edwin Diaz.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they signed him. That's what he's done. That's what he was brought here to do. But if he's not right, they're not going to take chances. And they still have hope that he can get right because we still have like 5.5 weeks left. But if he doesn't, Shohei being in the rotation in October opens up the possibility for it. I mean, look, Tanner Scott is an obvious choice because he's done it this year. But for Roki Sasaki, we saw him do it obviously in the early part of the playoffs last year. Maybe even Tyler Glasnow, who, by the way, pitched out of the bullpen in the NLDS last year.
So I'm happy that you brought up that closing position, because that was going to be my next question to you, Alden. And obviously with the Diaz struggles and the recent Tanner Scott struggles, Roki going on the IL, and he was the Dodgers closer last season in the postseason. Have you talked with Edwin Diaz? And how much do you think his struggles have been physical opposed to maybe mental right now?
I think they're more physical. Okay. And it's been brought up a lot that, like, the arm slot dropped down. Mm-hmm. Like, whenever a pitcher's arm slot drops down, that is a red flag. Now, the hope from the Dodgers is that the neck injury that he's currently on the injured list with might be a reason. Maybe he was compensating for something there. If so, that can be an easy fix once they get that healed up and he comes back. I really struggle to think that this would be a mental thing for a guy who's pitched in such big markets, who's dealt with pressure situations. The reality, though, is the fastball is flat, the slider's hanging out over the plate, and nobody's really afraid of Edwin Diaz right now, so they got to figure something out.
Alden, you are a man of many talents, so talented that just 20 minutes ago you posted your latest article on ESPN. I can't wait to dive into it when we get off air, but can you give the people just a little taste of what your recent article is about?
It's kind of a wild story, but it probably takes a lot of explaining, but teams have been striking pre-agreements with Dominican and Venezuelan prospects in the international market for years. There's a lot of corruption involved in that, and there's been a lot of age fraud that has come up. And there was one prospect who had agreed to a pre-deal with the Cleveland Guardians. He would have been eligible to sign in 2029, but it was found that they not only lied about his age, making him 2 years younger than he really is, but they did so by creating a fake identity and a fake death and a fake grave site.
Whoa!
So it's hard for me to explain over the phone, but you would probably just have to read the story to get the context.
Wow! But it's funny too, Alden, because like this has kind of been like a known, like, you don't really talk about thing about like Dominican players. You're like, are you really sure that you're 25? Are we really sure that we're 22? So that's wow. You're just getting to the bottom of it.
Yeah, there's a lot there.
Yeah, there's a lot there. So, yeah, head over to ESPN.com to check out Alden Gonzalez's newest article. That's spicy. Let's get back to the Dodgers, though, for a second here, because tough series for the Dodgers offense in Atlanta. And a lot of it came with great opportunities, bases loaded, runners in scoring position. What needs to change for these Dodgers bats to turn things around in Detroit?
You know, I don't know. I think they're trying to figure that out themselves. The Dodgers seem to go through lows like this. They went through a similar one last year. That does not mean that they're always going to be okay. These are dangerous. You want to avoid them at all costs. But there are a lot of players with track record who are not performing, whether it's a Oscar Hernandez or a Mookie Betts, who has seemingly gotten into a rhythm again lately. We'll see if this sticks. Kyle Tucker, obviously, we've talked about. I think Andy Pages is a big loss.
Yeah.
More of a loss than people actually realize, especially that right-handed production. Will Smith should be coming back soon. That should help. But the Dodgers have been playing a lot of really close games. I forgot the number, but it's been an insane amount of close games. And that's strained their bullpen, and it's because their offense has not come to life. So they have a tendency to be able to turn it on, but that doesn't mean it's automatic. So everybody's going to be really nervous around here until that happens.
Alden, one of the positions that Dodgers fans, myself included, are kind of side-eyeing a little bit are those corner outfield positions. When you have Teoscar struggling recently and Cal Tucker struggling for the majority of the year, and then you have guys like Kike and Alex Call who tend to make the most of their opportunities when given. Is that something to keep an eye on for these final 28 games?
Absolutely. The Dodgers need production from wherever they can get it. And I think they've shown in the playoffs that if you're not producing for them, it doesn't really matter what the name on the back of your jersey says. They're going to give opportunities to guys who can. I mean, look no further than Miguel Rojas playing in Games 6 and 7 of last year's World Series and hitting the game-tying home run and making a couple of really important defensive plays. The Dodgers, you brought up Kike Hernandez. Kike Hernandez is here for one reason. It's because he performs in October. And if other guys are struggling, they're going to find a way to give him that back.
We love it. Alden, thank you so much for popping on. I know this is a crazy day for you putting out that article and then heading over, getting ready for Game 1 in Detroit. Thank you so much. Make sure you follow him across all socials at Alden Gonzalez. We loved having you on. Thank you again.
No problem, guys. Take care.
All right. See ya. Yeah, that's interesting because I don't think that I realized that, like, even if he had a good bullpen sesh, that meant he was for sure going to be pitching on Sunday. But then again, like, he usually throws a bullpen 2 days before a start anyway, so that kind of lines up. But that we've joked about this before. We're like, can you imagine if it is Shohei Ohtani and Tyler Glasnow as a 1-2 punch? We might see that on Sunday.
I would love to see it. Every game going forward, I'm seeing as Dave Roberts envisioning is this decision, is this tweak, is this lineup change, is this something that could help us in the playoffs? And if they end up piggybacking off of one of another, Shohei being the opener for Glasnow, absolutely. Why not roll into the playoffs with that?
But the other thing he said about Glasnow was like, dude, he could be used as the closer. I was like, wait, what? So last year it was Roki, a starting pitcher, as a closer, and this year it could be Tyler Glasnow as the closer. That's what makes Dave Roberts one of the greatest managers of our time, is just his ability to adjust on the fly. And it's like, all right, yeah, we paid these guys a lot of money, whether it was Tanner Scott last year, Edwin Diaz this year. If we can't trust you, ain't no way you're going out there in October.
Great way to put it.
Ain't no way.
Can't wait to see that creativity in these last 4 weeks of baseball.
Yeah, so fun. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we are headed back to college. Brock's College Corner. Don't go anywhere. That's next here on Brock and Alex.
And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. in front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Like, Magic is literally my greatest of all time. And he's over here laughing at me getting fried. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that, like, I know you coming from my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that, because I definitely was coming for his spot. Like, it just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that, like, yeah, bro.
You ever talked to Magic about that? I'm like, dude, you have no idea.
No, I've never.
Well, you might hear about it now.
No, because it's like, if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you not?
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Joe Serralo in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we are so excited to bring in our first guest of the day, AVP professional volleyball player, Olympian, and former NBA player, the reigning Manhattan Beach Open champ, Chase Budinger, joining the show.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Chase, thank you so much for being here. Now, you have a very unique story as an athlete. And we always hear a lot of athletes talk about, like, if they played one sport, like, oh, I could definitely dominate another sport. But you did it at the highest level, successfully transitioning from the NBA to an elite Olympian and beach volleyball champion. For people who might not know your story, can you kind of explain when you decided to make the jump, and did you always love beach volleyball?
Well, first, I've always loved beach volleyball. I definitely came from a background in both sports, in basketball and volleyball. So this wasn't something new that I just all of a sudden picked up and wanted to try it. This was something that I was very good at a young age. Once I got to college, I kind of stuck with basketball. I wanted to see how far it could take me. It got me to the NBA, played there for seven years. Had a good career. And then when I was done with that, I found myself back on the beach, living this lifestyle that, you know, that most beach volleyball players will say it's one of the best lifestyles you will ever experience. And I've been enjoying it. I've been, playing very good ball recently. And, I've been able to hit all the goals I've been setting up for myself so far.
So, Chase, you win the Manhattan Beach Open a year ago, obviously premier event on the AVP Tour. Now to go back-to-back, what do you need to take from last year? What do you need to change to feel confident about your ability to go back-to-back here this weekend?
Yeah. Well, I always feel like the first one to win is always the toughest. Once you figure out how to win, you get to the finals, you finally get that first win. Now you kind of know how to do it. You kind of know how to get there. You kind of know how to do it when you're in the finals, how you have to play. So I'm very confident in myself, but as well as I have a partner that has won it 4 times. So I have a new partner in Trevor Crabb. He's been there. He's done it multiple times. As I just said, he's won it 4 times. And it definitely is the most prestigious tournament that we have, just because when you do win it, you get your name on the Manhattan Pier, and that will forever be there.
I love it. Chase, I'm born and raised Manhattan Beach, so I personally believe that the Manhattan What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. And since it is week 0 of college football season, kickoff starts tomorrow in Dublin. So Bill Belichick, UNC, and TCU kicking things off. And then here in LA with a little matinee, USC facing San Jose State. It's all here. It's all starting. So we are starting a new segment called Brock's College Corner. So Brock, let's head back to college. What you got for us today?
Welcome on in. Now, typically, this will be a two-parter because as your LA hotspot for college information, we will have USC and UCLA playing. But we just have USC because college football has this weird week 0 thing that would take too much time to explain, and it's kind of irrelevant. So USC is taking the field in 24 hours and 10 minutes. And the pressure's on. If I could sum it up perfectly for this season, beating San Jose State isn't going to be good enough. Beating Rutgers isn't going to be good enough. The Northwesterns, USC is tired of being good but not great. And for the future of Lincoln Riley as the head coach of USC, they have to make the college football playoff. So Lincoln Riley at USC is 35-18. And if you told me back in 2014 when the CFP first got announced as a thing, but when it was first implemented, that USC would be sitting here in 2026 without a single appearance, I would have called you a liar. But now they have to get it done. They return 8 starters offensively, 5 defensively. They return 65% of their production from a year ago, meaning every tackle, every interception, every sack, every catch, every punt, all of that is thrown into a formula, and it's all wound up, and it's just produced as production. So 65% of that production, positive production, they return, and that is 13th in the FBS. The schedule does them no favors. They host Oregon. They host Washington. They host Ohio State on Halloween night, which will likely be the game of the year. They are at reigning champ Indiana. Quite honestly, the unfortunate thing, last year was their year to get it done. They had a favorable schedule a year ago. Can't go back, can only go forward. But here's what we're looking at. Offensively, it starts with quarterback Jaden Mayava, who I believe will win the Heisman. If USC wins 10 or more football games, Jaden Mayava will win the Heisman Trophy because Lincoln Riley will always let his quarterback be the star, and there is a strong track record of when USC is good and their quarterback is a huge part of that, that quarterback wins the Heisman. Both of those reasons are why Mayava will be there. He led the Big Ten last year with 3,711 pass yards, also 6 rushing touchdowns. His ability to run the ball is not the focal point, but similar to Kyler Murray, not necessarily Jalen Hurts, but Baker Mayfield, Caleb Williams. They didn't have designed runs, but their ability to run, especially down in the red zone, was always a way to sneak some extra yardage. Jade Mayava will play his way into being a first-round pick in this upcoming draft. I can promise you that. But in regards to a Heisman, if they can win 10 games or more, it's his. Who will he be throwing the ball to? How do you replace Mekhi Lemon and Jacoby Lane? Mekhi Lemon winning the Biletnikoff Award a year ago, which goes to the best receiver in college football. Tanuk Hines will be thrust into the forefront, hoping to make his impact and his name known as the next great USC wide receiver. He was out there all year long, but it really wasn't until the final 3 games that he really came on the scene, and he will have to pick up where he left off. They had a transfer wide receiver, Terrell Anderson from NC State, who was supposed to be his running mate. He's out with an undisclosed injury. They are saying it's not supposed to be long-term, but college rules are different. In the NFL, you have to be specific about what the injury is. College, you can just say, he's hurt, go away, stop asking us questions. So we don't know what the injury is, but hopefully we will see Terrell Anderson on the field at some point soon. And last note on the offense, running backs Wayman Jordan and King Miller have an argument to being the best duo of running backs in the Big Ten. Wayman Jordan started the first 6 games last year. got hurt, snapped his ankle against Michigan, and then the final 7 games, King Miller took over. He was a walk-on then. He is not now. He's firmly on scholarship. But those two with starting experience coming back, I would say look for this USC team to run the ball more than they have ever in the Lincoln Riley era. But at the end of the day, before we get to the defense, at the end of the day, offense is never a concern for USC. It comes down to the defensive side of the ball. But that is the offensive rundown, Alex.
It's just crazy because this is his 5th season
already, yeah,
with USC. And I remember just the vibe around LA when they got him. It's like, oh, we're going to be great again. This is the next Pete Carroll. This is who's going to turn this program around. And they just have not had that college football playoff success at all. And for USC, they are in the same kind of category as Dodgers, Lakers, where it's championship or bust. We don't care. You're out of here if you can't get it done.
Yes. And since the CFP has been expanded, actually even before it was expanded, the formula seems to be you make the college football playoff, you lose, and then you return, and now your team knows what it takes to win. That's what happened with Ohio State. They made the CFP. They lost to Georgia in a last-second situation, but then they come back and win the championship. That happened with Michigan. They make the CFP. They have an embarrassing loss to TCU, but then they come back the very next year and win it, and that happened last year with Indiana. 2 years ago, they make the CFP, they lose to Notre Dame, they know what it takes, and then they win it all last year. So the fact that the championship process hasn't even started for USC is where people get upset because they haven't even made it to know what it takes to come back. Here's where you get excited about USC.
Okay.
My issue with them over the years is when you think of SC, you think of Liner, you think of Palmer, you think of Steve
Reggie
Smith, you think of Reggie Bush, Lendo White, you think of the skill positions.
Yes.
Where they've lacked is the trenches. That changes this year. So initially, USC returned all 5 starting offensive linemen from a year ago. Now, center Killian O'Connor suffered an injury early in training camp. He will not be available at all this year, but they have depth. That was Lincoln Riley's main thing about this year. We have depth that we did not have previously in the trenches, which leads us to the defensive side of the ball, where he's pointed out his defensive line room is the deepest he has ever had, and it is the best room on this team. That is music to the ears of any Trojan fan because they know defense has been the Achilles heel of this team going forward since Lincoln Riley has got there. They've always been able to put up points. What separates the Pete Carroll era from any era since is the lack of defense. He brings in Gary Patterson, who is a legend at TCU, coached there as a head coach for over 20 years, and retired last year. And took some time off and is back in the saddle as the defensive coordinator. He runs his patent 4-2-5 defense. He's considered the inventor of it. It's read and react. It's simple in a good way. He just trusts his guys to go out there and make plays. And some names to look out for. Defensive end Cameron Crawford and his 10.5 tackles for loss a year ago. Defensive tackle Jide Abasiri. He's a beast. Freshman All-American Jakeem Stewart is in a walking boot, similar to the injury to Terrell Anderson. College football, you don't have to say what the injury is, but he's in a walking boot and on crutches.
Oof.
They say it's not a long-term injury.
That's long-term.
That's feels
months.
Long-term.
That's months right there.
So he won't be out there, but again, it points to the depth that they have. So that is the rundown of USC. They're going to manhandle San Jose State.
They should.
They should. You're right. Nothing is assumed on Saturdays. But with USC, it is all about the CFP this year. And if they do not make the CFP, this year will be a disappointment.
100%. And I think Lincoln Riley will most likely be gone if they don't make it. You mentioned one of their games and you said a date. And I was like, why does that feel like there's another big game that might happen on that day? USC and Ohio State on Halloween,
and what
October
else is going
31st,
on that night?
A potential Game 7 in the World Series. If the World Series goes to Game 7, you guys, you would have USC Ohio State and Game 7 of the World Series.
Last year,
what?
USC had a Friday night game. I want to say it was against Rutgers in one of the World Series games. It wasn't Game 7 because it was a home game.
Yeah.
But the Coliseum was completely empty, but then people realized, I mean, I would be at the World Series too if I had to decide between that or USC game.
Yeah.
But yeah, that aligned perfectly. And I mean, I wouldn't be mad if the Dodgers wrapped up the World Series before Game 7.
Yeah, it would be nice not to go
But
to
if the
Game
stars
7.
align,
It's still really fun. It's wild. But like, can we just take a moment to remember that Game 7?
Yeah. Special.
Wild.
Special times,
Wild.
people.
And the reason we're talking about this, obviously, because we're expecting the Dodgers to go to the World Series, and they're on their quest to a three-peat. Yeah, they might be struggling a little bit right now, but that's okay. That's what the Dodgers do at this time of the year, and that just means they have something to work towards and get back to being in true form. They have 4 weeks to do that until October, and you know what? I'm feeling pretty confident about it. That's all I'm going to say. Great job for the first ever
Thank you so
Brock
much, Alex.
College Corner. We're going to talk some Shohei Ohtani when we come back. Beach Open is the best stop on the AVP Tour, and I was just explaining to Joe that you get your name on the pier when you win, which I think is what makes it the best of the best. But from a player's perspective, why do you think the Manhattan Beach Open is different from all the other stops and makes it so elite on the AVP Tour?
Well, not just the getting your name on the pier, but also I think it's just the most prestigious. It's because the South Bay, Manhattan Beach, is kind of the mecca of beach volleyball. It's kind of like where it all started. This is where all the best players live and train. So it's kind of like in our backyard. And there's so much history that goes involved with this tournament. It's been going on for, I don't know, since the 60s. And, like I said, once you walk down that Manhattan Pier, you could see all the names, all the legends that have won it before you. And for me, I finally get to experience it today, getting the plaque ceremony, get my name on that pier today. So it's something that, like I said, it'll forever be there. It's something that every time I get to walk my kids down the Manhattan Pier, I get to show what Daddy has accomplished.
Oh, congratulations. That's so cool.
That's awesome, Chase. I want to look ahead a little bit here. A couple of years from now, the Olympics, obviously in town. You are an Olympian from Paris 2024. How important are the upcoming Olympics to you? And I know it's kind of tough to train for something that's 2 years out, but how often are they on your mind every time you hit the tour and you take the, I was going to say take the field or take the court, but I guess take the sand in this case?
Like sand. Yeah, it's definitely important for me. I'm all about the journey, and going through the journey once of making the Olympics and that process, just really excites me because it's a long process. It's going to start up here in November. It's like kind of a 1.5 to 2 year process. So
wow,
it's coming up quick.
Wow.
It's coming up quick, that qualification process. So I'm very excited for that. I have a new partner, like I just mentioned, in Trevor Crabb. So, we're going to definitely go for it. And like I said, doing it once before just gives me more confidence in myself and just how to reach it, how to get there. And then hopefully once I do reach it, again, playing at home, what better scenario is that with, having all USA behind you.
That's so cool. Now, as you keep mentioning, you have a new partner in Trevor Crabb. How do these... Because I for people that are unfamiliar with the beach volleyball world, you can kind of move around partners throughout your career. Explain how, when you're coming in as the defending champ, you decide to kind of make that switch and find the best partner for you.
Yeah, I mean, me and my old partner, we had a great run. We played together for 4 years. We made the Olympics. We won the Manhattan Open. We won the Hermosa Open. We've won a lot. But, I think for me to get to the next level, to get to the next Olympics, to even medal at the next Olympics, and that's kind of where my mind is at, is not just making the Olympics, but trying to medal at the next Olympics. And I truly believe that playing with Trevor is my best partner to do that. So I'm definitely thinking long-term from now.
Chase, I'm curious, when you look back at your basketball career, could be physical, could be mental, what part of your long career playing in the NBA, obviously playing basketball your whole life,
has helped prepare you for this transition the most?
I think the work ethic that I had in basketball definitely helped me translate into the beach volleyball. Sometimes you see some beach volleyball players can kind of get sucked into the lifestyle, and that's kind of a more lazy, more relaxed lifestyle of just cruising down to the beach and practicing maybe a few times a week, right? So I really just took that basketball work ethic of like, you really have to put in the time, put in the work, put in the extra work each and every.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream or want to, head over to @TheFanLA on YouTube, get in the comment section. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. We also want to hear from you. Who do you think, which college football team here in LA, USC or UCLA, are you more excited to watch this season and take the field? Week 0 kicks off tomorrow, and USC's got game 2 after the show in Dublin, UNC versus TCU, but USC having a nice little matinee here in LA facing San Jose State. If you missed it, we have a new segment that Brock just did in the last segment called Brock's College Corner. Really went through all of USC's top players, roster, offense, defense, what to look forward to tomorrow and throughout the season. And I'm excited once UCLA gets going to kind of see the comparison here, because they are coming into this season with complete opposite expectations, both positive, but a lot more pressure on USC and Lincoln Riley this year.
You could compare it to the Chargers and Raiders, I think. You know,
Chargers and Raiders?
The Chargers and Raiders being compared to the dynamic between USC and UCLA.
Go on.
Because USC is expected to win more games, but having a winning record is not success this season. It's postseason success that determines if the season is good. The Chargers will win more games than the Raiders, but they have to win a playoff game, whereas the Raiders and UCLA, what they have in common is a new head coach and an understanding that we, of course, can outperform the expectation, but we are just looking at a foundation being built more so than making the playoffs this year. And a quick note about that UNC and TCU game.
Yeah.
That is the Westwood One Sports Game of the Week, so you can listen to that live broadcast here on 97.1 The Fan. So you don't
Great call out.
Keep that dial set right there for tomorrow morning.
What time?
It will be on at 9 a.m. our time is kick. The show starts at 8:30 a.m. our time. So get up, get your coffee, and get ready for football, because Bill Belichick's backs are against the ropes over there in Chapel Hill, and there is a ton to look for in that game.
Speaking of pressure, how many seasons is UNC going to give Bill Belichick to figure this out?
This will be the figure.
This is
it out.
it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it was such a... and it's hard to put dumpster fire in the same sentence with Bill Belichick, but that's what it felt like last year. Not only what happened on the field, but all the outside drama with his girlfriend.
So
it was just weird.
Yes, and the whole thing about Belichick and why the Patriots were so special. I was there. My brother was there for 4 years. I was there for 1. The whole thing about Belichick is there are no distractions.
Yeah.
Don't tweet anything. Don't post anything. Every answer you give to a reporter needs to be 5 words or less. Don't talk about their opponent. Don't say anything.
Oh, so he told you guys those things.
That was made very clear.
That makes sense.
Now, and that's how he carried himself in press conferences. So why North Carolina is so upset is because they were never going to win a ton of games last year.
Yeah.
But you were the biggest distraction in all of college football. Like
you were the distraction.
What
in
is going
sports.
on?
I would argue one of the bigger distractions in all of sports.
Yes. And to be discussed about constantly for non-football reasons drove them crazy. UNC is a basketball school.
Yeah.
For a time, it was a baseball school before you even bring up football. But they are a proud group of boosters, and that aspect of the chaos last year really pissed them off. It wasn't the lack of winning; it was the off-the-field entertainment.
So, what do you think happened? Obviously, you said you have a very good understanding of what Bill Belichick in his prime was, having played for him with the Patriots. It just felt like something shifted. Was it like a screw loose? Like something was just off. Like you wanted to look at Bill and you're like, blink twice if you need some help. Are we okay? This isn't you.
What I feel happened is Bill Belichick and the Patriots split ways. That next offseason, he fully expected to land an NFL coaching job. He didn't get a ton of interest. He got an interview with the Falcons. Eventually, they went a different direction with Raheem Morris. But Bill Belichick is 26 wins away from Don Shula's all-time NFL record from a head coach. And he fully expected, I fully expected him to coach again in the NFL and get that record. UNC was always going to be a stopgap. And that was always going to be a place just to keep the wheels turning and keep the wheels greased until I get another NFL opportunity. And I wonder in a couple years from now when we look back on everything, how much we will realize just not landing an NFL job crushed him, because nothing he has done in the past year has been of his character, and I think he's just brokenhearted that he's not going to get a chance to break that record.
And it's crazy too, because I think it shocked everybody that he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer as one of the greatest coaches of all time, and that was petty voters in the NFL. How this is the greatest coach of all time, and he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer?
And him not being in the Hall of Fame on the first ballot is an indictment on the Hall of Fame.
It's insane.
Not on him. It is also why owners have way too much input when it comes to accolades like that. But it does add to the very complex resume of Bill Belichick. He pissed off a lot of people along the way, but he won more games than your favorite coach,
Yeah.
And it was a rough year for him to not make the Hall of Fame immediately, and for UNC to go the way that it did, and to realize he won't be a head coach in the NFL ever again. And I think when we look back, we're just going to realize that this was him acting out in a crisis, and a bunch of things happened that he never thought would happen.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
Because we talked about this, I think, when him and Tom Brady split. It's who's going to win? Who is going to win this breakup? And it was Tom Brady immediately.
Yeah.
I mean,
right away.
Won another Super Bowl in Tampa Bay, and is now a supermodel.
and is now a divorced dad supermodel rocking the leather. Your GOAT could never.
Also, obviously, a part of the A-team on Fox Sports calling NFL games.
That also helps.
And a partial owner of the Raiders. So you want to talk about winning the situation. Whew.
He won the custody New England battle for sure.
Wow. So this is going to be, it's going to be must watch, must listen. UNC TCU kicking off the college football season.
Yeah, and they're also going to get rocked, which is part of it too. TCU is going to rock them, so that's also part of it. So I hope they had fun in Dublin, because it's going to be a quiet flight home.
Brutal. Yeah. And as Brock mentioned, you can listen to that game right here on 97.1 The Fan tomorrow. 9 a.m. in Dublin. And then that's the perfect little pregame before you get ready for USC, who has a nice little matinee at the Coliseum at noon. All right, guys, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. A lot of big things also happening in the Dodgers world today. The biggest one being Tarek Skubal on the mound tonight, back in Detroit, facing his former team for the first time since getting traded to the Dodgers in a situation where he was very vocal about not wanting to be traded, not wanting to leave Detroit. And even after he got traded, made some remarks that were questionable for, I think, LA fans to digest and hear, of him saying, he hopes that Detroit is in the conversation after the season. After he gets the job done and helps the Dodgers win a World Series, he would gladly go back to Detroit and hope they are in the conversation. It's like, that was too soon. Scooble, that was way too soon. Keep that to yourself, okay? Okay. However, this is best case scenario, I think, for Tarek Skubal and the Dodgers, that game one of this 3-game set in Detroit, he gets to get it out of the way, get it out of his system, get on the mound, face his former friends, his teammate in his home, the franchise that built him, that made him a 2-time Cy Young winner. It's going to be emotional. It's going to be an emotional day for Skubal.
And it should be, because if you spent, I want to say it was 7 full seasons, this being the 8th, maybe it was 6 full, this being the 7th. But if you spend a significant amount of time, over half a decade somewhere, and it's not emotional when you return, you didn't accomplish much while you were there. Right?
Yeah.
Why it will be emotional is because he reached the mountaintop of winning Cy Youngs, because he was the face of that franchise. And even though they made the playoffs, were never a legitimate threat, right? And you that was your organization. You everything there revolved around you. And he went about it the wrong way, but why he made those pro-Detroit comments quickly, not long after leaving, was because he looked at the schedule and knew that he would be back there soon and wanted to make sure that the fans
You
knew.
think that's why he said that? Or he was actually speaking his truth?
I think part of his truth was knowing, when I go back there, I want them to know that this is something I felt I had to do. It's not something I wanted to do.
Well, it wasn't his choice.
That as well. I wanted to get paid here. I wanted to finish my career here. And I want to reiterate to all of you fans who have cheered me on for the past 6-7 years that I love you and this will always be my home. But my ceiling has been hit here and they don't want to pay me. So he went about it in the worst way possible. But that making those comments
slap in the
alone
face to Dodger fans.
let us know how emotional it's going to be. He wanted to pitch there his whole career.
Yeah. Yesterday he spoke to David Vassay on how it feels to go home and face his friends and former teammates.
Is going to stay the game of baseball. That's something that I pride myself on, is treating every game as if it's the same, But, it's just I'm very familiar, obviously, with the stadium and all the guys across the way. And, I look forward to seeing all those guys, too. Some of those guys are my really good friends, and we're going to have relationships beyond baseball. So, I look forward to getting back there and pitching.
And we also heard from Tigers manager A.J. Hinch, who admitted it's going to be an emotional night, but said once the game starts, they have to figure out a way to separate their relationship with Skubal and just try to beat him, which is what Skubal is going to have to equally do, looking over and seeing his old home and his looking out at all of his old fans and the love. And it's so interesting because when we were talking to Alden Gonzalez, he was sharing that Dave Roberts said they hope that they save all like the fanfare and the like celebration stuff for Saturday and Sunday. And I'm like, I think this might be like mental warfare. They're going to show that before he goes out on the mound, get him even more emotional and get in his head. Yeah. Like if you were the opposing team, that's what you do.
Yeah. You have to do it. He's going to get a standing O. It's a pretty early game, so it may not be a sellout, but there will be a ton of fanfare and a ton of people there because even before Skubal got traded, this was going to be a hot ticket because the Dodgers are coming to town. You know, now you add this to it, everyone's going to be there. There is something to, and if there's numbers on it, I have not been able to find them, of when a player returns back somewhere that they spent 5 or more years. So if a quarterback gets traded and then comes back to face his old team for the first time, if a point guard gets traded after being somewhere for a long time and then comes back to his old arena and hoops there, I would love to see those numbers because I feel there's always an increase in that moment for that player returning because you get the best of both worlds. You are still comfortable in that stadium. That mound that Tarek Skubal will be standing on is the same one he stood on for the past 6-7 years. His view of the batter's box and the smell of the stadium and the entry into the stadium. Of course, he's going to be in the away dugout, but how the fans sound, what it looks like there when the sun goes out, all these tiny little things that bring comfort to you, he gets to hold on to that, and his body is going to snap right back into, oh, we're home. This is going to be fine. We've done this a million times. So you add that on top of the emotions of wanting to have the best outing of your career, and he's going to deliver his best outing of the season.
So I got something for you. There was a study done by a journal of sports behavior tracking pitchers in particular, and they show a massive statistical advantage during reunion games.
Love that.
And they found they performed significantly better across 9 core metrics against their former teams compared to teams like that you might have history with. Sweet. And returning pitchers consistently post lower ERAs, lower opponent batting averages, and fewer walks.
We love that.
So
who needs AI when you got Alex Curry? She's on it.
This was AI.
Oh.
So thank you. Thank you, AI, for finding this for me as fast as you did. What do you think? I'm able to do that like that fast? Yeah. You make it work for you.
But no, you get the best of both worlds. You get the emotional high, but you still get the comfort of it feeling like a home game to your subconscious.
Yeah. So the other big thing besides Skubal taking the mound back home for the first time tonight is Shohei Ohtani is supposed to be throwing a bullpen session this afternoon. When we were talking to Alden Gonzalez, ESPN's MLB reporter in the last hour, who is with the team right now, nothing had happened yet to this point. But the last that he spoke to Dave Roberts, and yesterday or the day before, the plan in place right now is Shohei Ohtani will throw a bullpen. Pending how it goes, and if it goes well, he will be on the mound Sunday in Detroit for 1 inning and open for Tyler Glasnow.
So on Thursday, Kirsten Watson gave a report during the game that
Yesterday.
Shohei... Oh, sorry. So it must have been Wednesday because it wasn't yesterday. Okay, so thank you. So on Wednesday, Kirsten Watson gave a report that Shohei was scheduled to pitch a bullpen in Atlanta, but is now going to wait. And at first, I saw that as a negative sign, but now we realize it's because of his typical 48-hour ramp-up process where he throws a pen and mixing all of this information together. It's a great sign that Dave Roberts, off of the most recent bullpen session, said, you know what? You looked good enough that I think we can actually ramp you up to get ready for Sunday. This is fantastic news.
Yeah, so because Ohtani historically throws his bullpen sessions 2 days before making a start, that is the main shift to moving this bullpen session to this afternoon. And again, we don't know what's going to happen. It's all going to depend on how his knee feels, how his arm looks after throwing this bullpen session today. But this is an extremely positive thing, especially this last week, losing Roki Sasaki with a blister on his pitching finger to the IL.
Yes, Roki has the blister. Eric Lauer right now is on standby to whether or not he gets bumped back into the starting rotation, or maybe he is an opener for someone. His role is kind of in flux. There's going to be moving targets until the playoffs start. But over these final 28 games, I'm sure Dave Roberts, and maybe I should just speak for me as a fan, you want as many knowns as possible. There are so many unknowns regarding starting pitching and bullpen that just as many answers, as many foundational pieces as you can figure out before playoffs start, the better.
And these, you guys, LA fans, these are going to be early games in Detroit. It's a 3:40 p.m. first pitch tonight with Tarek Skubal on the mound. Tomorrow, Blake Snell is slated to start. It's a 10:10 a.m. start.
They don't even need to leave the stadium. Just stay there.
And then Sunday, you guys, this is crazy because Detroit's lineup might be facing Skubal, Snell, Ohtani, and Glasnow in 3 games. Yes. If Ohtani's bullpen session goes great today, that means he is opening for Tyler Glass now on Sunday. But you got a 3:40 start tonight, a 10:10 start Saturday, and a 10:40 a.m. start on Sunday.
What's the rush, fellas?
Yeah,
Jeez.
let's go.
God
That's
damn.
great for us. I love waking up. This feels like football season, when you wake up with football throughout the whole day. So wake up with Dodgers baseball this weekend is going to be great. Yeah, because on Saturday, start with that like UNC TCU game at 9 a.m., Dodgers at 10:10, and then USC at noon.
Perfect.
It is a great lineup of sports this weekend. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, some updates on Puka Nacua and what the league is really thinking of his play. Don't go anywhere. That's next on Brock and Alex.
Day to get better, and I definitely had to do that myself just because I was years behind in playing. So I definitely had to play that catch-up role into getting myself back into the beach volleyball game. And I think that's just really helped me. It's really helped some of my partners to kind of elevate their games as well, of just making this more of a professional lifestyle instead of just a normal beach volleyball lifestyle.
It's kind of a mix of both. As someone who grew up in Manhattan Beach, and now you see a lot of professional, former professional athletes kind of retire to the South Bay. You see Richard Jefferson down there all the time. You see Luke Walton down there all the time. And yeah, they're part of like the 6-man teams at the tournament that just happened this last weekend. But it really is this lifestyle. And I think the Manhattan Beach Open really brings it all together, but as you were saying, to a different level, that elite top tier level. So for someone in LA who has never been to the Manhattan Beach Open, what would you tell them about this weekend, the atmosphere, and why they should come down and really check it out?
Oh man, this weekend it's special. The stands are fully packed, probably from 9 a.m. all the way till 5 p.m. People on the boardwalk, people all around, just standing around watching. It's a very exciting weekend because the people come out and they support it. They come out and watch it. They come out and they're loud and they're cheering. And the volleyball, you're playing the best volleyball against the best teams in the United States. So everyone's bringing their A game. Everyone is, vying for that spot to get their name on that pier. So it's definitely high stakes, high rewards type of tournament. And, when you first look at it, if you have never been to it, when you're walking down that pier, walking down Manhattan Beach Boulevard, you're going to see this grandstand there just sitting there. And most likely it's going to be filled up with people.
It's so magical. You're giving me chills as you're describing it right now. Chase, we appreciate you so much for coming on. Good luck. And we're rooting for you for that back-to-back.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chase. Good luck, man.
It's so fun because, and again, we have a lot of former athletes on our network, and a big conversation is always like, football players always believe that they could play basketball. Basketball players always believe they could play this other sport.
Yeah.
So to see an athlete actually do it at the highest level, spend 7 seasons in the NBA, and then make that switch to professional volleyball and be an Olympian and win the biggest tournaments on the sand is like, that is the biggest flex.
It's insane.
Right there.
And I feel like those are two sports that you could probably translate basketball into volleyball.
Well, but
to do it at this level.
But on the sand.
Cam, you are not just the wonderful in-stadium host for the LA Rams. You're also the wonderful host of Big Ten Tailgate, coming to you 2 Saturdays from now, where you watch Cam Irwin on site, facing the Big Ten elements while I am in an air-conditioned studio, sipping coffee, but man, do we love her and appreciate her. What is a storyline of this Big Ten season that you are most excited to see play out?
Oh, man. The coach over at Big Blue, man. Kyle Whittingham. I'm so excited because I was a Pac-12er back in the day. I know what he did at Utah. I have so much respect the way he goes about his business, the discipline, the accountability, like that old school tough nose. I think it's the perfect hire for Michigan. I am excited to see what he can do in shaping those young men, and especially like Bryce Underwood. when I met him last year, I was really impressed for a freshman quarterback stepping into a massive spotlight. Him as a human really surprised me in the sense of just his poise, his professionalism, his ability to engage at such a young age. So I'm excited to see what year 2 for Bryce Underwood and alongside Kyle looks like.
Cam, you guys had 8 programs from the Big Ten crack the top 25 national rankings. And I think a big surprise is having the Hoosiers at number 6, even though they're the defending champs. When you look at these top 8 teams from the Big Ten, who are you keeping your eye on? You got USC there at 14, Ohio State number 1, Oregon number 2, Indiana 6. As I said, what's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. Now, we've talked about some Rams today, but mainly Ty Simpson, just because of his outstanding preseason performance, and I think exceeding Rams fans' expectations. However, there's another big name around Rams camp that we've been talking about in a couple different senses, whether it's when are we going to see him out on the field? Is he going to get suspended? Is he going to get paid? Well. The NFL just came out and let everybody know what they think about Puka Nacua. And it's because he added another, I would say, big career accomplishment. He was ranked number 7 on the top 100 players of 2026 list.
Massive.
He cracked the top 10.
That's massive.
He cracked the top 10.
It's insane. And
beating out quarterbacks.
Yeah. And this is actually great to piggyback off of yesterday's conversation regarding the Pro Bowl going away in a physical competition status, and what being named to a Pro Bowl actually means, and how all pro means so much more because you have 50 AP voters, sports journalists and stuff. Players vote for this.
Whoa.
Players vote for the NFL Top 100. So while you would never have an incentive written into your contract, if I'm voted as a top 10 player in the NFL, I get X amount of dollars like you may do for an all-pro.
Yeah.
This means so much to guys knowing that their peers believe them. Your rivals, your enemies, guys that were drafted ahead of you, behind you. At the end of every season, you sit in the big team meeting room.
Yeah.
It's not the last day.
Explain the process.
Yeah, it's not the last day, but it's one of the last days, and a ballot goes around, and you have to rank a bunch of things, and there's a bunch of versions of this that guys don't care about. When it comes to this, guys take it seriously.
Okay.
Now, is your star receiver going to sit there and rank defensive tackles? Probably not, but he's going to rank the receivers because he cares about it. He's going to rank quarterbacks because he's going to care about that. So, every player isn't sitting there listing 100 guys, but you always take your time voting on your position group.
Mm-hmm.
This matters a ton, and if it wasn't for the incentives, again, like I said, this would mean more to players than the All-Pro because it's your peers voting.
So similar for looking at like award shows, like the SAG Awards, because every actor, when they receive that, they're like, this means so much because I know this was voted on by my peers.
Exactly. When it comes to the Oscars, there's politics, there's PR campaigns, there's this, there's who's the media darling right now. SAG is Michael B. Jordan voted on this.
Mm-hmm.
That means a lot to me.
Means a lot.
That's a great comparison.
So interesting, too, because obviously a lot of the conversation around Puka Nacua this season has been his unfortunate off-field antics, waiting on a suspension and seeing if he's going to get paid. Are the Rams going to pay Puka Nacua and make him, when you see something like this, if he did not have all of that off-season drama, Puka Nacua would be the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL right now.
Yeah, and If the off-the-field stuff wasn't a factor, his agent would have told him, we're going to wait for JSN to get paid, and then we're just going to ask for $1 million more.
Mhm.
And that's what his offseason should have been.
Yeah.
He's made plenty of money on and off the field, but he should have secured that generational wealth that guys strive for by now. And this is proof of that, because anyone who gets voted at number 7, anyone who in their third year of football is getting voted above Jamar Chase, above Justin Jefferson, who are below him on this list, you get paid that offseason. And that, of course, as we know, is not the case for him right now.
It's crazy. So if you look back, he was voted number 33 in 2024, dropped down to number 41 in 2025, and just absolutely catapulted to number 7 this season. And that was after a year last year. He finished first in the NFL in receptions, second in the NFL in receiving yards. He was a first-team All-Pro and had 10 touchdowns.
It's a year that receivers dream of.
Yeah.
And it's not empty stats either, right? Like, if you want to criticize Jamar Chase, we'll say, you would sit there and say, yes, he gets numbers every year, but his team stinks and they're always playing from behind. So Joe Burrow has to throw the ball all game because you guys are in the hole 2 possessions, right? With Puka, not only are you sharing the field with Devontae Adams, who scores every time they get to the red zone, so Puka's touchdowns really need to come outside of the red zone because that's Devontae's time to shine, or tight end Colby Parkinson's time to shine. You also have an incredible run game with Kyron Williams, who's also on this list at number 89. And he is sharing the love. The Rams play from ahead quite a bit because they were such a good team. All of those compounding factors add to why this number 7 is actually even more impressive than it seems. He's doing it for a winning team and has to share that football and share the stats, share the love.
It's wild. Now, Stafford and Myles Garrett are expected to appear inside the remaining top 6, which is crazy that the Rams will have that many players in the top 10, but also like just reiterates the fact that this is one of the scariest rosters in the NFL. But we're still waiting to see Puka Nacua back on the field, if he's going to get back on the field, and Myles Garrett, who has also been held out of practice during this preseason last 2-week stretch.
Yeah.
And then obviously the Rams making that trade to get Tutu back yesterday was one of those, like, Sean McVay is like, no. This has nothing to do with Puka. This is for wide receiver depth. And it's like, you can't gaslight us like that. We haven't seen Puka on the field for 2 weeks. We know that he's dealing with a groin situation, and we know that he's waiting a possible suspension to start the season. What do you mean you didn't pick up Tutu, who already knows the offensive system, to come back and be that Puka depth that you're going to need?
And that's the key. The fact that they went and got a guy who Tutu Atwell had multiple seasons to establish himself as the wide receiver 3. He has elite speed. And while there were flashes, there was never a consistent trust from McVay in this offense that Tutu has a role here. They were not going to pay him what he thought he deserved. So he went to Miami, where he's from, and got cashed out to play for Miami and not win a lot of games. Why do you pluck him from his home and bring him back, even though his narrative here the first time around for those 4 years was that he underperformed? Is because he knows the offense. Why do you need someone who knows the offense? Because you may need him to play immediately.
Yeah.
There are other wide receivers that could have been traded for that may have more upside than Tutu Atwell, but you went and got him because you know after 2 or 3 days, you're going to be right as rain, and we can throw you in there week 1 if we need you to be there week 1.
I want to get your reaction to the Rams' reaction on social media with this. They responded with powerful Puka on the list.
Oh.
I don't know. Yeah, for some reason that kind of gave me the ick.
I get the alliteration, but powerful doesn't.
No,
that doesn't work there.
With everything going
and with
on,
the allegations
with him,
going on, that's not the way to go about it. All you have to do is
that's
just
an L.
Put like an emoji on there, like with hands clapping, and say "Go Puka, go!" Like you don't have to make it cute.
Powerful Puka.
Yeah, that was a miss by the Rams social media team, and I'm sure they are hearing it. this morning.
I don't know.
that is a definite miss.
Okay, so with this ranking that comes out, because when we've been talking about Puka's future and will it be with the Rams after this season if they don't figure out a contract extension negotiation this year and he decides to go elsewhere, being ranked this high, how much pressure does this put on the Rams to kind of get the deal done sooner than later?
If Puka is not signed by the Rams, if Puka is not a Ram next year, we'll phrase it that way.
Okay.
The Rams are completely justified in saying we do not trust him off the field and we are not comfortable giving $100-something million to a guy who we are not sure what his status will be because of suspensions.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, Rams fans would also be extremely upset of letting a guy who's entering the prime of his career, not even there yet. You could argue it probably starts right now.
Yeah.
That is ranking number 7 on the list, ahead of Jamar Chase, ahead of Justin Jefferson. How do you let that guy walk? So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. What this number 7 solidifies is someone is going to pay Puka because it's the NFL.
Top dollar.
The NFL, they can be right on moral issues every now and then, but there is a long track record of if you can catch the football and score touchdowns, we don't really care about the other stuff. Someone will pay him.
So, and when you said the NFL can be right on moral situations, that's going to come down to his suspension.
Yes.
And once if and when it comes out and happens, like you'll see other teams, maybe even the Rams, like, okay, well he paid the price, and now he's fine, and now we can pay him top dollar, make him. Reward his behavior and make him the top paid wide receiver in the NFL, which is crazy.
If Puka is not a Ram next year, it is because he had another incident
that maybe we don't know about,
or a new one between now and the end of the season.
Yeah.
Or it's because the Rams rightfully want language in that extension that allows them to get out of the guaranteed money if there is a future transgression, when then Puka and his agent will say, well, let's just go to free agency and go somewhere else who isn't going to involve that type of language.
I mean, how difficult does his off-field situation make it defending Puka on the field?
I was going to say this makes the NFL sound bad, but the NFL is bad when it comes to this. Unfortunately, as crazy as the stuff Puka is currently being accused of, it doesn't even rank in the top 10 of off-season thing. Like, the NFL has a major problem with guys conducting themselves off the field. Like, we just listed off Josh Jacobs with felonies. James Pierce crashed a car intentionally into
what?
Unfortunately, there is a long list of guys in the NFL being idiots in the offseason.
Millionaire babies.
So I don't want to say that to downplay what Puka did.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to paint the picture of why he will get paid no matter what, because a lot of guys are getting paid that have done a whole lot more stuff.
If we don't see Puka week 1, 2, or 3, how big of an effect is that going to have on the Rams offense?
It'll have a massive effect, but they would still expect to go 3-0 because of Devontae Adams, because how deep that tight end room is, and because that defense is just going to be so difficult to be scored on. It won't be as pretty as if Puka was there. I think Puka not being there affects their Super Bowl chances. It affects their ability to win the NFC West. But I would still put them as a 3-0 team, at worst a 2-1 team, even without looking at their schedule.
I have it up in front of me. So obviously Australia against the 49ers. Taking that. They're also they're doing a completely different approach than the 49ers, traveling across the world. They're showing up the day before in Australia and trying to stay as much on LA time as they can and faking out their bodies to not let it know what time it is in Australia. Meanwhile, the 49ers are going to be there a week before trying to adjust. Bad call. And then week 2, Giants.
That's a win.
Yeah, that's a win. And then week 3, Broncos.
That's where it gets tricky, because you have Pat Surtain, who, in my opinion, is the best cornerback in the NFL, and him against Devontae. That's why you want 2 premier wide receivers to take advantage of the other side. So, yeah, their season is not in jeopardy if Puka were to get a multiple game
3, 4,
suspension.
5 is actually pretty tough. Broncos, Eagles, Bills.
That's
a tough
stretch right there. That's a stretch right there. And there's also the aspect of, being suspended 1 or 2 games doesn't just affect your ability to play in those games. It affects your ramp up because
getting into game shape.
It takes 1 or 2 games to get into it, no matter how many years you've played. So we are waiting any minute now for him and Josh Jacobs and Alaric Jackson's suspension or non-suspensions to be handed out.
How long and what's it going to be? Yeah, it's going to be interesting. But wild. Congrats, Puka, on being the 7th best player in the NFL, voted on by your peers. That's pretty cool. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, this college football, pros trying to return to college, is getting so messy. Okay? More is coming out, and it's just wild. Don't go anywhere. We're diving into that next here on Brock and Alex. USC number 14. You were just talking about Michigan at number 16. Who are you kind of keeping an eye on to upset and kind of disrupt this season?
Yeah, I think Washington is actually primed for a little bit of an upheaval. 3rd year now under Jed Fish, 2nd year under Ryan Walters, their defensive coordinator. And I think on the defensive side of the ball in particular, they had to scheme. They didn't necessarily have the bodies in order to put the defensive performances out that they did last year. And I think it surprised a lot of people. I think Ryan Walters' adaptability was truly on display. And I can only imagine what he's going to be able to do in his 2nd year with Jed. And I also think, Damon Williams and I like Desmond Roebuck, kind of his go-to guy. They've been playing ball together since they were in the 5th or 6th grade. They're good friends. I'm just imagining the 7-on-7 back to 11-on-11. And it's kind of like that backyard junk ball, who's your outlet guy? And he's got one of those guys. And I was really impressed with how that organization just run things from top to the bottom. I was out there probably, last week? And I think it says a lot about a program when the guys come out for interviews and the first thing they do is, hey, thanks for coming out. Shake your hand. They're in their polos. They, showered up after practice. And there is a standard that has now been built. And it's funny because I'm a Coug, but I can love on the Huskies when need be. And I was really impressed with what Jed Fish has done with this program and the accountability, the discipline that they have put together. So yeah, they're a little bit my dark horse up there in Seattle.
Cam, one more for you. Thank you so much for being generous with your time. What does a successful season look like for USC and the pressure that may or may not be building for the Trojans?
Oh, gosh. Okay, well, this is way to go. Brock, you're hitting me with a hard one right now. Oh, man, that's a great question. Oh, I don't know. How many wins are you giving them?
I think they have to win the CFP for it to be considered. Sorry, not win the CFP.
Make
the CFP. They have to make the CFP to be considered a successful season. Where do you stand
and
on that?
How many wins do you think that it's going to take to be able to get in?
They can't lose more than 2 games, so it has to be a 10-win season. But I don't know if I'm asking too much.
Yeah, you are.
Oh gosh,
you are.
Curry just shuts it down immediately.
Yikes. I mean, yeah, you can be hopeful.
Yeah, I think you've got to get there for sure. And I was going to say, is it 10? Is somebody sneaking in with 9? You got to have a big time win. I want to love on my Trojans. I feel terrible, but that's a big task in the Big Ten, especially. I don't know.
Kim,
I'll give them 9.
Greatest. Yeah, I was gonna say you are being so kind.
I was just pulling up their schedule, and I'm like, we might need to do another segment on this, Brock. You just brought up a whole other can of worms here. It's gonna be brutal.
I was gonna say I've got a lot of good friends on that USC staff too, so I want to wish them the best. I just think that's a tough schedule, and 10 wins, and I think anybody that can get 10 wins in the Big Ten, man.
Yeah, good luck.
You're doing something. CFP.
Yeah, you're doing something great.
Be sure to check Cam on Big Ten Tailgate 2 Saturdays from now. She is the absolute greatest. Thank you so much, Cam.
Cam, we appreciate you so much.
Have a great day.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what?
D Fish.
Oh, he said it to you?
Not to me. Did I say that? I must have misspoke. I was listening to the show.
Are you pretending on this show
that
you speak to Derek Fish?
He
when
said
you don't?
something on the D Fish. I promise that
is talking to me not enough.
I promise that was just me.
I mean, I actually did talk to Derek Fisher 2 weeks ago, but like, what do you?
I misspoke there. I promise.
What do you mean? But you just said Derek Fisher said something to you on the show.
That's what I gave for the Sex and the City
Are
stuff.
you?
Man, I look.
This is Lies in the Studio. It's a different show.
Well, okay.
Similar plot line. It's about somebody can't stop themselves from doing something.
Well, okay, so I was so, you know what I think it was? Because I watched the show and they're in the studio. I feel like I'm in the studio. Maybe I feel like I was a fly on the wall or something like that.
You're telling me that you visualize yourself hanging out with Derek Fisher so much that you come on this show and say that you hang out with Derek Fisher when you don't? Are you okay?
No, I was locked in, okay?
Delusions in the Office. That's like the sequel.
Well, okay, so the point he was making, though,
To
was
you,
that,
when you guys had a conversation.
Okay, man, I'm struggling. Okay,
We're
so
all struggling.
What D-Fish was saying was that what Draymond Green was saying on his podcast was about LeBron James and about maybe the motivation for LeBron.
Because I want to come at you so bad.
Maybe the motivation for LeBron and wanting to go to Golden State.
I was talking on the show.
Okay, maybe the motivation
LeBron's
for
like, I forgive
maybe
you.
the motivation for LeBron and why he might want to go to Golden.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1, the Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are part of the show and part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream or want to, head over to YouTube and get in the comment section at the Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. Now, this is a topic we have now been talking about for a week, and I thought we were finally on the other side of the hill. And that is the topic of former professional football players who went and declared for the NFL, practiced with an NFL team, signed an NFL contract, either got waived or cut, and then decided to go back to college. Now, originally, LSU and Lane Kiffin were kind of leading the charge of this. And it was like, yeah, come on over. And then Big Ten and the SEC came out and both made a rule saying that wasn't allowed to happen. And we came on here like, wow, college football has integrity. When is the last time we said something like that? I don't know. Well,
it was the first time.
It was, yeah, the eligibility fight just got even messier. And this is what I was concerned about when we were talking about it earlier this week. Because, like, legally, judges are going back and forth on this. I was like, there's no way this is not going to get countered. And well. A Dallas judge signed an order Thursday that blocks the NCAA, SEC, and commissioner from stopping a group of athletes from returning to college. So the group includes 41 athletes, and several of them are currently on NFL or WNBA rosters. And it basically ruled that they cannot block these players from returning based on transfer portal rules or time spent on a professional roster.
So essentially, the blueprint is if there is a ruling that you don't like, you sue, and then you get what you want. But this is the first time. Okay, so what happened with the SEC was there was a general ruling and they said, we're not going to do this. When the NCAA provides a ruling that a team doesn't like, it's very easy to sue out of it. When a conference makes a rule that teams don't like, it is much more complicated, and typically you just have to do what they say even if you disagree with it. So the SEC said, if you bring back these players, you are capable of being fined and or suspended. So that specifically is what LSU has their gripe with, is you guys can't do this. And my whole thing is this. The SEC has done way too much winning over the course of my life to be acting like such losers. And I'm talking to LSU specifically. At what point do you say, are you not good enough to win without these players? Where's the sense of pride? Like, if I'm in that locker room right now, I'm sitting there saying, Coach Kiffin is willing to get fined and or sued potentially in just to bring back former NFL players. Why doesn't he think we're good enough? Why doesn't he think that the guys who have been here in January, waking up at 5:30 a.m. in the morning to go run and then go to class and come back and get a lift, watching film and doing everything it takes from spring training to summer workouts to summer school to summer ball training camp? Why are we not good enough? Why are you so committed to dying on this hill because you don't think we are good enough to get it done? Like, it's loser. Like, this is such a loser thing to go through, and the SEC should have had more pride than this. LSU specifically.
It's just wild because we heard from Sean McVay finally on this situation, and he just said, "It feels like I ate a gummy."
Yeah.
Like, am I tripping? Like, what do you mean this is okay? What do you mean they can come back? And it's crazy because I think the first NFL head coach we heard from was Todd Monken when he was asked about this. And he's like, man, isn't this blank crazy? I don't even know what to say. Like, what do you even say to something like this? And I think Oregon's head coach, Dan Lanning, had the best 3 points as to why this isn't okay. And just the point of this whole situation is once you declare for the NFL, once you leave college and you either sign an NFL contract or you are on a practice NFL squad, you decided to move on from college and there is no going back.
Yeah. Yeah. I am fighting so hard not to get too fired up, but the fact is, if I was a player, if I was a leader on that team, like I'm going back to my senior year, and if I knew that my coach, if I'm reading reports that my coach is willing to go against the SEC ruling despite being threatened of being suspended and fined to bring back players that were just in the NFL, I am marching in his room and I'm saying, look me in my face and tell me we're not good enough. Come to the team meeting, look all of us in the face and say we're not good enough because you are so adamant about dying on the hill of bringing back these players. Are you saying that this team, as currently constructed, all of us who have sacrificed everything over the past couple of months,
also that you constructed
lifting weights and running, and you brought us here, look us in the eyes and say we are not good enough, because that's what your actions are saying, and it's pathetic, man.
Can we just talk about the guys that are like actually going through with this and like suing to go back to college? That is the most loser behavior. Like, I understand, like, do what you got to do to get your bag. This ain't it. It's giving Van Wilder, staying in college way too long. You got to grow up, Peter Pan. What are you doing? This isn't the place for you. You had your time. You took a risk on yourself. You went to the NFL and you didn't make it. The answer isn't go back to college and try to play again so you can be that big fish in a little pond. It's go and figure out how you're going to either get another shot in the NFL, go play in the UFL, go play in Canada, go do something. You got to pay for the passion till the passion can pay for itself. And if it's not immediately on an NFL roster, you got to find another way to do it.
Games start tomorrow. 24 hours from now, USC will be halfway through the second quarter. If I am on a team, I know who the starters are. I know as a DB and a leader of the secondary, okay, when we go nickel, so-and-so's going off the field, so-and-so's coming on the field. I know who the backup corner is. I know his strengths and weaknesses. Me and the other safety, we know how each other think, and when this happens, he's going to do this, and I'm going to anticipate. Like, so much chemistry has been built. The idea that someone is going to show up week one, we are already game planning. Rosters are set. And coach is telling me that some guy is just going to be starting next to me that I don't know, because you're not bringing back these guys just to sit on the bench. It's not worth all the hassle. You're bringing them back to play them. I don't know this dude that I'm lined up. This dude was in the locker room with Shedeur Sanders last week. Like, what the heck are we doing? Coach, I don't know this guy. And we are over here game planning. The time to build chemistry is already over. You build chemistry with the starters and the 2-deep and the 3-deep because injuries happen. But even though I have the most experience with the starter, I know how everyone who could potentially be lined up next to me thinks. The idea that someone is just going to walk in and start, I don't trust this guy. I don't like this guy. I don't know this guy. And you are risking the entire chemistry of our team. And you need to come to a team room, look us all in the face, and tell us we're not good enough, because that's what you're saying.
So week 1, LSU plays Clemson Saturday, September 5th. Will they have players on that roster that were in the NFL a couple months ago?
LSU, I believe, will. LSU is the only team that seems to be fighting back against this. They seem adamant in this, and they see if LSU was not with this, they would have told Lane Kiffin, "Shut up, we're not doing this by now." But the fact that he is still empowered to be fighting back makes me think they're going to go through with this. I and many people who love college football will be rooting for Clemson.
Yeah.
And going back to the conversation we had earlier about North Carolina and why the Belichick thing rubs them the wrong way because of the culture that they have.
Yeah.
A peek behind the curtain of LSU. LSU is seen as the cool school. Like they are the coolest culture in football. They play night games. They got the live tiger. That Louisiana culture, the way that they dance, the way that their music, like it is one of the coolest schools ever. That's why they don't really have a true rival. Like, unless you're playing them, people like LSU, they do things very differently, and they are trying to tank all of that in a stupid decision that lasts 1 year. You are going to tank your entire reputation and culture and have everyone rooting against you for the sake of potential guys playing for 1 season.
They've had some weird preseason PR with Jaden Daniels sending them a cease and desist to not have another player wear his number 5 at LSU. Mind you, it was not retired.
No.
His number did not get retired.
He's a strange cat for doing that as well, by the way.
I was like, what else? In my mind, I was like, weren't we talking about LSU about something else
just a
this
bad
offseason?
But this is the Lane Kiffin experience. You don't,
Is it?
You don't hire Lane Kiffin without expecting the ridiculous chaos that comes with it. And here we are before the season even starts.
Can he back it up? I mean, look what he did with his last school. Left Ole Miss in the dust in the playoffs. Insane. What did you expect? This is what you went after to get. When we come back, Tarek Skubal taking the mound in just a couple hours.
State is, to your point, that's why I brought it up, just to slam dunk your point when you're talking about this being a young man's league.
That's a lie. That's a 180 attempt.
Maybe,
ain't gonna work.
Maybe LeBron
Can't give me flowers after you
wants
slap
to
me.
go to the Warriors because they want to prove that older dudes can still win in this league.
I'm not even listening anymore. I'm just lost in your Derek Fisher talk to me.
That's so hilarious to me. But yeah, so the point is...
What's hilarious to you? That you said that you're hanging out with Derek Fisher? It's hilarious to me, too.
Speaking of putting words in someone's mouth, I never said that. I didn't say hanging out.
He's going to get it.
Oh, no.
He's a good producer.
Oh,
he knows.
no.
It's okay.
I hate when that happens. I always lose.
You are. By the way, there's a bunch of people in the chat.
So no response?
There's a response coming.
Okay.
There's a bunch of people in the chat talking about how excited they are to see Cam Carr. I'm not just pushing this so you'll go click on it. The Scott Drew interview we did with the Baylor University head coach was really good. And I love Scott. Scott's a friend. I didn't know, he's a good player. He broke down every aspect of it. Okay, we like the fact check things here on the show, all right? Here's Doug 2 minutes ago.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what? You just say it.
So I meant to say Derek Fisher said something that was interesting to me. But then I left out a couple words that made it seem like he was speaking directly
NBA
to
old
me.
fart is enjoying the chemistry that we have.
A guy like Cameron Carr can shoot the basketball. That's a part of his makeup. I want to say the best part of his game because he's a really good athlete as well. Guys that shoot the ball well in the summer, but the rhythm of the season, the pace of the season physically starts to wear on you. So you're going to have a lot of nights where you don't shoot the ball well just because your body is adjusting to how strenuous it is to do the job. To play even 6 minutes in a big-time NBA game is very different than a summer league game.
Just because of the pressure, the surroundings.
The size of the guys. It's like playing against a minor league pitcher and then all of a sudden Tarek Skubal's on the mound. Right?
Flat out different.
Yeah, it's just different. Some guys can just hit the baseball. Whether it's Tarek Skubal or a minor league pitcher, single A, double A, this guy can hit. I think Cameron Carr is a guy that can shoot the basketball no matter what the situation is. And because of the length and height that he has, I think he'll primarily be able to get his shot off consistently, even against better defenses, longer players, etc. I don't think it's so much about the points or the numbers. He won't get 16 shots in the game for 3 years possibly. So,
but now we know he's capable, so that's nice.
If that's the volume he's accustomed to in college, and then when the season starts and the ball's going to be in Luka's hands, the ball's going to be in Austin Reeves' hands, the ball's going to be in Colin Sexton's hands, Walker Kessler's hands, before you even get to Cameron Carr, that volume and that rhythm in his shooting won't be there. Ultimately, flashes of these things in the summer, it's still better to see it than to not see it at all.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because it's Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Happy Friday, hour number 4, the Power Hour. We're going to have a great time here. We want you guys to be a part of the show and a part of the conversation. If you are watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. I was just watching a Sean McVay clip during the commercial break. And
Do tell.
so we are in that window of when both you and I believed if Aaron Donald is going to make his big return and come out of retirement and join the Rams on this quest for a Super Bowl that is set to be here in LA at SoFi in February. This is kind of the window we think when it's going to happen, right?
Yes.
After the final preseason game and right before they really start to game plan, because you said it's 2 weeks before a game is when they really start to game plan. Preseason?
9 to 10 days, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So this weekend is final roster cuts. You believe tomorrow is the day that we're going to get the announcement from Aaron Rodgers. I said Monday,
Yes.
the 31st. And it's getting like, we're getting close. And I think we both believe it's not if, but when, because you're not going and you're not working out in in Rams gear and officially doing what I think it got put into the books as a, quote, tryout is what it has to do. Best tryout of all time. You're not doing all that if you're not seriously considering coming back. And I think it would be the biggest tease of all time if he didn't actually
If it
come
was
back.
a no, it would have been no by now.
Yeah. So Sean McVay was asked, like how quickly can he kind of get put into the system and on the roster and everything else going. And Sean McVay is in his same response of like, I wish I had more for you. I wish I had more for you. How much do you believe that? Or do you think that they know exactly when it's going to go down?
I believe
at this point.
Yeah, I believe that back when Myles Garrett was signed, however many days after that they first made contact with Aaron Donald, they all made sure they were on the same page. I believe that Aaron Donald working out at the Rams facility when the Rams were down and not there was all part of that plan. I believe Aaron Donald working out for the Rams throughout training camp was part of the plan because that way he can legally meet with Les Snead, Sean McVay, Chris Shula, get updates because on an official tryout you're allowed to discuss strategies and watch film and do things. Would they actually get in trouble if they did that in an unofficial capacity? Probably not, but may as well keep it above board.
Yeah.
I feel all of that was planned before it happened, and I feel that they they all agreed on a date or at least a time frame on when he would be back.
So there are exactly 13 days until the Rams' first game against the 49ers in Australia. So that would make Monday 10 days before that, which you said that's kind of the window of when teams really lock in and start game planning. Is it that big of a deal that he is there and a part of that whole process right out of the gates?
Yeah, because you still want to know what your role is. Kind of going back to what we discussed this last segment regarding if I am a starter at LSU and you just bring in a guy off the street that I don't know after I've spent a couple months
off the streets from the NFL that wants to come back to college and take my spot. Like, no, loser, you already declared for the NFL. You're out of here.
Exactly that. Yes, Aaron Donald knows everything there is to know about football, even without playing for the past 2 years. But that chemistry and understanding and knowing who can be on the field when starts to need to take shape, especially because there's so many guys on the defense that haven't played with Aaron Donald before. Now, does that mean that it's all this whole thing goes bust if he's not there by day 9? No, but Chris Shula and Sean McVay and Les Snead and his future teammates really would benefit from knowing what his role is and how their role is affected. When Aaron Donald enters your team, your role is changed now.
Oh, 100%.
And I want to know how my role has changed because I want, as we ramp up for the 49ers and for the entirety of the season, I want to know, okay, so Aaron Donald's on the field on third downs. That means that Braden Fisk rules change on third downs. That means that Myles Garrett rule changes on third down.
How much so with Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald?
Yeah, so it's understanding how what they have going on affects you. So as a defensive back, right? Trent McDuffie needs to know, okay, on this play, I'm in this coverage, I line up here, I do this, I play outside corner, I play inside corner, this play I'm at safety, etc., etc. Understanding what's happening, we'll say, on a blitz affects your job. If I'm in man coverage and they call a blitz, I'm sitting there knowing that ball is going to come out quick because I trust my guy to get to the quarterback. So that ball has to come out quick. That affects how I'm going to defend this route. If Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett are on the field together on third downs, which I would expect Aaron Donald's role would be a third down specialist essentially, I want to know that as a DB, as a fellow defensive lineman, as a linebacker, just as a member of that defense, I want to know if Aaron Donald's on the field and what the call is and whether him and Myles Garrett are on the same side of the field. Like if him and Myles Garrett are both on the right side, okay, if that quarterback leaves the pocket, it's probably going to be left. So I am anticipating that in my coverage. Things like that take time, and that 10-day ramp up is important there.
So when you're saying Aaron Donald will be a third down specialist, do you see him being out there for every defensive play?
No, at least not early. Now, if this is a game against Seattle and
different
the
story.
NFC West is on the line, maybe you can expect him out there. But I would expect a guy joining our team after 2 years, they're going to ramp him up by throwing him out there on third downs, let him get into the groove, and then when he says, you know, Coach, I feel great, and let me get in there on those early downs,
I'm a Hundy P.
That would take a Hundy P. I've never heard that before.
I
like it, though.
Thank you.
I'm a Hundy P.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. It feels like we are like within the next
It's happening this weekend.
You think it's going to be this weekend. I think it's going to be Monday.
Yeah.
Monday would be great, too, because then there's our show. We're just going to be talking a whole...
USC, you're going to have to wait because Aaron Donald is back.
Yeah. Remember we were saying we hoped that he
stepped on LeBron?
Yeah, he would have announced it when LeBron James said he was going to Philly because it's like, well, I think people might care about this a little more unless you're in Philly. So that's going to be a really interesting thing to keep our eye on. Obviously, Sean McVay is playing the I don't know game still.
He has to.
Yeah.
It's the smartest move.
Yeah. All right, guys, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Let's switch gears and talk some Dodgers baseball. Baseball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. This is a big day for a few different Dodgers stars. And I'm going to start with the biggest one being Tarek Skubal taking the mound tonight, facing his former team for the first time since the trade went down earlier this month. And you have to imagine that this is going to be an extremely emotional day. Already is an extremely emotional day, considering first pitch is in a couple hours at 3:40 p.m. So I'm sure he is already at the ballpark. But imagine this. You spend your entire career at this ballpark. And I've talked to a lot of players who've gone back for the first time. Even just going down the hallway, passing the home clubhouse, going into the visitors clubhouse, seeing everybody that you used to hug and say hi to, whether it's like the security, the guy working or the woman working the elevator, letting you in, like concession stand, like, you know, everybody. When you are a part of a team, like even media, you are there hours before anything goes down, and everybody's just getting there and everybody's saying hi, and it really is a family environment. So he's going to be having to deal the moment he stepped foot in that stadium at Comerica Park. Emotional highs. I'm so sad I'm not here again. And it's going to be really interesting to see how that first inning goes down for Tarek Skubal.
Yes, of course, any baseball fan has been aware of Tarek Skubal for plenty of years now. But as Dodger fans, we're still learning about him and his personality. We've only kind of watched him from afar. And if Tarek Skubal is a Max Scherzer type, which is don't F with me on game day, don't look at me, don't talk to me, don't touch my stuff. If I walk in the bathroom, leave, like, do not be around me. Whereas Tarek Skubal, maybe he's a more jovial guy. Maybe he's more happy-go-lucky. I don't know enough about him, about his how things change on game days. So that brings the question: if you are a member of the Tigers, whether you're a player or a member of the staff, maybe they will respect the fact that he's super locked in on game day.
Not today.
But the thing is, you know that he's going to be there tomorrow and the next day. So I'm just interested to see how he navigates that, knowing that every camera in that stadium will be on him from 3 hours
the whole time
before the game until the game starts. And there's no right or wrong way to go about it. I just hope that if his process is on game day, nobody talk to me, that he maintains that. If his process is, I'm fine chopping it up with people and taking photos and saying hi to your kid, but then 90 minutes before I'm locked in, then then stick to that. I just don't want this unique element that very few players go through, having a historic career at a place and then returning in a different uniform. I just don't want him to change any of that pregame process.
Oh, it's going to be changed. And if the Tigers were smart, they would make sure that it gets disrupted, so they try to throw him off his game a bit. I mean, Tigers manager AJ Hinch admitted it's going to be an emotional night, but he said once the game starts, they have to separate the relationship, meaning before the game starts, you know that there's going to be those highs, the video tribute on the board, which is going to make Skubal emotional. And yesterday, Skubal talked to David Vassay about how it feels to go home and face his friends and former teammates.
The game of baseball is going to stay the game of baseball. You know, that's something that I pride myself on, is treating every game as if it's the same, you know. But, you know, it's just I'm very familiar, obviously, with the stadium and all the guys across the way. And, you know, I look forward to seeing all those guys, too. You know, some of those guys are my really good friends, and we're going to have relationships beyond baseball. So, I look forward to getting back there and pitching.
We're going to have relationships beyond baseball, meaning like these are like family friends to him.
Yes. When you are the face of a franchise for years, when you are essentially carrying that team to the playoffs before you run out of gas and leave, when you are a Cy Young winner, you everything at that franchise revolves around you. And him loving his time in Detroit, him leaving Detroit not because of the lack of success or the players or the managers, just because they didn't want to pay him, and another team is going to have to do that. You know, there's no reason to have any any ill will at all. But you look at the Freddie Freeman situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Freddie Freeman's beef was not with the Braves. It was with the powers that be up above that
front
were not
office.
going to give him the extension, right? None of those guys are sometimes down there on the diamond, but they can be avoided. The majority of the guys down there are the guys that you love, that you have memories with, that you have birthdays with, that you spent Christmas with. And that is a positive thing, which makes it so emotional. But Freddie Freeman, to his credit, if we remove this most recent series where the Dodgers got swept, from 2022 to present day against Atlanta in 26 games, Freddie Freeman has bat .293, 29 hits, 6 home runs, 17 RBIs, and scored 14 times. Returning home brings out your best.
Always. You wanna show off on like what you missed out on. Oh, you didn't want this? You didn't want this smoke? All right. Let me show you what's up. You know what else is up? The Dodgers starting lineup.
Hey, we go.
This is who's going to be on the field behind Tarek Skubal. We'll go down the lineup, leading off Shohei Ohtani. And also excited because Shohei Ohtani is supposed to be having a bullpen session today. I imagine that's probably happening right now.
Yeah.
So we should be getting some updates, if any. Shay, if you see any updates on Shohei Ohtani's bullpen, be sure to get in our ear and let us know how it's going or went. So Shohei Ohtani DHing, leading off. Freddie Freeman at first base, batting second. Mookie Betts batting third at shortstop. Max Muncy back at third base, batting fourth. Tommy Edman at second base, batting fifth. Kyle Tucker in right field, batting sixth.
Here we go. Say
Alec
it.
Thomas, what?
I'm waiting for
Okay,
a name.
Alec Thomas in center field, batting seventh. Batting eighth, Teoscar Hernandez in left field. I know you wanted Alex Call. I know you did. And then Hunter Fiducia behind the plate, catching for Skubal.
Okay, it's game time. I don't want to bash Teoscar Hernandez. I see it as celebrating Alex Call. But he has, his level of play is worthy of being bashed. Alex Call will be the starting left fielder or right fielder at some point. And I feel that Kyle Tucker and Teoscar Hernandez are in a race to just be better than one another because Alex Call is coming for one of those spots.
Okay, it's a hot take.
0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts yesterday for Teoscar Hernandez. So not doing a great job of making his case.
It's tough because Teo was such a pop for this team last year.
Such a culture fit.
Yeah, whether it's in the clubhouse. I mean, he was and is Andy Pajez's mentor who... When we had Alden Gonzalez on earlier in the show from ESPN, he was saying, I don't think people like fully realize how big of a loss that is for this Dodgers lineup, not having Andy Pajez in there.
Yeah, it's difficult because the lineup, especially the top of the lineup, but if the top of the lineup is changing, so is the whole chunk of the lineup. It really has not been set at any point this year. It has constantly been tweaked. Now you tweak lineups throughout the year, left-handed pitcher, right-handed pitcher, that's normal, but really outside of Shohei batting first and whoever the catcher is batting ninth, I mean everything has just been a circus.
It has been.
And every time it feels
Rotating
like
door.
it sets, a new injury comes about. And I say that to say whoever maintains in the top of the lineup throughout the series, it has to be better than the recent sweep against the Braves.
Yeah, tonight's going to be a big one, not just for Tarek Skubal, but for this Dodgers lineup to kind of have a bounce back series in Detroit before heading home for a long homestand. But this is it. This is the final stretch. This is where the Dodgers need to kick it into that next gear to be in the best possible position to hopefully get one of those buys come October and just be in that red hot, trending up at the right direction at the right time.
Last time we saw Tarek Skubal, he went 7 innings, 11 strikeouts, 5 hits, and 3 runs, only 1 walk. He had that brutal 3-hit, 3-run first inning. And then in the second inning, he got out of a 2-on, 1-out jam. And then after that, he locked in and was absolutely lights out. So much so that he got a standing ovation when he left the mound in the 7th inning. So at the end of the 7th inning, sorry. And he threw 106 pitches on day. One thing that Dave Roberts has made clear is this whole you don't cross the 100-pitch threshold, you can leave that in Detroit. If you are on fire, you are going to keep pitching, my friend, and I'm all for that. But all that being said, Tarik Skubal is coming in hot. We still not have seen the best of him. We haven't seen the Cy Young version of him, but I anticipate that to come out today.
But as you mentioned, he's coming off his best outing so far with the Dodgers last Saturday against Pittsburgh. And it's funny because you're like, oh, what, you didn't go above 100, Hundy, in Detroit? We might just have you as a loaner over here. You're like, you could possibly be a rental. So Dave Roberts is not thinking about the long term right now. What he's thinking about is what can you give us right now and what's your max without hurting yourself.
Until you're signing something on paper that says you're here long term, I have every right to grind you into dust. And Dave Roberts, if he has to do that, will do just that.
Yeah, which is so wild, you guys. This is going to be a big one tonight. First pitch is at 3:40 p.m. We are just a couple hours away from seeing Tarik Skubal take the mound in Detroit, facing his former team for the first time since getting traded to LA. And we know he did not want that trade to happen. However, it does seem like he has fully immersed himself into this Dodgers clubhouse, the culture, and he's buying into this. I think this is the best thing that can happen for Tarik Skubal. Game 1 of this series back in Detroit. Get on the mound, get it out of your system, close that chapter, and then after this, all you think about, all that matters, is helping the Dodgers win that third World Series.
Big day for Skubal.
Big day for Skubal. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, Ty Simpson, should he be QB2? Don't go anywhere. We're talking about that next here on Brock and Alex. You're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. That's creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on.
Welcome on in. I'm Brock Vereen from Brock and Alex. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. holding you down in the middays on 97.1 The Fan. This is the first edition of the College Corner. We're going to give you the LA rundown of this week's college football activity. Now, UCLA is not playing this weekend. It's only USC because it is week 0, but we're jumping into it anyway. USC, the stakes are high this season. There's no other way to put it. It is CFP or bust, and they are kicking off at noon against San Jose State. You look at the offense, and it starts with Jaden Mayava, my pick for the Heisman. For any conversation around USC and a Lincoln Riley coach team, it starts with the quarterback position. And the quarterback for USC, of course, is Jaden Mayava. If USC can win 10 games this year, he wins the Heisman. From Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts was the runner-up, Caleb Williams. If USC has success in a Lincoln Riley offense, that quarterback will win the Heisman. But it's going to be a tough task. It is CFP or bust for this offense. Now, who is he going to be throwing to? Superstar Mekhi Lemon as well as Jacoby Lane are gone. Look for Tanuk Hines to lead that wide receiver room. But something interesting, it could be a run game-led offense. You have Wayman Jordan, who carried the offense for the first half of last year before injury, and King Miller picked up right where he left off. And the most depth that the USC team has right now is in the trenches. So Jaden Mayava is the man, but don't be shocked if this is a team that wins in the mud. As far as defense, Gary Patterson comes over after a long-time head coaching stint at TCU, helping out Texas. He took a quick break, and he is back in the saddle as the defensive coordinator. The facts are the facts. It is never a question regarding offense with USC. It is a question of defense, and Gary Patterson is looking to get things right. A name to look out for, Nickelback Alex Graham. He is a future superstar, got hurt before last season started. I promise you, he will be a name the entire country will know. Now, UCLA is not playing this Saturday, so instead we're going to give you the Westwood game of the week, and that is UNC taking on TCU way out there in Ireland. And that game will kick off at 9 a.m. Pacific, so be sure to tune in on 97.1 right here. I can't tell you how good North Carolina is going to be, but I can promise you it's going to be entertaining, and they will kick off the football season. This is College Corner. We'll see you next time.
In a world where you can book a trip anywhere, one man booked a trip to Hawaii in the middle of a goddamn hurricane. The one and only Cody Decker.
Yeah.
Wow.
There he is. pitch black outside. I heard rumor has that he slept out there.
So, Cody, do you think it's just bad luck, or is it just a sign of the times that your first vacation in more than a year comes in the middle of Hurricane Lila?
One, I would appreciate this hostile work environment to calm down just a tick. This is my first time I've been not working in a full year, and I walked it right into, as Raj put it very, very eloquently, into a goddamn hurricane. And yes, this has been nuts. Absolutely nuts over here. But listen, the weather has calmed down a little bit. We are better. We are better. We are better. It is humid as hell, though.
Who had a better weekend? Cody Decker out in Hawaii or Kyle Tucker inside Dodger Stadium?
Well, I got to tell you, I would say it's Kyle Tucker, and I'll tell you why. He didn't have to watch Kyle Tucker the way I had to watch Kyle Tucker this last weekend in a hurricane. It was awful. He was awful at the plate, 0 for 17. He was awful in the field. Now, granted, a tough play towards the right field wall, but, buddy, we're paying $60 million a year. Run into a goddamn...
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream or want to, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA, get in the comment section, or you can call us at any time at 855-975-2326. Now, we watched the Chargers and Rams wrap up preseason last night here at SoFi, and I think the two biggest takeaways for whether it's Chargers, Rams, was the quarterback situation who was starting on both sides. Herbert, I think, reminded everybody, like, oh, yeah, when I'm on, I can throw some beautiful passes. But on the other side of things, Ty Simpson just finished off what has to be considered a really impressive preseason for the Rams. And last night he completed 18 of 23 passes for 119 yards and 1 touchdown. But when you look at his preseason as a whole, over 78% completion percentage is just what he did, what he showed. I think this Rams organization, what he showed Rams fans was, put your money where your mouth is. Show us why the Rams picked you with the 13th overall pick, because all of us are still questioning this move and situation. But after watching what Ty Simpson did, I'm comfortable and confident if you're like, QB2. Put him in as QB2.
So we can run through the pros and the cons. The pros is he far surpassed expectation, having only 15 games as a starting quarterback in college under your belt.
Yeah.
No one would think that he would be out here a couple months later against the starting Chargers defense and have the ability to move the football. Another pro over the 3 preseason outings, 78.3% completion percentage, as you said, is up there with anyone across the preseason, maybe number one. 382 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, and most importantly, he did not turn the ball over.
Donuts.
There you go. We love. Oh, I should get a donut tomorrow.
Donut.
Anyway, I haven't had one in a couple weeks.
Always back to food.
When you said donut, a maple bar popped up in my head.
Are you ready for this?
Like,
you know how I told you I haven't had donuts in years?
Yes.
My husband had a Krispy Kreme the other day. I was like, you know what? I just have to take a bite. I'm just curious. It's been years. We were talking about this. I was like, I need to know what it's all about. And I chewed it, like got the sensation in my mouth and then spit it out. But I get it.
Oh, that doesn't count.
It's not worth the stomach ache for me. I'm gluten free. It's just it's not worth the stomach ache. But I wanted to experience the essence.
I'm glad you had that.
Of a donut.
The essence of a donut. Oh my God, that's incredible.
So I get it. Okay, but back to he put up donuts for interceptions. Go.
No interceptions. He did not turn the ball over. He was able to take and implement coaching. I know we've used that phrase quite a bit today, from the Shedeur Sanders conversation to Ty Simpson and what have you. What that means is coach gives you a game plan. Can you go out there and execute that game plan? There are a lot of players in the NFL, in any sport, that have played over more talented guys because they are able to do specifically what coach asks them to do. The perfect example of this is Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is not top 5 in any attribute. Maybe you could argue he's not even top 10 in any attribute, but what he's so good at is putting the football where Kyle Shanahan says to put the football. Ty Simpson showed he was able to do that. These are all things that I had my doubts on with only playing 15 games in a college football season. Now, where are the cons in the 3 preseason games? And the only reason we're breaking all these things down is because if Matthew Stafford has a healthy season, we may not see Ty Simpson under center until this time next year. So, he had an opportunity to scramble for a first down last night, and he slid across the first down line, but it ended up being 3rd and short on the second down because in the NFL, they really hyper-focus on not where you finish your slide, on where you start your slide. So that's just a tiny, tiny thing that you need to know as an NFL QB. Last night when he was able to throw the ball deep, as a reminder, early on in the game against the starting Chargers defense, Sean McVay wanted to set him up for success. It was a very, not simple game plan in regards to the play, but in regards to what he was asked to do. The reads were clear. McVay was scheming guys open.
Mm-hmm.
Once he was against the backups against the Chargers, he was able to let it loose. And the deep throw needs some work. There was a throw in the end zone to C.J. Daniels that was too high, but also he shouldn't have made that throw. He didn't see a corner that was sinking back in cover 2. And if it was a good throw, it would have been picked off. There was another throw late to Bachman in the end zone on a double move. The ball just sailed high. Bachman, with a better thrown ball, could have had an opportunity to catch that. So throws over 15 yards. Ty Simpson needs some work. That is completely normal, completely acceptable, nothing to worry about going forward. At the end of the day, going into halftime before the final minute, Ty Simpson had 3 incompletions. One of them was a pass breakup. One of them was a drop. The other one was a ball that was thrown away. You can't ask much more out of a potential backup quarterback than what Ty Simpson showed us throughout this preseason.
So it's interesting when you say he was able to execute the coach's game plan, because we were having a conversation earlier around, I think it was the Browns starting quarterback, and like why Shedeur Sanders did not win out QB1. And you brought up, you're like, I don't know, this is just speculation, but usually when things don't seem, I guess, publicly as we see, it goes to maybe they're not executing what the coaches want them to do in practice. So it's very interesting, like how big of a positive and helping force that is for quarterbacks, where it's like, I know you want to do a certain thing and like you are like a professional quarterback that's getting paid millions of dollars to be here, but I am the leader of this team. I am the coach, and you are going to be basically executing my game plan.
Offensive, any NFL coach who gets that offensive guru label attached to them, your Matt LaFleur's, your Kyle Shanahan's, and of course your Sean McVay's. Sean Payton is another one. You want your offense run the way that you want it run. If you are coaching Josh Allen, like Josh Allen would give Sean McVay a heart attack. He would kill Kyle Shanahan because his ability is to freelance, is to say, this is what I'm supposed to do, but I'm going to do this entirely different thing instead. And usually it works
Audible.
out. Exactly. Brock Purdy, guys, Kirk Cousins, guys who make careers, lengthy careers, made a lot of money,
following
have had a lot of success. Rules. Do what coach says. And there's no right or wrong way. It's just, are you part of that system or are you allowed to freelance a little bit? There, you can have a lengthy NFL career being Ty Simpson, doing what Ty Simpson showed us across a full NFL season, just putting the ball where coach says to put the ball. So that is not a negative thing.
No.
There are very few people like Matthew Stafford who can go up to the line of scrimmage and say, actually, we're going to do this, and this.
Yeah.
But the majority of guys in the NFL do not have that freedom.
But there also like has to be that trust and connection between
he's
like
earned that.
Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford, who are only a couple years apart.
Yeah.
And like they both completely turned each other's careers around and into future Hall of Fame careers.
That is an absolute fact. You earn the right to take control of the line of scrimmage. There are a lot of young quarterbacks who have to go out there and do what coach says. There are some veteran quarterbacks that have to go out there and do what coach says. And then one day you earn the right to, once you gain that trust and have enough accolades, to go out there and implement your will on how the offense should be run.
Yeah, and Ty Simpson, you guys, is probably the number one, like that win in the first round, the draft pick that is in the best case scenario this season. Ty Simpson gets to be in a Super Bowl favored roster behind and learning behind the MVP, and with, as you said, one of the offensive guru coaches in Sean McVay. And Ty Simpson is very aware of his situation and was recently talking about what it's like working behind the best.
Even though I didn't play much in college, being around my dad and being around, other good college football players like Bryce and Jalen, I know, the game pretty well. And then coming here and, learning from Sean, who's been in it and one of the best, learning from Matthew, who is, the best. And then, learning from Stetson, just, everything that I've learned these, last couple months has been grateful. And, I'm really looking forward to the season and, years to come.
So he's saying all the right things off the field. He's doing all the right things on the field. Do you still think this was the right draft selection with the 13th overall pick?
No, it wasn't. And but there are a lot of draft picks over the years that were not the right move at the time that ended up working out later.
Okay.
And Ty Simpson has that going for him. There are so many scenarios where people look back on this Ty Simpson pick. Say Puka gets handed down a much lengthier suspension than people think. Wow, we could have had Mekhi Lemon there. We could have had Kenyon Sadiq there. Say, God forbid, knocking on wood here, say Devontae Adams gets hurt. Say
Don't
Puka
put that out there.
Is allowed to play but gets hurt. You're going to sit there and say, wow, if only we drafted Mekhi Lemon. If only we got someone who could help us win out. Ty Simpson will never, for the entirety of the year, be able to escape the what if. What if we got someone here instead? So that's why, as we sit here right now, I have to say,
Question:
not the right pick.
Mekhi Lemon versus Tutu Atwell. Who do you trust more in that position right now?
Right now, it's Tutu because he understands the offense. But if we're talking upside, I would say Mekhi Lemon has significantly more upside than Tutu. But if we are only talking week one starting or at least having a big role, then you go to the guy who's been in this offense for 3 years.
Okay.
4 years, jeez.
Yeah. So, okay, let's get back to Ty here, because with everything you saw him do in the preseason, I think, again, just absolutely impressing the entire Rams coaching staff and Rams fans. Does that deserve QB2?
I look at a QB2, and there are two ways to look at a QB2 on, and why you look at this as the Rams, because the fact is, if Matthew Stafford goes down, this team is in trouble, right? That's not unique to the Rams.
That's just the bottom line.
That's just how football works, right?
Yeah.
So you look at the guy who can either help you win more right now, or you look at the guy who has more upside. I look at Ty Simpson as certainly the guy with more upside than Stetson Bennett.
Okay.
But I would expect Ty Simpson to actually be able to take this team further. So to give you a scenario, let's say Matthew Stafford went down in week 16, and we need someone to come in there and try and carry this team through the playoffs. I put Stetson Bennett out there because even though he hasn't had starting experience in the regular season, he's just been around this game longer, and I would trust him more so with the pressure of it all versus the
even
actual
though he's
ability.
never actually played in an NFL regular season game,
because it would be high stakes games, every single one of those, and because you're trying to pull off a miracle in the playoffs, I just want the guy who's been here longer. Now, God forbid, Matthew Stafford went down in week 2. I said throw Ty Simpson out there because you have until the end of the year for him to get up to speed, and he has more upside anyway. So the answer is both, but because of the upside, I would look at Ty Simpson as the backup unless you needed to rely on the backup for a late season run.
Okay, do you see Ty Simpson as the future starting QB for the Rams?
No, because there is nothing Ty Simpson can do between now and the end of the year other than Matthew Stafford getting hurt and him carrying them to the Super Bowl.
We're not, yeah.
That would put him ahead of Baker Mayfield this year. That would put, next offseason.
Or Joey B.
That would put him ahead of Joe Burrow next year. So it's not an indictment on Ty Simpson. It's just... It's why Jared versus in Cleveland. Hey, Jared, you're a future superstar. You have shown the ability to be a defensive player of the year one day, but we can't pass up the opportunity to get Myles Garrett.
You're a trade
that's
piece.
a similar comparison.
Trade piece. What the only other first round draft pick, Jared Goff, was also used as a big trade piece to get Matthew Stafford.
And Jared Goff has even said in the past, like, I was upset, but I understood. Like, if you can go get Matthew Stafford, you go get Matthew Stafford.
You go get Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
Wild. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, Governor Gavin Newsom signed the Anaheim Angels bill into law. What does that mean? Stick around to find out.
Wall every once in a while.
D-Mac ready.
Welcome on in. I'm Brock Marine from Brock and Alex. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. holding you down in the middays on 97.1 The Fan. This is the first edition of the College Corner. We're going to give you the LA rundown of this week's college football activity. Now, UCLA is not playing this weekend. It's only USC because it is week 0, but we're jumping into it anyway. USC, the stakes are high this season. There's no other way to put it. It is CFP or bust, and they're kicking off at noon against San Jose State. You look at the offense, and it starts with Jaden Mayava, my pick for the Heisman. For any conversation around USC and a Lincoln Riley coach team, it starts with the quarterback position. And the quarterback for USC, of course, is Jaden Mayava. If USC can win 10 games this year, he wins the Heisman. From Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts was the runner-up, Caleb Williams. If USC has success in a Lincoln Riley offense, that quarterback will win the Heisman. But it's going to be a tough task. It is CFP or bust for this offense. Now, who is he going to be throwing to? Superstar Mekhi Lemon as well as Jacoby Lane are gone. Look for Tanuk Hines to lead that wide receiver room. But something interesting, it could be a run game-led offense. You have Wayman Jordan, who carried the offense for the first half of last year before injury, and King Miller picked up right where he left off. And the most depth that the USC team has right now is in the trenches. So Jaden Mayava is the man, but don't be shocked if this is a team that wins in the mud. As far as defense, Gary Patterson comes over after a long-time head coaching stint at TCU, helping out Texas. He took a quick break, and he is back in the saddle as the defensive coordinator. The facts are the facts. It is never a question regarding offense with USC. It is a question of defense, and Gary Patterson is looking to get things right. A name to look out for, nickelback Alex Graham. He is a future superstar, got hurt before last season started. I promise you, he will be a name the entire country will know. Now, UCLA is not playing this Saturday, so instead we're going to give you the Westwood game of the week, and that is UNC taking on TCU way out there in Ireland, and that game will kick off at 9 a.m. Pacific, so be sure to tune in on 97.1 right here. I can't tell you how good North Carolina is going to be, but I can promise you it's going to be entertaining, and they will kick off the football season. This is College Corner. We'll see you next time.
The Dodgers a few years back had an outfielder named Andrew Toltz, a good, solid player they got from the Rays organization. Smaller guy, fast, speedy, can really just play. And he played for the Dodgers on and off for a couple of years. And there were rumors about the guy that he was a little wired a little differently, like really wired a little differently, and the Dodgers had to kind of keep tabs on him type of thing. Well, after he left baseball, he kind of went off the deep end, ended up being like homeless in a car, and the Dodgers found out about it. So the Dodgers have been signing him to a contract every year, but it's only to get him health insurance, so he's getting his mental health taken care of. That is just the Dodgers doing that out of the kindness of their heart, and that is a really awesome thing, just because he was one of their guys. As a guy that played professional baseball for a lot of years, I've never seen an organization do that for a guy.
What do you
Looked
take
great.
away from that?
It was really, more for him to kind of just continue to do the things that I've kind of shared with you guys. And so he looked great, and he's still continuing to go through his process. No new news on that front.
You have said, the arrow is pointing upward.
Yep.
Is this just another step in that, or do you
It
think
is.
that just solidifies things?
No, I think we've had we've had a plan in place for a while, like I've kind of told you guys, and the workout was one of those things.
Welcome back in to Brock and Alex, holding you down in the midday on the new 97.1 The Fan. I am Brock, and we got some interesting news. Now, we know that this is a Dodgers town. We know that we have our lovely younger brother down the road, and I'm not talking about the San Diego Padres. I'm talking about the Anaheim Angels, and we don't get to talk about them enough, but here we have an opportunity. So, as a reminder, a little over a month ago, there was some legislation introduced that said if the Angels change their name back to the Anaheim Angels, then they will get a lot of tax breaks. We will make life very easy for you as the state of California. And any expansions you want to do, any construction, there's been talk that they want to make the Big A, that whole area, kind of like an LA Live sort of situation. We'll give you all the tax breaks in the world. And Alex, we have a little bit of an update on that front.
So it's really interesting here because this has been something that's been going on for like a decade plus? Because when I was with the Angels, let's just go back to the history of the Angels, right? They started as like the California Angels.
Which was the best name.
That was the best. That's what it should be. That's what they should have like fought to go towards. Then it was the Anaheim Angels. And then while I was there, they got switched to the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. They are absolutely nowhere near Los Angeles. They are in Orange County. They are down the street from Disneyland. And it never really made sense because even when we were on the air, we couldn't say LA Angels. We couldn't say Anaheim Angels. We couldn't say LA Angels of Anaheim. We said, welcome to the Big A. Angels are playing today. Like it's just, this whole situation has been so weird. And there's also been like some weird lawsuits along the way with the whole like Artie like threatening to move the team and them wanting to build kind of that LA Live situation, because where Angel Stadium is now, right across the street, is where the Ducks play.
Yes.
So, and it's so great because the train station like lets out setup right there. Like Artie shows up to the game and a golf cart goes and picks him up from the train station. Like so cool. It's such a great central area, and it has built up a lot since even when I started there back in 2012. But it just never really made sense. I mean, we know why, because you get more ad dollars when you have LA attached to your name opposed to Anaheim, just because it's a bigger market, it's a big city, but you're not in LA. It's just weird.
It is weird, but I love that you highlight the whole complex that the Big A is near. So when you think of Anaheim, you think of Disneyland. That's not negative for Anaheim. That's just a testament to the empire that is the mouse. That being said, Anaheim has done a great job of becoming a place for events. A lot of concert tours now, a lot of stand-up shows make stops at the Honda Center. It's still the Honda Center, right?
Yeah.
Honda Center, and it is an attempt to expand outside of just making money off of our sports teams. Now, the Ducks made a playoff run a year ago, but hockey, of course, not being as prevalent as baseball, football, and basketball, that may be seen as limited. So building up the area between those two stadiums and being a place that is a must stop for anyone who's on a tour of any kind, from monster truck rallies to rodeos to concerts.
It actually is a great monster truck stadium.
It is like that is a strong goal here, and I'm sure the Moreno family and everyone else involved that would benefit from this is saying, okay, maybe the Angels aren't going to be making a lot of money going forward because we're kind of restructuring this whole thing and starting from scratch. Here's a way to make money elsewhere and just see Anaheim as a venue for the time being.
It's just wild that it had to get to the fact. I mean, I haven't had a chance to read this article, but that Gavin Newsom had to sign a bill into law to make it Anaheim Angels.
Is it kind of? You know what? You are the perfect person to ask about
'Kay.
this. When you were there, what was the name of the team?
Well, it was like Anaheim Angels, and
At
then it
first.
changed to the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
I know what the outside reaction was to the name change. Could you take us back to internal conversations
weird.
when you first what was?
Well, it's
what was
just
the
weird.
feeling?
Also, because we weren't allowed to actually say that full name on the broadcast.
Right.
So you change your name, and then obviously we're partners. Like Fox Sports West was a partner with the Angels, so we were the team broadcast. So you have to understand. It's just like it didn't make sense to me as someone who was born and raised in LA and covering the Angels. I loved my Angels family. If you're gonna go for like a name change, again, go back to the OG and have it be the California Angels.
That is such a clean name.
Yeah, that
It
was
is
the hat I used
such
to wear. Was a
clean
CA.
name.
I'm like,
Yeah.
that was rad. People can rally behind that. But to claim you're from a city that you're not really from is just weird.
It's why to a much different extent, but same vein here. It's why the Chargers are always fighting for. Like, the Chargers could win a Super Bowl, and even still, when you think of Los Angeles, you're going to think of the Rams.
You
Like,
think?
they
But Rams
they
were here
just-
before.
Exactly.
But they also played at Angel Stadium.
They were, but because they were here first, that fact never changes. Like, no matter what the Angels call themselves, if you
Yeah.
try to claim LA, you will always be the second team there. So just be something else.
It's just weird because, like, again, you are in Anaheim. You're nowhere near LA.
No, I would love for them to change their name. I feel that whether they take advantage of this current tax credit, we'll call it, that Gavin Newsom and the state of
So
California
once again,
government is
goes
giving
back
them.
to the money. Always follow the money. The reason they changed their name to the LA Angels of Anaheim is because you get more money from advertisers when you have LA in your name. And now Gavin Newsom has to pass a bill into law for you to get money to then change the name back.
So whether or not they take advantage of this and do it immediately, I would hope that when they do build out this complex, because eventually they will, that is the time for the rebrand. When you say we have our
California Angels.
Yes, when you say we have our own LA Live and a bunch and any your favorite comedian, your favorite artist, your favorite whoever is coming by here because we are now the must stop on any major tour of any kind. Come down and enjoy this complex. There's going to be condos and movie theaters and all kinds of stuff. That's when you change your name, and that is when you have to keep that name changed for at least 50 years. No more. No more. This is your last one.
Unless you change ownership.
Oh my
or
God,
unless you
that
move the
would be a
team.
whole new
Because
thing.
Artie was threatening to move the team. I think it might have been to Long Beach.
Oh. No.
Don't let Lindsay hear that.
No.
That's her hometown.
I love Long Beach, but I think if you move the Angels to Long Beach, you're fighting second place for the Dirtbags. Long Beach cares about Long Beach State now.
Yeah, they do.
Long Beach loves their baseball. I don't think that would. I miss that. Oh my
That's
God.
wild. Okay, so you made a really interesting point kind of comparing this to the Chargers and the Rams. And you just said even if the Chargers win a Super Bowl, you still don't think they would one up the Rams here.
No, because they were first. Like the team that was first is always first. Same thing with the Clippers. For those years where Kawhi and Paul George were running the show and both were healthy in Clippers uniforms, they were better than the Lakers year after year after year, but it didn't feel like that.
Yeah.
Because you're sharing an arena with these guys, and because you were here second, it's Los Angeles. There's enough room for everybody. We could have 10 basketball teams, and there's still attention to go around. But you're never going to be that first team, which is why what UCLA is doing this offseason is so great. They are showing the blueprint to the Chargers and the Angels. Don't try to claim LA and be the team of LA. This will always be USC's town. USC could go 0 for 12, and people are still going to talk about USC all the time. UCLA this year is rebranding as a completely different thing. Yes, we are UCLA, but we are blue collar. We are hardworking. We're not Hollywood. We're not glitz and glamour, and it's going to work. They are recruiting at a level they've never recruited at. Donations are pouring in. Like, that is what you have to do. Don't try and be the little brother of whatever the main team is, because then that's all anyone will ever see you as.
Yeah, it's just weird. This is also a really tough situation because I love Artie Moreno. He has always been so wonderful to me, the owner of the Angels, and I love my Angels family, but I never understood the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. So hopefully this moves it in the right direction.
California Angels.
That would be it. That
would
just
be
go back,
so clean.
Go back to the OG and go
Jersey
California.
rebrand. Bring back that navy blue,
Yes.
purple. Oh,
Just like
those were sweet.
it's sick. I actually have one of those.
Those are so clean. Man.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
those
that.
are so clean.
That was what's up. So it's gonna be interesting. This is
Big
funny.
Mo Vaughn rocking that old school Angels jersey was one of my favorite things ever, man. Oh, bring back the blue and purple.
Right. So the Angels need some positive. They need some just like positive news. Like if this is what we're talking about again, like it's like, okay, they traded everyone away. Good. Okay, then they fired their entire pitching staff. Or
okay,
their coaching,
sure.
their pitching coaching staff. You're like, okay, that's kind of weird. And then you had the Logan O'Hoppe news come out this week. It was like, those were the worst 4 years of my career. I was in a deep low during my time with the Angels, and now this.
Who says you can't kick a dead horse?
No.
Who says you can't?
Wrong.
Really quick positive update for
Please.
the people of California.
Please.
Football season is here. It is the second week. For some schools, the third week of high school football. Big one tonight.
Okay.
Number 7 in the nation, Santa Margarita, is at number 6, Corona Centennial. This is a rematch of last year's CIF Southern Section Championship game. You can watch it on Spectrum tonight at 7 p.m. Why am I shouting this out?
Oh, our boy.
Because Tony Moscow, who called in multiple times this week, is on the call with Cooper
Yes.
Perkins. You can watch it. If you have Spectrum TV, you can watch it there. And also because outside of Mater Dei versus Bosco, which is the biggest game in the LA Orange County area every single year.
Oh, yeah.
This is a close second. A rematch of last year's championship. For those who don't know, Carson Palmer is now the head coach of Santa Margarita High School, and in 1 year, flipped that thing around and won the championship. Catch this game. It will be awesome, and you're going to see a bunch of future college football and NFL draft picks in
That's
this
so
game
cool.
as well.
We both started both of our careers in broadcast
yes, we
world.
did. Fox Sports High School Sports, baby.
Yep. I'm trying to think. I was like, what was my first game?
Yeah.
I think it might have been down at Mater Dei, but I was doing sideline for CIF, Southern Section Football, on FS1 and Fox Sports West.
Wow.
Yeah.
My first game was Upland versus another school in the Inland Empire. But my second game ever, the starting quarterback got hurt. And before the game, I walked up to the head coach and I said, hey, coach, you said during the week you were going to name a new starter for this game.
Yeah.
Who'd you end up going with? He's like, it's this young kid. His name's CJ Stroud.
No.
Yeah, that was the second game I ever called.
No way.
And I left that game saying, that guy's good.
Really?
I don't know
Did
who
you
this
know?
Stroud kid
You're
is, but
like,
he's
okay,
good.
I think this
Immediately.
Isn't that cool when you get those kind of stories of how someone gets the opportunity?
Best feeling in the world.
When someone gets hurt and you get in. That's how I got my college football, soccer opportunity. Thanks for hanging out. Happy Friday. D-Mac and Ryder coming up next.